According to recent data, Excel is used by over 750 million people worldwide and is the most widely used data analysis tool in the world. With the rise of data-driven decision making, the demand for professionals who are proficient in Excel has grown rapidly in recent years. Hello everyone and welcome to this interesting session on Excel by Intellipaat. As demand for Excel professionals has grown, so too has the earning potential in this field. According to salary data from PayScale, the average salary for an Excel specialist is around $54,000 per year, with some professionals earning well into six figures. In terms of job roles, Excel is a critical tool in range of positions including finance, accounting, marketing, operations and more. If you are considering a career in business or data analysis, learning Excel is an essential skill to have. Additionally, proficiency in Excel is a highly valued skill by employers, with many job postings listing Excel as a required or a preferred skill. Finally, learning Excel can be a valuable investment in your own personal and professional development. There has never been a better time to learn Excel, so start building your skills in this essential tool. So stay till the end of this session to know all about Excel. And to make this session more engaging, we'll drop in a few quiz questions, so make sure you answer them in the comment section below. With that, let us take a look at the agenda for this video. So we're going to start with what exactly is Excel and why we use Excel. After that, we'll be checking out templates and conditional formatting as well. Moving further, we will cover what is list, sorting the list and format list, etc. After that, we'll cover multiple level sort and custom sort. Moving further, we will cover what is data validation, what is pivot table, if and functions, and we're going to also cover different and alternative lookup functions. After that, we'll cover macros and what are statistics, descriptive statistics and VLOOKUP function. After that, we'll also cover index function and match functions, and we'll also cover lookup functions. Moving further, we'll cover VBA and macros, and we'll also be exploring the Visual Basic editor using macro recorder, and to end up the session, we'll be discussing a few interview questions as well. But before we begin, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. So let's begin with the first topic.
Excel is a commercial spreadsheet application, okay, that is pretty much used for a variety of different purposes. Okay, this is the basic idea about Excel. So it is something similar to our Google Sheets that I have. Let me show you that. Yeah, Google provides the similar application called as Google Sheets, but as told, Excel is a pretty much better option. Okay, it helps me with respect to its different acknowledgement with respect to the use case, and also the different ways it can interact with different other interfaces as well, how it can accommodate different applications. All these things, Excel is a much more better application in comparative to Google Sheets. Okay, next thing is the use case. It was released in the year 1985. This is very simple. So this conveys that it is not a new application. Okay, this conveys that this is not a new application. It is an application that was there ever since. Okay, it is an application that has overall a huge community, that has a huge number of employees working in it, and also the people that are working on it. So it tells us that it's not a new application that was given to us. Next thing, that is Excel is used for many things: data management, data visualization, analysis, financial modeling. Okay, in a nutshell, I can say that Excel, wherever there is a need for me to manage data, I can directly think of Excel, because it is very useful, easy for me to implement this. Okay, it gives me an idea that no other application will give me, and also the interface is also very much simple for me to just make use out of it. Visualization, though we have a huge amount of backups with respect to which I can visualize the data, still not that great in terms of visualization, but we do include this because of its add-on application. Okay, analysis, major part of it. We can say that every data that has been stored in Excel can be analyzed in terms of its.
So here is a quick quiz question for you guys. Which of the following is not a valid Excel function? And your options are count, max, gain, and sum? Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Variety of different measures such as statistical measuring, or let's say with respect to the structure, summarizing data, everything we can use Excel as an application for. Okay. Also, I can say that financial modeling is another one of the main objectives on basis of the usage of Excel, where I can build my own responses, my own scenarios to have a widespread of continuous data that is being spread with respect to a particular company with all the financial spaces. Okay. And not only this, there are many more. Okay. And why we use Excel? We have a lot of different reasons, because of its popularity, because of its simplicity, because of its efficiency, because of its overall workspace, the cloud deployment, the number of people using. One of the main reasons is also because of the support of Microsoft. Everybody knows that Excel is an application brought by Microsoft itself, and you all know that Microsoft is not a small company. It is one of the biggest companies in the world. Okay. And it is the one which is supporting Excel. Okay. And also I can say that this point 1985, and this is directly proportional, because this Excel is not a new application. I can say that the number of people that are already been introduced to Excel is huge. Okay. We might be studying it now, but yes, the people who have already been is already there. So I can say that yes, it was it was launched in the year 1985. But as to that, I can say that the number of people that are using Excel is also huge. Okay. So, and also let me show you the basic. Let me close this to demonstrate you that. Okay. Let me open my Excel application, which is this. Let me open a blank workbook, nothing there. Okay. To sum it up, before getting into it, quickly I'll tell what are all this. Okay. These are called something called as quick access. These are called as ribbons. Yeah. These are called as sheets. And this is called as a status bar. What are all this? This is something called as a quick access. What do you mean by quick access? Every application will have quick access. Every browser will have a quick access. Every browser will have something called as a bookmark, correct? So that bookmark is nothing but a quick access medium via which I'll be able to access that particular, let's say, website for a browser. Similarly, in this case, I am talking about a tool. Okay, these are all there in my quick access. Let's say if I want to sort the data, I can have directly. If I want to add some more things, I can go to more commands. Let's say I can add something, let's say font, add this, click on OK. I can see that a font has been also added. If I want to remove, just go to more commands, select this, remove, select, click on OK. I'll be able to remove it from quick access. Okay. Ribbons are actually the most convenient and the most needed things that you need to know in terms of Excel. Why am I saying this? Because through Excel, or let's say through Excel ribbons, you will be able to perform actions. Through these ribbons only, you will be able to have the implementational aspect of working with data. Okay, there are all these are called as ribbons: home ribbons, insert ribbons, page layout ribbons, formulas ribbons, and so forth. And moving ahead with this as well, status bar. Okay, though this is not talked about in many places, this can give you an idea with respect to which you can let's say bring your own use case with respect to that. Okay, you can see the overall status of a particular cell or a particular sheet. Okay, and finally, to sum it up, I can say that all this data is stored in an Excel revolves around these cells. Okay, revolves around these cells.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, individual cell is comprising of a column as well as a row. Okay, together it will make the name of that cell also. This is called as an A1 cell. This is called as a C1 cell. This is called as an E5 cell. This is called as a G9 cell. Okay, the entire data that I'm trying to store in an Excel comprises of this column as well as row. Together we call this as the name of that particular cell. Not only I can go to that particular cell and see the name over here. No, I can also write down the name here. Let's say F4. Let's say G3. Okay. Also, let's say T. Everything I'll be able to do that. Okay. Let me come back to A1, and that is all about cell. Okay. So now let's take up one simple example, because the more you implement, the better you learn. Okay. So I want you to first understand the problem statement. Then let's try to figure out how we can add much more scenarios to it, how we can add a better implementation to it, and so on. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll just write down the same thing. Let's say name of the vehicle. This is how I add data, by just double clicking into it and specifying this. Okay. Please note that this data is overlapping. Okay. See here, this is my next cell. Okay. I'll write it as year of, okay. Let's say year of launch, or I'll write it as year itself. Can you see that data over here is overlapping? Okay. I cannot see that entire data over here. So I can do two things over here. First and foremost, I can adjust this column. So by selecting this, I can drag this out. Okay. I can select this, I can drag this out. Or the better way is double click on this. Automatically it will get adjusted automatically. Okay. Name of the vehicle as well as the year. Okay. And let's say I'll also add number of vehicles. Again, double click, and also overall percentage in the market. Okay. If I double click, I'm getting a big column over here. Correct. Though this is okay, but what I suggest is, if I'm trying, let's say, to sum this entire thing out within this space, it will look much better. So for that, what I can do is I'll just try to merge that. Let me show you. Okay. Yeah, here it goes. So this is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. So what I want you to understand is, let me also bring this out. Instead of this big column, let me bring this entire data within an overall span of this cell, and let me wrap this. So what I'll do, I'll select this, I'll click on wrap text. Okay. This way I'll be able to see the data much more better. Okay. Now let's move ahead. Let's try to understand with respect to the name of vehicle. Let's say Bajaj. Let's say TVS. Let's say Audi. Let's say Range Rover, or also, or instead of this, I can write it as, let's say Mahindra, and also let's say, okay, let's say I'm just giving a random year for just analysis. I'll call it as let's say 2000. Okay, I'll write it as, let's say 2001. Yeah, 2005, 2007, and 1998. Okay, see, with this you should also get an idea that this categorical data that I'm specifying is left aligned. Okay, this categorical data that we have specified is left aligned. And also please note that the numeric data is right aligned. This is very important. Okay, this is very important. Okay, let's say the number of vehicles that have been launched. Okay, let's say for Mahindra I'll give 1500, Toyota 2050, Audi let's say 1000, Range Rover let's say 500, Tata let's say 5000. Okay, now what I want you to do is, can you give me the best way in which I can sum this out? So we have something called as cell reference. Okay, so what I can do is, I will just use this equal to symbol. This is how I specify a particular usage of a formula. Okay, whenever there is a conditional aspect brought into the picture, I will always refer in this way, starting it with respect to equal to. Okay, next thing what I'll do, I'll select this, I'll click on plus, click on plus, click on plus, select this, click on plus, click on plus, and finally click on enter. I can see that the total number of vehicles launched by all these many things, all these many vehicles, I can say that it is somewhere around 10,050. But again, this is not how we use in reality. Okay, how do I use over here is, please note that this is one way which we all know. Let me remove this. We also have a particular function for that. Okay, we also have a particular function for that, based on which I can say that I can directly use. So we have a function called as sum, where I can just select the number of cells, where I can try to select the number of cells and click on enter. I am getting the same results without any issues. Yeah, I'm getting the same thing without any issues. All of you. And this is not auto sum also. This is the function sum. We are not talking about auto sum. How we do auto sum is, please note that. Let me go to data. And yeah, next to that, we have formulas. And we also have something called as auto sum over here. Please note that I'll just select this. How smart our Excel application is, that just by specifying this auto sum, and let me say that I need the sum, automatically it will understand that these are the data that I'm trying to understand. I'll click on enter. I'm getting the same result with the best accuracy and also the best efficiency with respect to the implementation. Correct? Perfect. And now one thing which I want to bring this is, let me say, to talk about more functions. We have something called as sum. Okay, we do also have something called as count as well. Okay, we do also have something called as count. Similar to how we have sum, that gives me the overall number of sum of all the entity that I'm specifying. We also have something called as count as well. So count will give me the total number of values that it has. So what I'll do to specify you in a better way, I'll just click onto this function, or let's say the formula bar, and I can specify what exactly is the value that I have to specify in count. Okay, what my count does, please note that counts the number of cells in the range that contains the number. Okay, what I'll do is I'll select this, okay, and I'll specify this. Okay, I'll click on OK. Okay, write it down, equal to count, and I'll select this. This is for numeric. I'll write it down. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, we do have a lot of functions. We have something called as sum. Yeah, I'll write it down here. We do have something called as sum function. We do have something called as count function that will give me the total number of elements present. We also have something called as average function that will give me the overall average of a particular data. Okay, and we also have min function. Next we have max function, and so on. We have lot of different functions, that I can consider, that based on which the entire functionality of Excel becomes easy for me. Okay, that's the reason I say that it is giving me a entire basic idea, or let's say with respect to which I will be able to work with Excel in the best way possible. Okay, so let's come back as we are discussing with respect to this. What I want to discuss right now is, okay, so we have this data, Mahindra, Tata, all these things. Okay, let's say I'll try to, yeah, I'll remove this. I'll remove all this. I'm trying to explain you a particular scenario here to explain a particular tool. So let's say in the year 2019, in the year 2020, and next in the year 2021. Okay, I'm giving you some random data. Let's say 500, 200, 300, 400, and let's say 600. Okay, similarly 300, 350, 450, 345, 446, 456, 123, 321, 432, 245, and this. Okay, I'll also add a particular row over here just by clicking insert, or let's say insert. I'll write this as, let's say, number of vehicle sales of, let's say, sales of vehicle. Okay, everybody, let me explain this data. I have number of vehicle, name of vehicle, Mahindra, Toyota, Audi, Range Rover, Tata, year of that particular data, random data, just to showcase you with something called as cell reference. That is the topic that I'm trying to bring over here. That is one of the major important topic. What I'm trying to do is, let's say I'm adding an additional total row over here. What I'll do, I'll auto sum. Okay, I'll auto sum. Please note that, please note this, very important. This, when I drag it over here, what do you think will happen? This is one of the key concept of something called as referencing, in which we have something called as absolute reference and relative reference. If I tend to extend this, what do you think will occur? When I am extending this, what has happened over here is, this has also got the same formula that I have done over here by changing the column, meaning that this is an accurate result. This is an accurate result. I should not even worry about it, because the formula that I'm trying to build with respect to total is accurate, and also the column that I'm trying to refer is also accurate. Okay, okay, so this is something called as relative reference. Okay, so what exactly this is understanding is, this function has to sum 5 rows above. That exactly what it has to do. This also. Okay, similarly, when I'm dragging this out, this also has to sum 5 rows above. Okay, similarly, even this, if I'm trying to drag, same thing will be applied over here, stating that this cell has to sum for all the 5 data above its value. This is something called as relative referencing. All of you, this is something called as relative referencing. Okay, and also if I want to understand it with respect to the total of individual. Okay, this total is with respect to year. Correct. This total is with respect to year. Okay, that Mahindra, that in the year 2019, 2000 cars were sold. In the year 1901 cars were sold. 1775 cars were sold. If I want to find out the individual, what I have to do? What I'll do is, please note, equal to sum of this. Correct. I don't want to copy paste again. What I'll do? I will drag this. If you want, you can calculate that this will be an accurate result. This will be an accurate result. Okay, even if you want to find out with respect to overall, okay, that also you can do. Got it, Naveen? Everybody got this? This is also relative, because what exactly it is trying to do? It is just figuring it out that I have to sum 3 columns left to that. Here also 3 columns left to the cell which I am trying to figure it out. See, 3 cells, 3 cells, 3 cells. Everybody clear with this? Both the places, here and here, what are we trying to do? We are trying to use the concept of relative reference for me to apply formulas for a sequence of values. Okay, now the change comes. Please note this. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll add a concept of percentage. Yeah, I'll add a concept of percentage. I want to find the percentage of a particular car sold overall. What should I do? Basic idea. What I'm trying to do is, I will use this simple concept. I'll select this, divide by, I'll click on enter. Can I get this idea? 16%. Okay, 0.162 means 16% of the overall data I am the overall or vehicles are of Mahindra. Okay, please note this. This is very important. If I drag this out, oh, why exactly this is happening? Please note that since this is a relative reference, it is next, it does come to know that I have to look in for the next cell. But since how here after 4 cells, 1, 2, 3, 4, I have to check for the data. Here also it is trying to do the same. But please note that there is no data only. Even if you want, I'll drag this entire thing up to here. See? Everywhere I'm getting the same issue. Correct. That issue can be resolved. How? By making sure that I am trying to stagnate a particular data. Okay, meaning that this all are errors. Okay, so here is also a formula. So E4 is the data which is this, E9 is the data which is this. What should be stagnant over here? E9. Correct. E9 should be stagnant. So what I'll do, I will try to make this stagnant. How will I do is, please note this, equal to this number divided by this value, but I have to make this as the permanent stop. Okay, I don't want it to navigate from one another based on relativity. I'll make this an absolute reference. How? I will just add a dollar symbol before E, bend before 9. Click on enter. I'm getting the same result. And now please note that when I drag this out, I'm not getting any error also. When I see the formula also, please note that my denominator is stagnant. It is not changing. As I was talking about, this is something called as a absolute reference. This is something called as a relative reference. Okay, now let's talk about something which is very, very important for us. Okay, everything that we are trying to work or everything that we are trying to make sure is to visualize in a better way. Can I say that? Or let's say even to understand the data more, making the entire sheet more eye pleasing. Okay, every day this happens. Okay, even in something called as a Power BI, that is also a very important visualization tool. The entire thing is so colorful that I can make the entire inference in the best way possible. That's the whole logic here also. I am trying to understand the data in terms of these scenarios where the entire workbook or the sheet has to be visually pleasing as well. Okay, it should not be something like merged that I cannot understand it anything or something like that. So let's try to understand with respect to the overall formatting stuff. Okay, so as I have told, yeah, let me add one more thing. Let's say one simple thing here. Let me add a column. So please note this, how exactly we can add column. Right click, insert column. Okay, the I think the shortcut is Control Shift plus for row and Control Shift plus for column as well. Okay, let me over this. Perfect. Okay, if at all, yeah, let me be clear with this point as well with respect to the formatting. Let me add one more column over here with respect to the amount or overall revenue generated. Yeah, let this be a particular column. Okay, let's say here I'll keep it as 24 lakh, just a random data. Let's say 34 lakh. Audi, it should be at least 75 lakh. Let's say data, since because of the numbers I can call it as 85 lakh. And yeah, this is Range Rover and this is Tata. I'll keep it as 90. Okay, again, if since I have created this sheet, I can understand everything. What is the overall names of the data, what is the overall numbers, everything. But if a third person looks into this, don't you think it is still not that good enough for it to be represented or visualized or to be presented to somebody else? No, definitely not. I can agree with that, because since I have created, I know what are all this data about. If some third person visits this particular page and let's say this particular data, he has to struggle figuring it out, the entire names of the columns, figuring it out with respect to the overall concept of all this. It will take some time. So let's try to reduce that effort. Okay, let's try to reduce that. How? Let me show you. We were trying to reduce the efforts of a third person to view into this particular report. Okay, try to make this visually pleasing. First of all, what I'll do is, since all these are column headers, okay, don't you think that it has to be broadened up? So what I'll do, I'll go for home. First thing, I'll bold this out. Yeah, I'll bold this so that it is not the same as what the data is all about. First and foremost thing. Next thing what I can do is, I can select these number of columns. I can select these number of columns and I can add a background color to it. Let's say something which is a decent, yeah. Can I say this acts as a good color for me to bring out the overall names of the header. Also, I can also bring change with respect to the wordings as well. I can change the color also. How? Let's say I'm trying to, yeah, which is with respect to here, everything I'm doing with respect to home ribbon. Okay, so let me use some color which is matching to the background. I think this suits well. Perfect. So I can say that I have added the overall two things. One, I have made it bold. Second thing, I have changed the background of the cell. Third, I have also changed the color of the font as well. But still not that well enough. Okay, first of all, don't you think this is too messy? This is looking too messy. Correct, right? This is looking very messy. So what I can do is since we have already seen how to change the format, right? So I'll show you once again. So I can select a particular range of this, and please note that if at all I'm trying to understand some data in a better way, let me format it. Okay, so what I'll do, under the home ribbon, go for the number, select this general icon, and now go for this percentage. This is better. Yes, this is much more better. I can say that, okay, overall percentages are much more properly organized with respect to its percentage symbol. Everything has a shortcut. Okay, but let's not go in that bit. Okay, please know that Alt H will give you the ribbons with respect to the shortcuts as well. Okay, so what did we do? We went on to this P, correct? So the shortcut for everything is Alt H. Okay, with Alt H, you can click on the next thing that you are looking for. Every shortcut will begin from Alt H. That will show you the entire shortcuts for that ribbons, individual ribbons, and accordingly you can formulate it. So let's say this is not percentage. Let's say it's just number. Okay, so I'll just select this data, Alt H and P. Okay, can you see that automatically it got converted to that? So this is how shortcuts also is that. Okay, so we are also aware of the percentages now. But again, since this is giving me a more accurate result, I don't want it to be 2 decimal pointed. Let it be as only 1. Okay, I will reduce it. How will I do this? Please note that I have an option over here. Okay, Marco, I think we have decent amount of sessions. Okay, I think 6 to 7. I'm not sure with it. Okay, can you see that? Increase decimal points. Also, I have decreased decimal points. I'll click on this. I will reduce it to a single decimal point. I will reduce it to a single decimal point. Perfect. This is better for me. Okay, next thing. What are all this? These are my revenues, or these are the one of the revenue patterns where money is involved. So instead of just numbers, what I'll do, I'll select, I'll go on currency, and I will make sure this is notated as well. This is better for me. Yes or no? And also, since this is something with respect to the headings of a particular data, I can increase or decrease the font size. Let us try this out. No, this is only better. Okay, so how do we do this? Select the data, increase the font or decrease the font. Okay, next thing, this is also not the actual data. It is giving me some add-on to that particular data, correct? So copy this, I'll paste it over here. I'll just sum off. Okay, so I'll also change the background of this as well. Okay, and if you want, you can also color this out as these are the mean data and all this one simple. Don't you think this is better in terms of its visibility, and also if at all there is a third person looking into, it will give me a very pleasing. Even if I want, I can change this. I'll increase the font of this. I will add a decent color to it. Also bold this out. All of you, is this clear how you can use fonts, formatting, background color, font color, text formatting? If you want to change the style of a text, select this, go on to this, write down anything what you want. Yeah, also the cell styles. And one more thing which I want you to see is merging, and this is very important. Please note this. If I'm extending this, right, let's say sales of vehicles in, let's say 2019, or let's say in recent years. Okay, please note that this entire data is overriding to the next cells. Is overriding to the next cells. This is okay. So what I want to do, if I do this entire table will get distorted. Okay, but I have to sort this out. How do I do this? What I'll do is I'll select the number of cells that the entire table is actually holding. I will just go here under my home. I'll click on merge and center. This way, I'll merge all these cells 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells, and I will make this data appear in the center. Yes, this looks better. I can also remove this out. So no, this is looking much better. Correct? And to add much more clarity to this, I will select, okay, please note this, the shortcut is Control A. With this Control A, anywhere you can point this out and click on Control A, that entire data, whichever is associated next to each other with the data points, will be all clustered into one, okay, with Control A. Now what I'm trying to do to make it look even better is add borders to it. Add borders to it. Okay, this will help me to separate the individual data from one another, because as of now there is no as such any all are looking like they are clubbed into one another and they have just tabbed it out, meaning spaces is given in between. That's it. So what I want to do is I'll add borders to it. Please note that I have borders in my home tab. Select down. I will add all borders. I will add all borders. Don't you think this is again giving the entire approach of visibility a next level clarity? I think now this looks one of the clear cut understand. Even if I want to show it to any third person, I don't think anybody will have any issues. Anyone will, I don't think they will have any issues. Okay, so this is all with respect to formatting, size, color, font, text, background color, adding borders. Okay, even with respect to the formatting, with respect to the currency symbols, percentage, yeah, all those things, cells merging and centering as well. So the next thing which we'll talk in a bit is, see, Excel gives you an entire illustration of the visualization aspect also. Okay, it has a huge implementation with respect to the creation of dashboards, which is very, very important in terms of visualizing the real-time data scenarios. Also to to understand the overall adjacency with respect to the overall scenarios, that also can be done. Okay, so basically I'm here trying to explain is there are ways in which we can create dashboards. There are which we can create an interactive dashboard. There are also ways in which we will try to fetch the only important aspects of a particular game. Everything we can do in a sequence of manners, but let's try to build a logic in terms of basic plots first. Okay, let's try to build logic based on basic plots first. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just try to demonstrate you an idea about how to deploy, or let's say how to create a simple charts first. Okay, so what I'll do is I will select the data. Okay, I'll go on to insert. I'll repeat. I'll select the data that I need for the implementation of charts. I'll select this. I'll click on insert. Can you see there is an option for recommended charts? Okay, I can directly click on this and I can select any one of this. Okay, so let's say I select something called as say I'll go for an area chart. Yeah, I think this is a bit decent. Let me build a simple chart for this. Yeah, can you see this? I can find out the overall stand of the entire data. You can also add a lot of things to this. Simple, not that difficult also. Okay, and also what I'll do, please note this, there is something called as chart title over here, right? What I'll do, I'll give let's say a sales chart. Yeah, I can write this, but okay, this is also an option, but not a great option, I would say. What I'll do is I will just reference this equal to, I'll just try to refer this. So let me show you that option. So the entire thing, I'll delete this. I'll select the data that I'm actually referring to, including the names of the headers. I'll go on to insert. I'll click on recommended charts or the frequent charts. I'll select this and I'll get the data. Okay, I'll get the data. Okay, all of you. Also, this chart title that I was referring to earlier, can anybody say how do I change in terms of this name? Tell me now, how can I just do that in a better way? I'll select this. Did you see that? All of you? Just by referencing, I was able to do that. What did I do? I'll repeat. Okay, this was the chart, right? So I'm having everything, most of the details with respect to the visualization aspect, with respect to a simple chart I was able to build. So Mahindra was so and so, for Toyota between the years so and so, everything was there. Okay, but what I wanted to add is with respect to the name of the chart. Let me remove this. Selecting this, okay, selecting this chart, I'll specify equal to over here and specify the cell containing that data. Okay, please note that if I change the data over here, let's say recent years in India, did you see automatically I'm able to see the change over there automatically? All of you, did you see that? How I can add a particular title to a particular plot directly, Okay, and now one more thing. See, there are a lot of different options that we can have. Okay, so we have this symbol, right? So even if you want, you can select this data. You can add a lot of things, border colors. Then you can try to add it with respect to the labels as well. That will give you a better approach of understanding the data. The legends, that if you want, you can remove it. Let me remove this data labels, not. So I have so many things to add. If I want to add much more things, I can go here. I can do by specifying individual things. Also with respect to the font and color, I can change anything. So I think this is looking nice. I can add this. If at all anything with respect to filterization, you want, let's say for only Mahindra or only Toyota, I can do that as well. So this is a very basic approach of how you can use visualization in terms of the data what you have. Okay, let me create one more graph for you. Let's say I'm just extracting this percentage, only percentage. I'll go for insert. Okay, I'll go for pie chart. Let's say a simple 3D pie chart. If you want, I can also add data labels over here. Can I say that this is much more better? Yeah. What if, okay, one more thing. I'll remove this. What if I want a data with respect to the name of vehicles and also the percentage of vehicles present? Simple, right? How do I do that then? I will select the overall columns that I need. I'll just specify this control percentage. Now only these two columns are copied, or let's say marked, and based on this, I'll go to insert. I'll select pie chart. Also, I can change this to, this is good. I'll add this much better. Can I say overall this looks good with respect to the visualization aspect? Bring this down to here. You can add visualization aspects to your data as well. Simple, not that intact, but yes, simple. You are able to do it in a better way. Let's talk about something called as templates. Okay, templates are actually so far very widely used because of its different aspects. So let me show you that. First, let me save this. Okay, I'll call this as, let's say, data. Okay, I'll click on save. I'll save this in my desktop. Okay, fine. Now what I want you to see is this one. So here, if you see here, can you see there is something called as templates? This is very important for you. Okay, if at all you are trying to build anything that you have data, but want to represent it in a better way, so you can opt for different templates. Templates are just like a basic mindset, or let's say the basic ideology on base of which you will be able to add data. So let's say I go and talk about something with respect to loan. Let's say loan calculator. Okay, let this get downloaded. Can you see that I have a very simple and also accurate sort of with respect to the prediction of loan? Okay, so I just have to change the data over here. Let's say I have a loan amount of 10 lakhs. Let's say the annual interest is somewhere around 7%. Yeah, 7%. Okay, let's say the overall loan period amount will be, let's say, for 5 years. Okay, and the start day is today. Let it be as today. Okay, can you see that the overall summary automatically it does? Okay, monthly payment will be of this is for $10,000 for 5 years. In terms of monthly payment, somewhere around $198 for 60 times. Okay, the total interest that I'll be paying in terms of percentages 1,880, and the total cost of the loan add on to my principal amount is somewhere around 11,880.72. Okay, not only with this, I also have, can you see, individual thing has everything are more or less already present over here. Okay, if I change the number right here, let's say 5,000, everything will automatically change. So basically the whole point that I'm discussing over here is with respect to the usage of templates, how templates are so important, how it, see, because of we cannot spend again so much amount of time in terms of building an entire template, finding the functionality, trying to get an idea, all these things we don't want to do. So what are we doing is we are going into templates, we are figuring it out in terms of what usage I want a particular template. I'll select that. Let's say this, the one which I've recently selected, which is loan calculator. Okay, so I can give the amount, specify the annual rate, and accordingly I can also pitch the overall loan period amount of time, and accordingly everything can be calculated on, yeah, everything can be calculated exactly how it is shown. This is how I'm saying that templates can be useful for some, because definitely there will not be every template for your own cost. Correct? There will never be any template as such as that. But there can be templates that you can try it out. Yeah, there can be templates that you can use for your own purpose in terms of variety of scenarios. This is all about templates. Okay, if you want one more template, we can go ahead and try to build another template. Let's say don't save, we go back, let's say interest, something which we can connect to day-to-day life. Let's say something with respect to calculating part. I can think this is Yeah, something very simple, but again, directly can be used. So I can specify what data can to be entered. Everything can be calculated as per as what he has entered. Okay, this is all the lot of things. A day book, yeah, something like this. So there are a lot of templates that you can actually refer to. Lot of templates that you can refer to, based on which you will be able to understand a lot of things. Okay, next thing. Let's move on to the next thing. Let's talk about cell styling. I think very interesting. Okay, there is an option for cell styles. Okay, see, this is where Excel gives you some authorization. Excel provides you with some detailed aspect view of a particular data. If I select this, can you see I'm getting a lot of different things? What I'll do is I'll select this entire thing. I'll go to cell styles. Okay, let me say something this. See, this has given me some way of styling the entire cells. Let me go back. Let me just try to change this. Okay, I have very simple styles in me. You can actually see that. Yeah, the one which I had created was better. Okay, so cell styles are the ones that gives me an entire new way where automatically it helps me to formulate data. Okay, the way the cells are aligned, the way the cells has to be created, all these things can be done. Okay, so other thing that I want to discuss is in terms of validations, but I don't want it to be taken it today. Okay, before that, a lot of other things. So one by one, let's discuss. So we have this data, right? All are pretty much right aligned, correct? I can also make this to be aligned in center. This gives it a much better look. Any idea why my data is right aligned, not left? The idea here is because of the decimal present. Okay, that decimal can be an obstruction with respect to the overall specification. So it might give us deviation with respect to the spread of that data. So to avoid that, that entire numeric data is in left aligned. Okay, and also earlier we discussed, right? We'll also discuss that. So let's say there is a date formulated like this, January 2020. Please note that it is automatically changed to 12 Jan 20. This happens because the Excel automatically identifies that this data is of a date format. Okay, this data is of a date format. So that is the reason it has changed automatically. If you want to see one more, 13 December 1999, automatically it will change to 13 December DEC 99. If you want to change the format, select the data, go to custom, go to more number formats, specify date, or go to custom, and here you can specify anything. Let's say you want the day first, then let's say you want month with including characters, and also the complete year. See, automatically you can do that. Conditional formatting. Okay, though many people know this, okay, but the actual implementation, people tend to have a lot of questions. Why are we using conditional formatting is one of the major questions, and how exactly we have to use this is another major question what I have heard. Okay, the reason why I can say this is an important topic, let's move on. Let me do one thing. Let me remove this. I don't want this as of now. Also, let me remove this. So I have years, let's say 2019 data, 2020 data, as well as 2021 data. Okay, so basically with respect to these, I'm trying to add some more things. Okay, so what I'll do here is if at all I'm trying to give an option for all the people to edit this sheet. Since I have made this sheet, I will be knowing what type of data I have to input, what all things I have to give. But let's say there is a scenario in which you have to create a template and give that particular to your subordinates or your employees or the people that are working with you. Okay, but there are certain things that you have to take care. Correct? There are certain things that you have to take care. Let's say if I keep this over here, what I'm trying to say over here is, let's say this is for one particular state. All this data is for one particular state. Let's say if I add another column over here, right click, insert, let's say shift size, right, or shortcut control shift plus. I'll bring this over here and I'll add over here as something called a state. Okay, now I'll write, let's say, as Karnataka. Okay, I'll copy. Please note this. One more thing today we'll see is, if at all I want to paste the same thing to the adjacent cells or the cells that are under it. So what the general thing is, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. This is what we do, right? But with Excel, what I can also do is, there is a small, let's say a mark over here, right? Some dot at the end, one corner of that particular cell. I can drag that to the number of cells that I need to copy paste it. Okay, so I will drag that, I will paste it one another. Okay, automatically. Okay, please note this. This is for an individual cell, but the problem is, let's say you have A and B. If you select both the cells and if you drag, right, it will be copying both the cells and accordingly pasting it one by one. Okay, Excel is trying to understand how exactly your sequence of data is actually present, based on which it will try to copy paste the same set of copies. Okay, that is what I wanted to say. Okay, so if at all you want to copy paste, select one cell and just drag it out. Automatically, it will enter the same data to all the cells. Okay, now the thing what I'm saying is, let's say if I want people to add data based on the specified date. Okay, let's say I'm writing something called as Mahindra again. Okay, I will write it as a Delhi. Okay, since I have given option to others to write as well, they can write, let's say 250. Yeah, they can also write, let's say 345. But by mistake, if at all they write something like -234. Okay, just this can be a mistake, right? This can be a mistake. Correct? And let's say if they write something called as, I'll just drag this out and just, okay, and let's say I also write something called as 35. I'll just, please note this. There's one more thing I'm teaching you. If I want to copy paste the same format to the next cell also, either I can do this, go to the all the things what we have seen yesterday, right? Go to more fonts, change the into currency. Let me do that. Change this to currency, something like this. But what if there are a lot of other things also, like how the colorization or the background color, all those have been shown over here. What I'll do is, I will select this. Okay, I'll select this. Okay, so I have added that. Please note this. If at all I want to copy paste the format of a particular cell, since let's say I only specify as 34 lakh, but automatically because of this adjacency it's showing. But if at all I want to copy paste the format of a cell, I can select the cell which is having all the formats. I'll go here. Can you see there is an option for format painter? Select this and paste it over here. Automatically then at the next cell also will be of the same format. One is with respect to the drag part, and the next one is the format painter part. Okay, perfect. Let's come back. Where were we? We are trying to understand this mistake. Correct? This is maybe a genuine mistake, but it will affect the entire collective analysis. It will lose my data. It will give me a 100% inaccurate data. So this will cause an issue. Okay, this will cause an issue. Okay, there should be some means based on which I have to limit these kind of issues. Okay, if I am the one who is trying to add the data, maybe I might be more careful while adding the data. But if I'm trying to give access to people, okay, they might do some errors while editing or entering the data. So for that, what I can do is select the data, or let's say this one, select the input criteria that I am trying to give others to add. Okay, and also add a particular condition to that particular number of cells. That is called my conditional formatting. That is what we call as conditional formatting. Okay, for that, how do we do? Just go to conditional formatting. Okay, what I'll do, I'll click on new rule. Okay, let's say highlight only. Okay, I will highlight the cells that are less than 0. Okay, and I will select, let's say I'll go to custom format, and let me specify the fill with dark red. Okay, I'll click on OK. Okay, this way I can clearly tell that whoever is entering the data can at least understand that the data that I have written is a incorrect data. There can never be any negative amount for the number of vehicles sold in that year. Okay, and even if I try to change over here, right, let's say I write as 15, I'll get a correct answer. If I change the data for, let's say, -6, did you see that I got a direct pointer stating that it cannot be negative. Okay, at least I was able to understand. Whoever is trying to edit the data has got a clear-cut understanding there is something wrong in that particular data. Let's go back. How do I do this? Let me show you once again. Select the number of cells that you're actually interested in. You can also select the next cells as well. Click on conditional formatting. You can just specify what exactly you want, specify less than, and you can specify the data. Let's say 0. Okay, is conditional formatting clear to all of you? How do I specify different categories of a particular cell based on the condition, whatever be the condition? I can select the condition, I can create a condition based on the need. Based on the need what I want. There are a lot of different things also in conditional formatting. Okay, let's say I have selected these things. Okay, here if I want to understand how exactly is the overall, let's say, club, if I remove this Mahindra, not required. Yeah, if I try to figure out the overall summarization, or let's say the overall structure of the total number of sales in a for a particular brand, that also I can do. What I'll do is, there is something called as data bars. Okay, see what I'm trying to do is, I want to figure out which car company gave me the maximum sale, which car company. So what I'll do, I'll select the number of range. Okay, I'll select the number of range. I'll go on to conditional formatting. I'll click on data bars. Okay, and then I will select any one of. Please note this, I'm not changing the data. I'm just adding an additional constraint specifying which one had got me the highest performance. Which one gave me the highest performance. I can add this to basically understand the data in a better way, or let's say visually print. Everything that I can do in terms of charts, colors, pictures, images are always better for me to understand. Okay, even here there are percentages over here, correct? I'll click on conditional formatting. Let's say I'll go for this, and I can specify that which one has the maximum percentage based on the overall practice. Yeah, lot of things that can be done with the help of a conditional formatting. Perfect. Okay, now let's move on to the next topic, which is something called as a list. Okay, for me to implement this list, let me take one example. Okay, a proper sheet that can help me out to understand what exactly a list is. Let me just resize this.
Here is a quiz question for you guys. What is the keyboard shortcut to insert a new row in Excel? And your options are Ctrl+Shift+R, Ctrl+R, Alt+R, Ctrl+Shift++. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, there are certain things that you have to follow for a particular data set to be considered as a list. Okay, even this is also a list. I'm not saying no, but please understand, if at all a data set has to be constrained, or let's say has to be considered as a list, then it should have certain things inside it such that it can be called as a list. Now the question is, what all those things? Okay, please note that the list has to have the headers. A list has to have headers, without which I cannot say that a list, this is an actual list. Okay, see this data set. Okay, I have an employee ID, I have a last name, I have first name, department, email, phone extension, location, and hiring data as well. Okay, this is some random data set where I have a set of column names. Okay, with that I also have some data. Okay, first of all, if at all I can say that it is a list, then I also have to consider that it should have these names. Okay, that are nothing but your column headers. Okay, why are column headers required? Column headers are the ones based on which I can say that one particular data has some proper meaning to it. It falls under a category. It is falling under a validation. It is having some header to it such that I can classify that data based on those headers. Okay, so the first and foremost thing that it has to have is a name, column headers to that particular data. Next thing is, I should not have any empty cells. Okay, if I see this, let me remove this. Okay, can I say that these two are belongs to a single list? Though practically it is. Okay, just because I have removed this, it doesn't make that this is of different list, but this is not. But Excel will never consider this as the same list. How can I verify that? How can I prove that to you? Click anywhere on the cell, click on Control A. Did you see that? If I specify anywhere on the cell, Control A, the only data that are associated to each other next to next are only considered. Okay, so that is the reason it should not have any null values associated to it. Okay, so that it will not be considered as a different list. Okay, so a list is nothing but a data set that has a set of headers. Okay, a set of column names associated to it, based on which I will try to add data, manipulate data, change data, or whatever it is. Okay, I will be able to manufacture a proper inference when the data are having list. What when some values are missing? Are we filling them? Depends, Marco. Okay, that totally depends. Let's say let's say I'm having this data. Okay, so first of all, whenever you're trying to understand if at all there are any missing values, first of all you will try to apply conditional formatting, specifying highlight cells, go to more rules. Yeah, specify the rule. Let me create that. There are a lot of functions that we can use. Okay, so you have to create certain, show you that, conditions based on which you have to. What if you have some duplicate values also? We have to handle those missing values also, as well as those are repetitive also. So for that, we'll try to first check with the help of conditional formatting. Then we will try to use certain functions that are already present in Excel to remove that duplicates or to avoid those null values. Okay, so this can be considered as a list because it does not have any missing values, and also it also has some headers as well. It also has some headers as well. Okay, so now we are clear with list. Now the point is, let's try to sort the list. Okay, so these have a lot of data, correct? If at all I want to check which are the employees that are there in the company from a long period of time, how can I judge them based on this? Okay, based on this particular data. Okay, hire date is one option. Other better option is employee ID. First of all, hire date also can be considered, but since it has an association with respect to the entire date, it would be better if I try to handle the entire functionality with respect to employee ID, because the person who have the maximum experience in a company will have the least number with respect to an employee ID. Okay, this is how general employee IDs are given with respect to different companies. Correct. So basically what I have to do over here, I have to sort the data. Select the data that you are trying to sort, go to data, and there is an option A to Z sort. Select that. Okay, can you see that? But though it gave us an appropriate correct answer, what if I want to sort this with multiple levels. This is correct, right? First thing I was able to do without any issues. I was able to sort. See now 1054 going ahead, the values are increasing. Now I can say that the people who are having the maximum amount of experience in that company are these people. Okay, are these people. Okay, so this is how I'll be able to figure out which people are having the maximum amount of experience with the help of sorting. So for sorting, what did I do? I just have to move on to any of this particular employee ID and just select A to Z. Lower employee ID, it doesn't match with maximum experience. If at all, let's say an employee who is working for, let's say, past 7 years will definitely have an employee ID which is very far from this. Yes, I know, but let's say you have 1368 employee ID and your hire date is 1983. Regardless of your hire date. Okay, regardless of hire date, can I say that the employee 13868 is having a better experience in that particular company than the employee ID who is having an employee ID of, let's say, 2006 or 2013, something like that? Can I say that? Yes or no? Even this higher date is also directly proportional to the employee ID. That also is correct. But since it is having an date factor in it, that will be an issue for us to with respect to sorting part. For that, what we have to do, that also we will see. Okay. For that, what we'll do, that also we will see. Sorting the list. Let's say I want to sort the name based on the first name of the employees. I'll select this first name, click on A to Z. Okay, I have now got an alphabetical order based on the first name. Okay, this is based on a single level sort. Okay, this is directly based on a single level sort. But what if I want to have multiple levels? What if I want to sort the data based on multiple levels? How can I do that? That's very important for us to know. Okay, so let's do that. So multiple level sorting. Multiple levels. Let's come back. Same thing. What I'll do, as long as you are in that list, select anywhere. Okay, this is for ascending or descending. But also we have another option for complete sort. Click on that. Okay, can you see that we have got a pop-up stating which column based on which you have to sort the data. So let's move on and let's try to sort this by first name. Okay, next thing, let's sort this based on the values A to Z. Based on the values A to Z. Yeah, based on the values A to Z. Okay, with that, I can also add another level. Let's say the second name also, the last name also based on that. If I click on OK, I can see that I was able to do that. First will always be my first name. Let's say 3 B's are here. Correct? Sort. First name, cell values A to Z. Last name, cell values A to Z. Okay. And based on that, I was able to get the data. Multi-sort, multiple level sort. Yeah, as per as the recent Excel's for rules, there we can add an up to 64 or 65 levels into one particular condition. Perfect, guys. Now let's move on to something very let's say problematic. Okay, why am I calling problematic is because this will not always be like how we are sorting it either ascending or descending. That will not be always. Okay, that will never be always. So what I'm trying to show you is what exactly is custom sorting. Perfect. So custom sort is something which we generally see in our day-to-day life activity. So let me go back to my Excel sheet. Let me search for that data that we can use to specify this. Let's say this. I think this we can use. Okay. So let's say if I want to sort the data based on the month. Okay. This is my sum scenario. What I have to do? I have to select a particular data in that particular any cell in that particular column. Just click on A to Z. Is this correct? Definitely no. Why it is not correct? Because this is not the order of how exactly the months are. Okay, it is alphabetical exactly. Even if I do this, again it is not at all making any sense. So let's do one thing for that. Let's select the data. Let's click on sort. Now we are trying to sort it by month only. Perfect. The cell values I want. Perfect. The order is not alphabetical. The order is not ascending or descending. So I'll click on more and there is an option for custom list. There is an option for custom list. Select that and now you will see a set of options with respect to month data I can choose. I have something called as January, February. I will select that. I'll click on OK. Is this better? Definitely, because now it is on a monthly basis. Now it is sorted in terms of month. Okay. Similarly, there might be a lot of places where you have to provide the format and based on which you will either be accepted or rejected. So what all we have seen? We have seen conditional formatting. We have seen list. We also have seen sorting, single level sorting. Then we have seen multi-level sorting and also custom sorting. Okay. How exactly we can use custom sorting in terms of our use cases. In terms of our use cases. Okay. So the next thing which we will see is something called as subtotals. Let this be the data. I think this will be better. Okay. So here, what we are trying to see here is, if at all I want to find the total, okay, please understand the data set. I have 5 columns: salesperson, product, units, price per unit, as well as sales. Okay, if I want to find the total sales, click on equal to, go to formulas, better, I will just use the auto sum. Correct? Perfect, no issues. Even let's say if I want to find the average price per unit, what I'll do? Same thing. I'll click on equal to and just select average and click on enter. Perfect. Units, I can again say equal to sum of the same thing. Okay, that also. But let me ask you a question. What if I want to find out the overall sales for a product called as fudge brownie? or let's say vanilla, or let's say strawberry. How can I do with the knowledge what I have? Custom sort. Let's do that. I'll go to my data. I'll click on custom sort. Let's say, what do you think I have to do first? I'll sort by product. Is that correct? I'll sort by product. Okay, perfect. Click on OK. So far, so good. I was able to do. Next thing, what do you want me to do? What I'll do is, I'll add a cell over here. Control Shift plus is the shortcut. I'll add a cell over here. Okay. And next thing, I'll add a cell over here. Perfect. Then I will click on sum of this. Next thing, average of this. Next, or let's say we keep out this average, not an interesting inference, and select the sum. Perfect. Same thing, can I apply it for all others? Let's say copy, let's say I cannot copy paste because it will give me an incorrect value. Same thing. Equal to sum and select it. Finally, equal to sum equal to sum and select the data. Same thing I'm doing again and again and again. Equal to sum and finally equal to sum. Don't you think this was a repetitive task which is not actually that helpful? Lengthy process, definitely a lengthy, and also sometimes, let's say if I have 50 products, what should I do then? It will become a very, very inconvenient way to do anything like this. It will be highly inconvenient. Correct? So I would never prefer this way. Never ever prefer this way, because it is highly lengthy process and it is completely manual. Though it is accurate, 100% accurate, it is totally manual and it is taking a lot of time for me to do this. So let's remove all this. Let's not have any of this. Okay, this is the data what please note what I'm doing right now. There is a concept of something called as subtotals. There is a concept of something called as subtotal. I'll select this cell anywhere in the list. I'll click on subtotal. Okay. Please note this. I am getting a pop-up, very important pop-up. It is asking me at each change in what I have to sum or anything, whatever I want to, what I have to do. So this will become my product. Okay. At each change in product, I have to sum what? My sales. Okay. Can I do this? Let's do that. Click on OK. Is this a better approach? 100% better, because of the way it has given me direct options to specify what it needs to be done. In the simplest way, I can directly use that subtotals to specify the column on basis of at every change in that product. I need to calculate the sum or the average or whatever with respect to a different column. This is much more convenient for me. Okay, but what was needed, without which I will not be able to do this? There was something which we did based on which I was able to do this functionality, that is sorting. Otherwise, I was not at all able to sort this out, make this as a feasible option. Why am I saying this? Let me show that as well. Okay, if now I go to subtotals, let's say same thing, click on OK. Can you see there was a huge issue in terms of repeating values? That's the reason why I was not able to have an accurate results, because I have vanilla here also, I have vanilla here also. That's not making any justification for my data. How can we use subtotals? Rather than to sort the data, add additional manual functions to specify the orderance and also preserving the data, I don't think that was very feasible for us. Then we use this subtotals as an option. Okay, so far so good. Let's look into what all things we have seen till now. We have seen conditional formatting, based on which I was able to figure out if at all there is anything that has to be taken care in terms of adding the data or editing the data. I was able to format that. Okay, there was an option, right? If at all, how exactly I can manage missing data. Let's try to do that. Let's go here. Let's say I'll remove this data, click on Control A. Okay, I'll go for my home, I'll click on conditional formatting. Okay, I'll go for new rule. Let's say I'll go for format only cell that contain type. Okay, format only cells that contain type, and then I will choose, let's say cell values are blanks. Okay, I will format this with, let's say, something as purple. Click on OK. Click on OK. Yeah, let's say I have multiple missing values. So what did I do? I selected the entire list, clicked on conditional formatting, clicked on new rule, format cells that only contain blank. I'll format it with anything I want. Let's say a yellow. Click on OK. Click on OK. I was able to do that. After that, we did look into something called as a list. Based on this, I was able to use a particular data in an efficient way. Rather than to drag it out for no reason, I was able to make use of the same data in an additional way, such that the overall inference that I'm trying to make out is in an effective manner. Okay, the next thing is sorting the list. Okay, we did look into how exactly we can sort a particular data in a single level, multiple level, as well as a custom sort level. Format a list as a table. Okay, let me do quick changes over here. Perfect. So first of all, why are we doing this? That's very important. What exactly is the need for us to do this? Which is, why are we already we have this header which is very much proper, when on basis of which we are able to sort the data, everything we are able to do. But what exactly this table comes here? This also looks like a table itself, correct? Then why are we having this, a new thing that is being brought up and also been used in a very, very huge amount of it. That's very important. Okay, before that, before getting into something called as format, as a format, list as a table, let's try to talk about something with respect to filter. We did not talk anything with respect to filter yet. Okay, let's talk about it. So let's move on to my Excel. See, now if at all I want to find out something, okay, it is very, very, very not that if at all I try to sort this data, try to figure out what exactly I want, or anything. Let's say I am trying to sort this out. Okay, I'll go to data, I'll go to sort. Okay, so if at all I want only this department AC, what is the general thing I'll do? I'll delete everything and I'll just take this. This is an approach. For sure, this is an approach, but this is not that correct and not that accurate approach that I can follow. If at all I want a data that is in a particular category, that is what I need, then I have to use something called as a filter option that will help me out to get the insight or the overall information of that particular data. Okay, what should I do? Select all the data first. I'll go here and we have an option for filter. As soon as I select that, I'm getting drop down options over here. Yes, I'm getting drop down options. Okay, how do we sort that out? Okay, what is the use of that drop down? Please note that, let's say if I want only the department AC, I can select that and I can click on it. Let's say in that AC, I want people who are, okay, here I have only two. So let's say I want people whose employee ID, that cannot be justified. Let's say I want only the people who are having the extension 101. Can I say this is an actual way in which I was able to do two things? First, I was able to satisfy multiple conditions. Yeah, correct. And I was also maintaining the old data, or I was able to retain the data as what I was having earlier. Just by removing this filter, I will be able to see the entire data. Okay, let's take one more example. Let's say I want the department 80 over here. What I'll do, I'll select all the data, click on filter, and now I'll select on the department. I'll remove the select all option and I can select this 80 option. I'm getting it. Filter actually works, and it is actually used in a lot of ways to demonstrate the use of a variety of different functions, filtering it out with respect to category, and accordingly we'll be able to match an appropriate results as well. If you want to remove this, just remove filter. Okay, now the next thing which I was referring to is how exactly you are formatting a list. How exactly you are formatting a list to something called as a table. Okay, first let me explain you the need of that. Okay, the need of that can be strictly explained as, let's say, to look into this data, I think it is not that good. Okay, because if I want to check for a particular customer or let's say particular employee, then I have to look in that entire data figure out what exactly is the extension, but also maintaining the same line while reading is difficult. Okay, that is extremely difficult. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, let me just do this, make, let's say, for visually much pleasing, I'll just add some. Yeah, I'll copy the same format here, here, alternate. Yeah, I think this is better, right? I was able to look into the data in a better way, and also the approach at which I can just directly match to a particular name or an ID is pretty much simple. Okay, but what if I do some changes? Let's say I'll go into any one of this. Just copying the format to some more columns or rows to show you the implementation of yeah, let this be the case. So what I'm trying to say is, let's say this is the overall table that I'm trying to match. And now the thing is, if I sort this out, let's say with respect to column employee ID, please note that the entire formatting is gone. Entire formatting is gone. I'll not be able to justify what was the data earlier, and the entire structure of that particular table is totally gone, correct? So that's the issue. I cannot use this manual way to specify everything. Okay, let me remove all these things. Yeah, this is the data what I have. I'll remove the filter as well. So to this data, if I'm trying to convert this list as a table, let's see what happens. Select this. Let me directly convert this. Can you see that there is an option format as table? Yeah, let me select this entire data. Go to format as table. Let me select something like this. This is way more better. Is this better? Even this filter option is automatically added in table. Yeah, is this better? Definitely better than a list. Okay, I was able to create an entire proper design for my table. I was also able to add filters to it. And even, please note, if at all, I'm trying to find out the overall count here. Let's say count of the total number of values. Okay, I'm getting 53, correct? I'm getting 53. Now let's say I filter this out. I filter this out with respect to my phone extension, or let's say even better, I filter this out with respect to my building 1 and 2. Okay, I'm getting only building 1 and 2. Yes or no? I can do that. And also, when you see this, you will also get a drop down over here if you want to find anything else. Let's say if you want to find the overall sum of values of this, it doesn't make any sense, but yes, you can do that directly. Everything happens spontaneously if at all you are having direct association with your data from list to a table. Okay, and also you have this cell styles that you can change to. Okay, now let's try to do one basic let's say an exercise. Okay, let's try to do that. Let's do one thing. Let's try to check whether we have certain values in, let's say if at all we have any duplicate values in a particular data set. First thing, I showed you that, right? I showed you how exactly we can check if at all there are data that are having duplicates. What was the approach that we took? Yeah, what was the approach? Quickly, we used conditional formatting. Exactly, correct. We used something called as conditional formatting. So I'll do the same approach. Okay, I'll try to formulate the entire conditional formatting to my employee ID column. To my employee ID column. And here, let me select conditional formatting, highlight cells, values, okay, duplicate values. Okay, and let me just give it as a yellow text and yellow. Can I say that I do have duplicate values? Correct. I have a few duplicate values. Correct. But I was able to point this out. Was I able to remove it? No. I was able to point it out. What can be the approach? Data remove duplicate. We'll go to data. And there is an option where we can remove duplicates, which is this. Can you see? We have an option. Let me show you again. First, go to data, go to remove duplicates. Okay, which is the column that I have to specify? I have to specify my employee ID, because that exactly we are trying to refer it to. Click on yes, 4 duplicate values removed. Click on OK. And now if I check, initially it was 53. Now it is 49. Was I able to check where exactly I was having duplicate values with the help of conditional formatting? Yes, I was able to do that. And also I was able to also check if at all there are duplicate values, how do we remove this in the best way possible directly? That also I was able to. List functions. Okay, so let's move on to my Excel sheet. Let's try to understand what are these list functions. Okay, let's take a different, yeah, we can use this. Okay, so I have this data where I can use this to figure out how do I use something called as list functions. Okay, so first let me explain you what exactly I am trying to implement in this particular data set. Okay, the question is, try to find out the overall total sales that are under my rent category. Okay, sort and subtotal. Okay, let's do that. First thing, let me sort this with respect to category. Okay, then I'll go for subtotal. Okay, let's say I want. Can you do that? No. It is not able to understand the data. Okay, though the approach was pretty much correct. Though the approach was pretty much correct, but will not be able to do that. So let's try to figure out how exactly we can do this. Okay, we can use the concept of something called as the list functions, in which we have a set of different functions. Okay, if you know one function, it is pretty much likely that you will be able to solve the same thing with different functions. Okay, the only thing that you have to understand is the logic. Okay, the only thing that you have to understand is the logic. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, please note this. I'll take up this value, Control C, Control V. Okay, I don't want this any sorts of font. I can, without this also I can do, or rather I'll just write it down. Category. Okay, simple category. Now what I'll do is, what exactly I need, on what category I'm trying to build. Let's say I'll go for something called as rent as one category. I'll go for something called as advertising. Okay, make sure that the words that you are writing down are very much exactly the same thing what you have. Okay, let me bold this out just to keep it different. Correct? I am having this particular category and I want to find out the overall sales that have been taken in terms of advertising. How do I do that? So we can use something called as dsum, okay, which is something called as a database sum actually. Okay, with that I will be able to justify that whether I will be able to use a specific criteria for based on a specific condition. Let's say I want to find the total sales. I'll write down total sales. I'll write down total sales. Okay. Now what is the function that I have to use? I have to use a function called as dsum. I have to use a function called as dsum. Okay. Now there are three things that I have to specify. Okay, I have to specify three things over here. There is something called as a database, there is something called as a field, and there is also something called as a criteria. Okay, and the database will be the entire data, right? My entire data, which is from A1 to F59. How did I select? Let me repeat. How did I select? I will click on equal to dsum, double click, specify the first cell, Control Shift right, Control Shift down. This way, I'll be able to specify the entire data. Let me show you if it is working or not. dsum, control. Rather, if it is not working, you can opt for the one which I have showed you. I think this is not working. Okay, so I would prefer to use the one which I have showed, which is selecting a cell, Control Shift A and down. Okay, the next thing which I want to specify is, we show back, which is the field. Okay, what is the field that actually I want? I want my total charges, right? Yes or no? I want my total charges. I can either select this or I can also specify the column number as well. Okay, I can also specify the number of that column number as well. Okay, two parameters did you get? First one is the database. Second one is the field that I'm actually interested in. Okay, and this is very important. What exactly is the criteria, which is actually the main reason why we have created another dialog for the entire input. Okay, so basically I have to select this entire thing. For that, it will understand, the dsum function will understand that in my entire data set for the category total sales, I want find out wherever the category is advertising to fetch all the results for total sales. For total sales. Let's see whether this works. Yes, we were able to do that. We were able to do that. What I'm trying to say over here is, let's write down first thing. I want to specify the category. Below it, I will specify the actual category based on which I need the records. I'll specify it as, let's say other one, let's say consultants. Consultants. It has to be the same. It has to be the same. Otherwise, it will not work. First, let's manually figure out what exactly is the answer for this. Okay. Yeah. So it's somewhere around 17,340. Okay. Fine. So let's try to check whether this same output we are getting it or not. So category done, consultants done. So this is what my question is. I want to find out the entire total sales of the category consultants. Let's try to do that. For that, I can write the total sales like this. Okay, and now here I can specify the function, which is dsum. Yeah, and we have three parameters that I have to pass. Okay, the first parameter is the entire database. Control shift right side, control shift down. This way I was able to specify the database. Perfect. Next thing is something called as field. Field is the reference that I actually need. That is my total sales, because that is what I am trying to fetch for. Okay, that is what I am trying to fetch for. So I'll select total charges, comma, and the criteria. In criteria, I'll select this entire thing. I'll select this entire criteria. I'll click on close, click on enter. Am I getting the same result what I was getting earlier? No. Is it not the same result? 17,340, the one which I showed here, and here. Same, right? That will confirm that my working of that particular data is pretty much accurate. Okay. Now, what if I add you? Let's add this as well to make it more interesting. Okay. What if I would also ask you to give me the value? Okay. Criteria is this, dsum equal to dsum, database, the entire database, close this. Okay. Next thing, field is this, criteria is this, which is my actual data that I have to match, where the data for a particular category should be consultants. The data for a particular category should be consultants. That will be like my condition. That will be like my condition specifying which I'll get the correct output. let me add you an interesting add-on to this, which is very helpful for you. Let's say if I want not only for consultants, I want for clerical support as well. For clerical support as well, I want to find out the total sales that happened between the category consultants as well as my clerical support. I just have to do one thing. Add the data over here, which is clerical support. Okay, remove this. Let's say I'll merge this. Okay, I'll write down the function over here, clicking dsum. Yeah, I'll specify the data set. Please note this very carefully. Dsum, comma, the field again total sales. So the coordinates will be H4 to H6. And specify here, click on enter. If you want to verify, let's verify. First of all, okay, both are together only, right? So it will be very easy for me to show as well. Let me verify. There is no as such as feature in any other platform that we can use with the help of dsum function, or similar to this, we have a lot of different functions that I can just give it to you so that you can have a look into. Okay, we'll do one more implementation of those two functions. Okay, now let's add one small addition to this. Let me clear this. Okay, let me explain you the scenario first. Let me remove this. Let me edit this. Okay, let me just perfect. This looks great. Okay, so I'll bring this to somewhere here. I will remove this. Okay, now what I'm trying to say, understand here is, now so far so good, we were able to perform data for both the things. Okay, I was able to get the total sales. I was able to get the total sales for, let's say, both consultants as well as clerical supports. Correct? Perfect. One more thing let's add here. What if I also want to add another condition that whatever category that I'm getting, either if it is consultants or clerical support, I just want the data's division to be as, let's say, West. Here, what is happening? Here we are trying to use an OR operator, meaning both these conditions should satisfy. Now what I'm saying is, I want another condition that acts as an AND to this particular category. Meaning, with this, there is an additional condition where the division should be, let's say, West. Where the division should be West. So first of all, I will be using dsum. That is so completely sure. Okay. Now, I'll add one more thing over here. Please note, the whole point is, in both this category, the division should be West. So I'll copy paste West also here. Okay. I'll copy paste West over here as well. Okay, now let's try to build a particular dsum function. So dsum is done, database done, comma, what is the field? Again, the total sales field. Next, what is the criteria? That's the one which we are changing now. First, what did we do? We were selecting only this. No. Now what we'll do is, we will select this entire thing the same way how it is. It will automatically understand that there is an AND operation between these two columns and there is an OR operator between these rows. Okay, I repeat that there is an AND operator between these columns and there is an OR operator between these rows. And I will close this and I'll click on enter. We have an overall sum totals of 91,085. Let's confirm this. Okay, so we have consultants and clerical support here. So first one, we have 75,000 and West consultants, we have 16,000. Am I matching the result? Let's try to figure out with respect to the same function, something called as D average. Okay, here we are trying to figure out for sum, correct? Same thing, we'll do it for D average. Okay, I'll just write D average. Okay, I want to find that the average sales, okay, average total sales in the entire data set, where the category is either consultants or clerical support, where the category, sorry, the field is total sales, where the category is either consultants or total support. I'll get that out. Okay, Naveen, is these are called AND or OR conditions? These are called as list functions. Okay, working is similar to AND or OR conditions. This is my D average function. I'll write it on D average function. Okay, similarly, we also have D count as well. D count. Okay, for this, let's do one new thing. Instead of the same old thing, let's try to have something in category. Okay, let's say I want to find the total amount, the total count of the members in consultants and contractors, and also let's say copy. Okay, and I will keep it in terms of total sales. Okay, cool. Now I'll use the same D count function where the data set is the entire data set. I have wantedly done one mistake that I want you to figure out. The field will be total sales and this will be the criteria. Okay, I'm getting 8 as the total number of count. Okay, but please note how many? First one, we have consultants, we have 5. Okay, then we have contractors 8, then we have copying 4. Why am I getting this wrong result? The reason was because of this one, let's say, mistakes happen. Yeah, that mistakes that can happen. Yeah, notable mistakes. Because of one simple mistake, I was getting a wrong result out here. Okay, that is the reason we have to make sure to have the same data what we are having in the data set. Otherwise, we will get a wrong result. So basically, the whole idea about these database functions are just to get an idea or the outputs or the answers based on a specification, based on a particular condition, based on a particular draft. This is the whole idea for database functions, correct? But we also have something called as a subtotal function. Okay, we also have something called as a subtotal function. it returns the subtotal in a list or a database. Okay, but the point is even dsum used to do that, daverage used to do that. What exactly is the major change? Correct? Let's try to understand this. So I have this particular data set. Okay, I have this particular data in which I have something called as division, category, Jan, Feb, March. So basically, based on different categories and divisions, there are overall total number of sales or total sales that have been occurred in a particular category in a particular division. That's the whole idea. So let's do one thing. Let us add 2 more columns over here. Okay, let me just tell all this. Yeah, so what I'll do is first let me calculate the sum of the entire. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to do is that is to calculate the total number of sales overall. This I'm trying to figure out with respect to the total sales through this sum column. This is not a big deal. We have already seen this. This is perfect, not at all an issue. But what exactly is the overall usage of subtotal? That is the whole idea here that we are talking. Like how in every database function, we used to solve based on conditions. Even subtotal can be handled in the same way. Okay, but here what we are trying to do is we are trying to do just create a scenario based. Okay, so let's try to understand this first. So this is some perfect. Let's try, let's say if I filter this is my filter. Let's say I will filter it with respect to advertising. No issues. Let's say I'm also including clerical support. I'm getting the output. Let's say I'm also including copy. That is also fine. Basically, I'm just showing you the use case of filter. But regardless of whatever be the category, whatever be the condition, or whatever be the overall subjectual basis in which we are trying to filter the data, this is not changing. This is not at all changing. It should not change because what is the function that we have used? We have used a sum function where we are trying to add the data from F4 to F61. Perfect, no issues. But please understand the use case of a subtotal now. Okay, I'll write equal to, I'll use the subtotal function and I'll click on formula. Let me explain this, what exactly it is asking. Okay, so first of all, understand this. Return subtotal in a list or a database. It doesn't make any sense, or nobody can easily understand anything out of this definition. Okay, but there are 2 parameters that you have to understand if you want to understand the whole subtotal function. There are 2 parameters. One is the function number, other one is the reference.
Here's a quick quiz question for you guys. What does the COUNTIF function do in Excel? And your options are: counts the number of cells that meet a condition, calculates the average range of cells, calculates the sum of a range of cells, and returns the maximum value in a range of cells. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
But the point is, this function number has a lot of different implementations or ideas. See, it says that function number is a number from 1 to 11 that specifies the summary function for that particular subtotal. Again, this doesn't make any sense. Let's try to understand it in a better way. So let me open this, help on this function. So this is just a parameter that we have to pass over here by understanding this. Okay, so please note that function num is a parameter that we have to pass based on these values. So there are basically 2 ways for individual function. One, by including the hidden rows, other one is by ignoring the hidden rows. So if at all, let's say if I have hidden this particular row. This is the total difference based on which I can either specify this particular value or this particular value. Okay, so even if it is hidden, I can go for 1, it will do the calculation. If you want to ignore that, then you have to go to this. Simple. So that is what we are doing. Let's unhide this. Clear? So let me go back. So function num is a parameter that we have to pass based on this condition. So if we are trying to find the average, we have to pass either 1 or is 101. Okay. If you want to count 2 or 102. Count a 3 or 103. Max 4 or 104. Let's do one thing. Let's try to sum this. Okay. Let's try to sum this. 9 or 109. So I don't have any hidden values. So I'll directly go for this one. I can include hidden or let's say not to worry about. So I'll go for 9. I will specify equal to subtotal function and I'll specify 9 over here. Okay. Now please understand that this reference is nothing but the same thing what we have specified here. Okay. Which is my total charge, total sales. So control shift down. Okay. Control shift down. This way, let us click on enter. I don't have any second reference. Then I'll click on OK. Can you see? I have got the same output. If you want, I can also format this. Yes or no? What is the difference? Correct? Nobody asked. Let me answer that. Please note that this also is giving me the same output. This also is giving me the same output. What exactly is the overall implementation of subtotal then? Correct? Everybody understood the question? First of all, directly if I'm using sum function, specifying the entire column data, I'm getting the output. But what exactly is so special about something called as a database function, where I'm trying to fetch the output based on which I was able to get output. Directly also I was able to do. What is so special? Please understand now. So I'll do one thing. Okay. But apart from that, I don't see any much value to that. Correct? I don't see any much major differences, major huge sets based on which I can say that, okay, it was a wonderful function based on which I was able to do a set of tasks. No. So let me show you the use case of that. I'll select this. I will go to data. I'll apply filter. Okay. Let's say I am trying to figure out the whole point with respect to advertising. Can you see that? The value changed. Let's say I am trying to also include consultants. Can you see that? Also, let's say I'm adding software as well. Was I able to add an additional interactivity based on how I'm specifying the filter with the help of a subtotal function? What exactly is a subtotal function? See, first of all, here we did not see any change based on any sorts of filterization. But as soon as I use subtotal, I was able to do that. Okay. Let's say I add technical support, telemarketing, as well as rent. I'll click on OK. I am getting the result. Okay. But one question to all of you. What if I try to filter multiple columns? Will I get the appropriate results? Yes or no? What if I add another condition in another column? Will I get the output or not? Okay, let's try to understand that. I will add another filterization only for, let's say, east and west. Can you see? I was also able to do that. I was also able to make sure that even when I'm having multiple filterizations in multiple columns, I was able to get an appropriate results with the help of a subtotal function. Okay, so that exactly is a subtotal function. So, okay, all of you understood what exactly is a subtotal function? We can use this subtotal function to extract the data based on some conditions. Same thing we were able to do with the help of dsum, daverage, all those things. But the use case in terms of subtotal is pretty much high. There was no need for you to specify multiple arguments or do anything. Okay, let me write down this also, or let's open a notepad and write it down. Subtotal function. So I can say that a subtotal function is a database function in which we can specify the conditional aspect of a particular condition. Okay, perfect. So the next thing which we are going to look in today's session is something with respect to data validation. Okay, so let me tell you what exactly is data validation. First of all, the definition is data validation is a technique in which we try to regulate the form of data. Okay, in which we try to regulate, but it doesn't make you a proper understanding with respect to what exactly is data. Let me explain you some scenario based question. Okay, so let's say, okay, I have so many input data. Correct. So basically, the whole point here is we have Chevy, we have Oldsmobile, Ford, Chrysler, Pontiac, Ford, Chevy, Dodge. So basically, let's say in a company, I'm having only these type of models. Okay, or let's say these type of models. Okay, now if I try to take inference based on this, will I get an appropriate result? Will I get an appropriate result? Let's say I have one data has something like this. If I want to find the total models of Lumina, the output will be only one, because this and this are pretty much different. Okay, though we say that both are same only, but for Excel to understand, we cannot specify the same way how we have specified over here. We cannot do that. Correct. So we are trying to restrict the entry to the entire data set. That exactly was my concept of data validation. Okay, why exactly do you think you need this? If at all I want to have a proper inference, complete inference of anything, let's say that as a statistical company, financial company, even let's say a edtech company or automobile company, any company, if I have a proper data set, if I have the exact data inputs that I'm looking for, then I will definitely I'll be able to function the entire report in a better way or extract the inference in a better way. I'll be able to get the overall idea about a particular inference in the most accurate way. Correct? That is the need of data validation. That is the need of data validation. Everybody understood this? I can write it as, if the data is not accurate, we will not be able to justify the whole inference. Will you agree with this? I'll not be able to judge, or let's say figure out what exactly is the whole inference of a particular data. That is the reason why we have this data validation. So we are trying to restrict or regulate the usage or the entry of data into all my data sets. Okay, so let's try to do that. How exactly we can do this? Let's say we want to regulate that nobody else should enter, make, or let's say I'll write it as company. Okay, let's say brand. Okay, brand apart from these values. Let's try to do that. First of all, I have to understand what exactly should be my input. Can I specify data validation to all the cells? Definitely you can. But the whole point over here is we have to restrict the main scenarios, okay, where this cannot be changed. Okay, ID number can be as per as the whole idea, it can be anything. Doors, it can change. Okay, so I will try to validate the data in this particular cells. Now I'm trying to figure out, yeah, let me explain you what exactly is data validation. Data validation is nothing but to restrict. Let's say I give you this sheet. Okay, let's say I have only these many number of brands. Okay, and if you write Chevy, perfect, no issues. I can later on try to get the whole models of Chevy properly. Okay, but if you write something like a Chevy, this is also correct. As per as logic is there, this is also correct. This also holds the same meaning of that as this, but Excel needs to understand. If I try to fill later on to check for all the, let's say I am trying to get a database sum for all the brands of Chevy with some else model. So this will be left out because this data is not at all meeting as per as what the whole point exactly is discussing. That is the reason why we have to have data validations in most of the scenarios. Now let's try to create one data validation. I'll select this and I'll select few more rows. Okay, let's say so many rows. Okay, or for better, let's try to have till 22 rows. Okay, now please note that I am trying to create a data validation measure to suppress the user not to input any other value than the specified brands. What I have to do, I will go for, I'll select the brand first, I'll select the brand, then I'll go for data. And please note that I have something called as, in the data tools, I have something called as data validation. Okay, I'll select that. Let me repeat all the steps. First, select the number of cells that you want to apply data validation measures. Let's say 25 rows. Then go to data. In data, you have something called as data tools, and then you have something called as data validation. Let's click on data validation. And now the point is, there are three things. First, we have settings. One, we have input message. One, we have error alert. Okay, these two we'll look in later. Let's try to understand what exactly is setting. Okay, so in settings, you just have to provide the criteria based on which you have to accept or deny the values in that particular cells. That is the reason why we have selected few more cells. First of all, this is already there. We cannot do anything with respect to already present data. Okay, for me to check for few more cells, I have extracted that particular extraction procedure. So now I'll do allow. I'll select this. Please note, allow. I will just have to take any one of this. Okay, either I can go for a whole number, either I can go for a decimal, either I can go for a list, either I can go for a date, and so on. As per as this, what should I go for? What is the parameter that I have to choose? This is not a numeric data. Then it will not make any sense if I go with the first three. Correct. So first thing I'll do, I will select something called as list. Okay, I will specify something called as list over here. After that, I will just write down the list. Let's say Chevy, comma, Olds, comma, Pontiac, comma, Ford, comma, Chevy, it's already there, Dodge, next, yeah, these are the more brands what we have. Okay, I'll do click on okay. Okay, please note, did I do any change? Everything looks very similar. There is no change at all. Let's say I am adding another additional input. let's say 43, ID number 43. When I'm selecting this, if I'm double clicking it, please note that there is a drop down that I'm getting. I'm getting a drop down based on which I have to select anyone. Yes or no? Is this a better way? Let's say I selected Chevy. Am I getting appropriate Chevy rather than anything apart from that? Yes, perfect. I'll complete this. Let's say I give it as Caravan. Please note that even if I give CARA, it doesn't make any sense. Though it might be a genuine mistake also. Can you see it is not giving me any error. It is not giving me any error. Don't you think this is a drawback when I'm trying to formulate any inference? Correct? Definitely. I'll not be able to do anything out of which. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to avoid. Okay, let's say I input as something called as Kara. Let's say 2, let's say YS, let's say NO, let's say NO, let's say YS, and let's say 20. Okay, though the entire data input looks correct, there are many things that they have to make sure. First of all, this data is not at all making any sense. This yes is not similar to this yes. This no is not similar to this no. Same goes with all others. Yes. So that is why we can use this data validation as a preliminary way in which we'll try to regulate the input of a particular user or of particular ranges, based on which we can say that yes, you are allowed to enter this data or no. Since we got a dropdown, let's continue it some further. Okay, let's try to continue it for some more time to understand what if I don't give something else. Okay, I have I have some question. In real life, we probably won't be using this that much, since related to inputs, with inputs mostly. Marco, it's not like that. Okay, that is what we'll continue. Okay, even in real life, we do use this data validation measures, because if at all it is not matching with the criteria or the list specified, it will definitely be removed from that particular data set. You have specified data validation for only this particular column. Let's try to add it over here also. Let me do one thing. I'll select this data up to 25. Okay, I'll go for data validation. Okay, since this is a numeric data or a currency data, what I'll do is I just have to regulate the overall need as well. Okay, let's say I don't want any input in my data that is greater than 25. And also, I would also limit that any data that is less than 10, I will not take in. So I will just specify any value to, let's say, decimal value, and the minimum value that I should be having in the data set is 10.0, and the maximum number is, let's say, 25.0. Okay, I'll click on OK. Okay, still you will see no change. When, let's say, you are entering a data, let's say 44, here you will get the, let's say, Ford. I'll give something as Lumina or anything. Okay, I'll write it as 2. I will write it as Y. I'll write it as no. I will write it as again no. I will write it as Y. And now here I can again give input without any drop down or something. Let me give, let's say, 14.0. It will not give me any error because it is under that particular range. Correct? Let me give 16. Again, it will not give me error because it is again under that range. If I give something called, let's say, 4.5, can you see this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell? Am I getting that error? Why? Because we have applied data validation measures. Because we have applied data validation measures. Okay. Now I hope it is clear, Bala. Okay. Now please note that, yeah, so far so good. Let's continue one step ahead, and please note here we have applied data validation. Correct. What if I write something called as, let's say FORRD? Okay. It is not allowing me, but this will not be a, can we apply multiple restrictions? Yes, you can. But don't you think this is not that user friendly? If every time it gives me something like that, I have to click on this, change the data to exactly. Though it is giving me a proper way to add data, but it's not so user friendly when it comes to trying to fetch the input with respect to these kind of scenarios. What I'll do right now is the same thing. I'll select this. I'll select the data that I actually am referring to. Okay. Now I'll go for data validation. Okay. Now I'll keep it as list and I'll keep the same data. But if you go to that input message, okay, you can write anything. Okay. Let's say, please input message. Let's say write the data under these categories. Okay. Let's say message over here and write the data under the specified categories. Okay, I'll click on OK, and please now let's see, am I getting a message prompt also? Write the data under the specified categories, and then I'll select this and enter the data. Okay, if I am writing something called as something like some random data, it will give me error. But this error doesn't have to be always like this. You can also try to maintain something else as well. Okay, so let me show you that also. I'll select the data. Everybody clear with the message? How I'm getting this message? If you hover it over, you will get a proper way in which it can be told that you have to specify the appropriate. Okay, perfect, guys. Now let's do the continuation of it. If there is a gap between a row, it is difficult to drop down. You mean to say this? If there is a gap in between the rows, like specified. Okay, I understood. It's not like that. You can select it. It's fine. You can select it. Okay, so I was talking about, they'll still give you the appropriate. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah, so as I was discussing, if I specify anything apart from this, it will give me an error message. This also you can try to change. How? Let me show you. So I'll select the same thing again until, let's say, 25. 25, correct? I'll go to data. I'll go to data validation. Okay, in settings, I have the input data. In this, I also have the message. And now here we also have an error. Okay, this error also defines the way in which you are allowing the new data to be stored, or you are not allowing that new data to be stored. Okay, let's see how. First thing we saw with respect to was the stop. I am not allowing any data apart from this. Okay, apart from this to be allowed while entering into the data. Okay, second thing is I also have something called as a warning. Okay, I also have something called as a warning that will show me the warning and also tell that, please, let's say I'll write warning, please change it to appropriate value, and click on. Okay, please note that if I specify anything apart from this, now I'll not get an error. I will get a warning symbol. Please change it to an appropriate value. If I say no, it will hold the value. Okay, it will hold the value. It will not move ahead. Okay, I'll click on continue, and now it will keep that value only. It will keep that value itself. Okay, everybody understood the whole point of this data validation technique and how exactly the different variations of the messages, input messages, and as well as the errors you can try to change. If we try to apply the entire thing and specify it under data validation, okay, let's click on okay. Okay, if I specify it over here, don't you think it will be a hectic job for me to just create a segment of scenario where I have to even validate numeric data, brand or data, or let's say a calculative data, measures data, decimal data, or also just the whole number data? It will not make any sense if I try to give the entire data in a single validation. Okay, if at all there is a scenario in which we can definitely, if at all the whole columns are of numeric data and we need to specify that it should fall under a particular category, that we can do. That we can surely do. But apart from that, generally what do? We generally plot the entire data in single columnatory referenced. Okay, we will extract the entire data one by one column and accordingly specify the data validation. Okay, perfect. So I hope everything with respect to data validation is pretty much clear. Perfect. Now let's move on to the next topic, which is how exactly you can import files. Okay, I'm not, till now what we were doing, we were opening a particular Excel, which is, let me show you, opening an Excel formatted, correct? Everything was with respect to the Excel formatted data. Everything till now, whatever we are doing. But what if I want to extract something else? What if I want to extract the tab limited data? What if I want to extract data, comma separated data? Correct? Yes or no? Let's do one thing. Let's create a simple notepad. Let's say I'm having 5 columns in that. A, B, C, D, E, in which I'm having data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say I also have something called as small a, tab B, tab C, tab D, tab E, and also let's say I have some exclamatory rational symbols to just give you a simple example. Also let's say hash, tab, dollar, tab, percentage. Okay, so far so good. What I'll do, I'll save this in my desktop, saying let special symbols dot txt. Okay, I have saved this and I will close this. Okay, the first question is, can we extract the data which are of another format into Excel? Can everybody answer me this? Can we extract data of other formats into Excel? Definitely yes, because Excel is so widely used not only for one specific amount of data, one specific type of data. Definitely no. Excel gives you an idea in terms of each and every type of data. Okay, maximum amount of different data can be accommodated in Excel. But the only way is you have to formulate the data. You have to convert a data into a specific format that can be used in Excel. Okay, that thing you have to do. Okay, so we have a data set called as special symbols. This is tab delimited. correct? What I'll do, let's try to import. Okay, let's try to import that. For that, what I'll do, I can go directly. Okay, I'll click on open and just find that, but I want you to show in a better way. I'll go to data, which is over here. Okay, can you see that we have an option specifying from text / CSV? Okay, I'll select that. And now I'll go to, let's say, desktops, where I was having that. Okay, special symbols dot, I'll click on import. Now I should see a pop-up. Okay, that will ask me to do some changes into it before loading the data. Please note this. Can you see that? First of all, it shows me the origin. Okay, please note that automatic. Did I specify that it is a tab delimited? No, right? Automatically it understood that the data is tab delimited. Okay, now, okay, this is fine. Automatically Excel does that. Till now, by now you should be able to see, understand that. Now there is an option for load and transform. Transform is with respect to Power Query, that you need not know this, but in load also you have two options. You have load and load. Okay, let's click on load. Okay, now you can specify, let's say if you want to create a new worksheet. Okay, you want the data to be as a table format, or you want it to be as a pivot table format, or pivot table, pivot chart, or anything. Let me keep it as table and let me give it in a new sheet. I'll click on OK. And now I should be able to see that particular data into my Excel in the same way how I specified in the text file. The only point is here in Excel, it automatically got notified that it is of a tab delimited data. Okay, perfect. Let's take one more example. I have, let's say I should be having, okay, I have this comma separated file. Let me do one thing. I'll go to this particular file. I'll extract this. I'll paste it over here just to have a proper way exactly it is. Okay, now what I'll do is I will go to data, same again. I'll go to from /CSV. I'll go to desktop and I'll specify my customer churn data set. I'll click on import. Okay, can you see that again automatically it understood that it is a comma separated file? Okay, how can I confirm that? Let me close this. I'll right click. I'll click on open with notepad. It's a comma separated file. Automatically Excel understands it as a comma separated file. Let me show you data from text, customer churn. Automatically the data is imported as a CSV file. Okay, if you want, you can also change the formats as well. But since it has understood it in the best way, let's keep it that. And I will load to as a table in a new worksheet, specifying it as okay. And now I'm having that particular table in my Excel. Okay, perfect. So this is how you will be able to import any data that is not in the same format as such as Excel format or XLSX format. Okay, you can also extract or import the data from, let's say, databases as well. Okay, you can do that. Okay, but anyways, we will not be showing that. What you have to do is just refer to this. Select data. Okay, select data. And now here you have an option where you can specify from where exactly you can. Let's say get data from database. Okay, you can, if you want to extract the data from different servers, you can extract that or import the data as per as specified. Okay, fine. Now we have seen importing the data, correct? Did we see anything with respect to exporting the data? What if I want to export the data as a text file? Okay, see this data, my customer churn, correct? This can be extracted as an XLSX file. That everybody knows. Correct, that everybody knows. Now it can easily be saved as an XLSX form without any problems. Okay, but what if I want to change the format or export the format as per the need? How can I do that? Okay, let's understand that. So let's say I have that table over here. Yeah, I have that over here. Let's say this is the data. Okay, if I want to save this as a text file, how can I do this? I can go to file. There is a direct option for you to export. Select that. Okay, and now you have an option to change the file type, and based on which, let's say if I want to change the format as text file, I'll select this. I'll click on save as, and let's say I will save it in Excel, and I will write it as example, and okay, example under dot ex. Click on save. Okay, the issue was export, change file type, double click, example, save this in desktop to show you. Click on OK. Click on OK. This will only do for the ongoing sheet, not for the entire workbook. If you want me to confirm, let me show you that example.text. Got it? How to export the data as well? Pivot table is something which is people have an idea that it is very tough or something. It is not actually. People have a misconception that in Excel there are some topics that are really hard. Something in which is also included as pivot table, which is actually not true. Okay, let me give you a brief idea on what exactly is a pivot table. Okay, how do we use that? What exactly is the overall use case of it? Let's take this as an example. I'll not take this into the input, not to worry, but let's take just to explain what exactly is a pivot table. So a pivot table is a table that is used to summarize the data. Okay, a pivot table is something that helps you to quickly summarize the data. Okay, the question is, what is wrong with this data? Okay, we have a lot of data. Let's say in this particular input, we have 7,044 records. Okay, if you remove that headers, 7,043 records, right? But together, I don't think anybody will go into individual records, check the dependence, or let's say check the values, check the columns. It's not at all possible. It doesn't make any sense. It will not fetch you any results as well. It will not help you out in anything. Correct? It will not at all help you even in bringing some inferences out of it. Correct? So that is the reason we had a lot of examples such as these list functions, table formatted data, filter, also the list functions, the dtotal, all these subtotal, decount, deaverage, all these are nothing but different ways in which we'll be able to have control with the inference of the entire data. Correct? Everybody agrees with this? Basically, all these things till now, whatever we have learned is just to help us out to get some proper output or inferential output in terms of the overall understanding of the data. Okay, if the data is small, maybe I can get a proper, okay, let's say, okay, fine, Chevy is so much, okay, let's say the model Cavalier is so much, everything. But let's say the data is huge. Let's say the data, whichever we are trying to understand or let's say bring out, is not at all small. Then it is very hard for us to inference that out of those things as well. Okay, I will be able to not get 100% inference in terms of the overall implementation as well. Let's understand now pivot table. Pivot table, as told, let me write it down as well. A pivot table, to just give you a very formal introduction, I can write say a quick way to summarize the data. Till now, what we have learned, right? Those ways are pretty much direct manual ways in which I have to select the input range, specify the categories, also specify the output range as well. Okay, if I want to change that, then again I have to create another function, specify the input range, specify the categories, specify the conditions, again specify the output range. We were able to summarize there also, but the whole implementational aspect was not that much intact. Okay, so that is the reason why this pivot table is such an important concept or such an important tool, on basis of which I can say that yes, I was able to bring some important inference out of that pivot table. Okay, so the use case, I can say that used the best, one of the best way to get the inference interactively. Okay, here there is no as such any need for you to apply a formula or anything. We can do the entire implementation of a pivot table just with the help of the graphical user interface. Okay, let me show you one example. I have this data, right? So let's check what exactly this data is all about. Yeah, so here we have a data, some random data in which I think the sales of a particular type of product in a particular year, month, as well as the person who sold this and the region, the overall sales, the unit sold, and the order ID as well. All these are as in the overall data. Okay, let's take an example to understand the pivot table. The total number of sales, or let's say the overall sales that took place for the product ice cream in the year 2013. How exactly you can do that in terms of all the things what you have learned? In terms of all the things what you have learned. With the help of pivot table, how perfectly, or let's say how in ease we can do this. Okay, let's try out that. So what I'll do is I will try to extract the entire, this I'll add one more scenario. Okay, I just not only need for a specific value, for a specific, no, I'll just explain this in a better way. I need the entire categories of data individually, meaning that I want the number of products that are sold in a particular month. Okay, in a particular month, meaning how many ice creams have been sold in month January, how many frozen yogurts, or let's say how many types, or how many were sold in February, or something like this. Okay, let's try to do that in the best way possible. That is in terms of pivot table. Okay, first and foremost thing, this is not actually mandatory, but if you convert this list, this is a list, everybody will agree that this is a list. If I want to do a pivot table on this, I can do, but let's for the best case scenario, if I want to do a pivot table in terms of a list or in terms of a table, the best way will always be in terms of a table. Because in table, let's say if I create a pivot table for this, I can do. But if I add another data over here, okay, if I add another data over here, a list will not help me to even accommodate that value. Okay, that I don't think the list will be able to do. For that, I will convert this list into a table. How do I convert? Yeah, how do I convert? Go to home, and there is format as a table option. Format as a table option. I'll click on that. Let me take something this. Okay, I have selected the range, my table as headers. Definitely, I'll click on OK. Resize some values to look it perfect. Okay, so far so good. What is the first thing that I did? That is nothing but I converted my list into a table. What for? To make sure that whatever data additionally it is being added, I will be easily able to accommodate that value also. That is the reason why I converted it to as a table. Perfect. Now let's create a pivot table. Okay. For that, what I'll do, I'll go to insert. Okay. I'll go to insert. The first and foremost option is for a pivot table. I'll select inside this, then I'll click on pivot table. As soon as I am inside that particular table, it will automatically understand. Okay, it will automatically understand. Even if you want to give a table name, right? Let's see, let me show you that. If I select this data, let me go to home, let me go to format as a table, let me select this, and now, okay, and now I'll just select any one cell inside this table. I'll click on insert and I'll click on pivot table. Okay, I'll click on pivot table. As soon as I do that, it automatically gets that idea that it is just trying to create a pivot table for that particular table data. I'll keep this as table itself. Okay, if you want, you can also connect an external source. That is also fine. If not anything else, that also you can do. Okay, next thing is here, choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. Either you can select the same sheet. Okay, what I will do is I will create it in the same sheet just to show you the how well we were able to do that. Okay, let's say I will keep it as existing worksheet. I'll select this particular thing and I will click on OK. So far, nothing we have done, nothing majorly we have done. We just created a pivot table. So this is the list what I have. What I'll do, I'll select this. I'll go to the data first and foremost. Yeah, to convert this as to a table, I'll go to format as a table and I'll select any one of this. This way, I was able to convert my list into a table. No worries. Next thing what I'll do is select any one of this cell inside the table. Then I will go to insert. Then I will click on a pivot table. Okay. As soon as I do that, I will get an option that what exactly is the table range. This is the table range that I'm actually referring to. I want it to be in this sheet only or an existing worksheet only. A new worksheet or a existing worksheet. So I'll select existing worksheet, select the location for it, and let's say I create it somewhere over here. Click down, I'll click on OK. Okay. Now please note that I just created a pivot table. Okay. I was not able to perform any actions, or still not, I have not specified any fields at all. Okay. So this is my pivot table create. I hope till here nobody has any issues. It is clear for all of you. Yes, perfect. Now let's try to add something. Okay. So here you have a set of fields. Can anybody tell me what exactly these fields are? These are nothing but my column headers. These are nothing but my column headers. Exactly. These are nothing but my column headers. So it has 4 fields, but majorly I'll speak on 3. One is rows, one is columns, and one is values. Filters will look into that for sure. But as of now, no. First thing, we'll talk about rows, we'll talk about columns, we'll talk about values. So any circumstances, any sorts of summarizations that I want to do, I will be able to do it in terms of these 3 things itself. Okay, what was my question? I want to summarize the entire sales in terms of the month and as well as the product, which is nothing but my type. Okay, so what I'll do is I will do one thing. I will select this month category or month field and I will drag this into my rows. Okay, can you see? Automatically I was able to take in all the data input that are available in month. Okay, fine. Next thing, as I want to find the sales with respect to the product. So what exactly is the column for the product? It is something called as type. Correct. So I will just drag this type field into my column. Okay, I will drag this type into column. Okay, yeah, this is better. Okay, was I able to do that? I have a product for frozen, products as such as frozen yogurt. I have ice cream, I have popsicles, tasty treats, and grand total. So far so good. I was able to generally classify the entire data in terms of months as well as the whole types. I was able to do classifications in terms of columns as well. Now the whole point was I was just in need to specify the sales of all these products in terms of these months. So what I'll do is I will drag this sales. I will drag this sales and put it in values. Please note that I was able to do the entire summarizations of the sales of a particular type for all the ranges. Yeah, let me explain you the question once again. So the question was for me to summarize the entire data based on the months category and also in terms of the products sold. Okay, and now with this pivot table, specifying the rows in terms of months, specifying the columns in terms of the type and values in terms of my data, I was able to generate the entire proper table with respect to this. It is a very important aspect in terms of bringing inference. If you want to add region, it would go under rows. If you want to add, let's do that. I'll show you. So you have this, right? I'll just go back. This is the pivot table, correct? Okay. So if you want to add criteria, if you want to add conditions, if you want to add filterizations, everything you can do. Let's say if you want to also, let's say you don't want it in terms of say type.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You are now just getting the total amount of sales that took place in January, February, March, April, May, November, December. Also the overall sales. If you want that, that also can be done. If you want to add something else into the columns, let's say, which are the salespersons that did the maximum amount of sales? I'll bring this, I'll put it over here. See, I can say that Bishop was the one who did somewhere around 5,96,000, 7,40,000 for Lee, Parker 7,60,000, 5,05,000 Pullen, Watson 6,50,000. I can do this. I can play with data. Okay, let's say I don't want salesperson also. Let's say I want the total number of units that were sold in that particular number of. I'll drag this out and you are getting it over here. Okay, you are getting it over here. Okay, or come out. Let's talk about the region. That also I can include. I can say that in central region in January, I was able to see the sales somewhere around first 28,000. Okay, let's say in December, in West region, the sales were around 1,45,366. So you can play with it. You can bring the maximum amount of inferences with the help of a pivot table. This is actual reason why filter comes into play. Okay, please note that this is nothing but filter only. If you just minimize this, you will get the same data what you were earlier getting also. But since you added region as well, in terms of rows only, you will be able to get the results also. Okay, that's the whole biggest understanding that you have to have in terms of pivot table. The whole way, or what it based on the need, based on the specifications, based on the idea, bringing these things into a proper allocation is the biggest let's say important aspect of pivot table, based on which you will be able to drop or extend the cells. Okay, now let's add on something else only. Okay, pivot table is pretty much clear to all of you that we can summarize the data in terms of anything, any conditions, any aspect or anything, just like by specifying the overall columns and adding into the dragging and dropping it to the particular rows, particular columns, as well as this. Okay, but the whole thing is we were not able to do some formatting to it, correct? This data, this never had any formatting, correct? I'm not having that commas in between. I'm not having that dollar symbols or the rupee symbols for the data. All these things are not there, correct? How do I add this? I can do this. Select this. Go to my home. I can just specify like this. This I can do. But if I add some more data, right, it will not be updated in the same way. Okay, it will not be updated in the same way. Okay, for that, what do is we have this table, we have this data. Okay, what values are these? These are nothing but the sales values or the overall sum values that we are having. Okay, now what you have to do, let's format that data. Okay, so I will go into these values, I will select this. Okay, and I have something called as value field settings. Okay, please note, I have something called as value field settings, in which I can select either sum, count, average, all these are there. We are not talking about in terms of the use cases that we know. There is something called as number format over here. I'll select this number format, and now you will be able to do the same thing what we used to do it in the home tab by specifying the type of format. Let's say here I wanted currency, I'll select this. Let's say decimal place, I want 1. Let's say, yeah, this is fine. I'll click on, okay, I'll click on. Okay. Was I able to do that? Yes, I was able to change the format also. Perfect. Now, what I want you to have a look is, I have this, right? Even if I want to add multiple columns, or let's say I want to add sales over here, I can do that. If I want to remove, I'll remove it. I'll add products back over here. Let me remove this region. Everything I can do. Okay, I can play with the data as per as the question. I can handle the data as per as the question. If somebody asks me what is the overall sales in this region, I can directly go into the pivot table, specify some change. I can just protect the product and specify that for this kind of scenarios, I can be able to use this kind of things. Okay, but again, the inference is pretty much as in what we used to get in the different conditions aspects. Okay, but please note that the overall sales in January is 5,000. Let's say 5,13,000 something, 5,21,000. There is a dip in the sales in March. Okay, again in April there is a huge enhancement in the sales. Okay, if somebody asks me how did anybody get such a sales, I can get into that particular values. Okay, please note how. Okay, please note this. I want this April data. I see that, okay, it's so amazing that it has got such a sales in that particular thing. If I want to figure out what all values constituted this, I'll just double click on this. Please note that it automatically created a sheet for April month. For April month, what all is specifying? Everything. Who are the salespersons? Which is the maximum region? Everything, whatever constituted that particular value. That particular value I was able to get. Yeah, this was a pivot table. Let's say, okay, let's say I see, okay, 3,44,000 is the least sales that I had. I'll double click on this. I can see for that particular data, what all things were the reasons. Where was the sales less, which was the salesperson, all those things. I will be able to get as per as the need, as per as the overall constancy. Okay, let's add, yeah, this is, I hope it is clear. Next thing I want to show is, this is my pivot table. Okay, but I was not able to see manually. Okay, let's say overall, I can say that, okay, March, April was having the maximum sales. Okay, but comparatively, I was not able to do anything. Comparatively, I was not able to do anything. So let's try that also. I'll select this. Okay, right click, show field list, and here in this, I'll add right click or right click and go to this, go to settings, and now I want you to see one thing, which is show by value. Let me show that. Go to this value field settings. Yeah, this is what I want you to see. Okay, I'll select this, anything, right click on it. I'll go to value field settings. Here, this was I was able to do with respect to one particular scenario. Okay, sum, count, average, that and all is fine. There is another option, show value as. Okay, this is why this, if somebody asks you why exactly we are doing this, just understand, for us to compare the values between one another, we are trying to create another column and specifying the fields there additionally. So show values as, I'll just click on, and there is an option for difference. Yeah, see, percentage difference from. I'll select this, and now please note that, let's say for which category you want. Let's say I want it for month category. Okay, and I will click on the previous. Okay, let's say if January is the month, let me go back, go to my value field settings, click on show values as. I'll specify difference because I want to show that based on what parameter is the difference calculated. Yeah, which is this. Okay, from month, the previous month. I'll click on OK. Please note that based on the previous month, there is a hike of 51% in the sales. Based on the previous month, I am having a hike of the negligence of, let's say, 33%. Okay. Similarly, I got from this, I was enhanced with respect to minus 10%. So I can get a calculative measure comparatively as well. So this is my pivot table, correct? Now, as soon as you create a pivot table, there are two things you will get. This is what you have to see. There is something called as pivot table analyze. Okay, in which there are a lot of operations, lot of different operations. Okay, out of which we have something called as pivot chart. Okay, out of so many different options, we have something called as pivot chart. We will select that, we will open that. Okay, this will give the same charts that we used to do earlier as well. The charts that we used to refer, in terms of that only, we are getting somewhat similar charts. Okay, I can select anything. Let's say line, pie. Let's say I'll take pie chart. Let's say I want a 3D model for it, and I'll click on. See, I'll get a frozen chart for a particular thing. I was how exactly I was able to build a chart. Let me show you once again. What I have to do, I have to select this. I have to go to pivot table analyze. I'll click on pivot table, and now I'll click on, let's say, anything. Let's say bar, click on OK, and here is the okay. And also I can select anyone. Let's say I don't want for all, I just need a for frozen yogurt. I'll be able to do that. Not only frozen yogurt, let's say also I'll include tasty treats. I can do that. Okay. As soon as, okay, even if you want to see, look here. If you add that here as well, ice cream, automatically that chart will get updated. If you want for the entire data, you will be able to see that as well. Okay. Clear with pivot charts? These are nothing but the same things what we have seen in that. You can do all the things. Access, chart title, data labels, everything you can do. You just have to arrange it in the best way possible based on which you will be able to use it. To tell you, slicers are nothing but an interactive dashboard element. Okay, it tries to help you out in the interactive way with respect to the whole filterization of your pivot table. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, we have this pivot table, correct? We also have this chart as well. What I'll do is I'll go to pivot table analyzer. Okay, and now can you see an option for insert a slicer? Yeah, can you see an option for insert slicer? I will select this and I will check for which category I want. Okay, let's say the whole distribution is in terms of let's say type. So I can select this type, or even I can select, let's say here, I'll remove this, I'll click on OK. This way I'll get an option, additional option to filterize it. So let's say if I select 2013, I will get the whole data for 2013. If I select 2014, I'll get the data for 2014. If I select 2015, I'm getting the data for 2015. If I select all, I will get the entire data. Okay. Can I add multiple slicers to the same pivot table? A logical answer I can, which I can say, okay, the answer is yes. You can add multiple slicers. Okay, there is no harm in doing that, because that way you will get an other way to visualize a data. That way you will be able to picturize the entire whole segment of data in a better way. Okay, let me show you that. So this is the chart. We'll go for pivot chart analyzer. I'll click on insert slicer, and let's say I want to categorize the whole in terms of region as well. I'll click on OK, and I will add this over here. Okay, let me create this. As of now, I'll keep it here. Yeah, so please note that if I want to select for central, okay, in the year 2013, in the year 2013, I can do that. Let me unselect this. In the year 2013, I can do that. And accordingly, I'll get the chart as well. So entire thing becomes an interactive. Okay, let's say I don't want central. Let's say I want north in 2013, south in 2013, west in 2013, or similarly west in 2014, south in 2014, and so on and so forth. Okay, if you want multiple select, that also. Let's say if I want to figure out the overall sales of the products in central and west between the years 2013 to 2014, that also I can do. See, so beautifully, so easily, and so efficiently I was able to play with data and also the inference of it. Yes, so this way I can say that a slicer is very, very, very useful. Okay, very, very useful in terms of creating dashboards. Okay, in terms of creating dashboards, a very, very important tool that we can use in such a way that I will be able to use that particular instance of pivot table or data to fetch me a proper instantaneous filterization in terms of the data. Let's continue, guys. So very, let's say a bit advanced, I would say, but it's not tough. Okay, now simple. Let's take this as a simple assessment of the logic that you will apply to solve this particular scenario. Okay, I will also remove this, just a second. This is the overall input I have, in terms of which I will say that yes, I have to solve this issue. Okay, so let me explain the question. So let's say this is some sales figures of 2023, or let me change this to 20. Okay, in which the salesperson had James Dunn, Carrie Smith, or D. O'Brien have got a sales of these many values. Okay, I want you to calculate the overall weekly total. I want you to check whether was the overall goal achieved or not, and also the bonus status, whether that also was achieved or not. So the bonus criteria, let me define. Bonus criteria is to have a weekly sales of 8,000. Okay, 8,000. Okay, 8,000. Let me repeat the question. The question is, I want all of you to give me the way in which you will be able to deploy this questions, where I want you to find out the weekly total, check whether the goal was met or not, and again also to find out what exactly is the bonus status, whether they will get or they won't. Okay, first of all, I'll use the simple sum function. What is the sum function says? Sum of this entire thing. Okay, can I drag this? Yes. Why? Because of the relative reference given. Okay, I can do that. Okay, let me first formulate this entire thing in rupees, and then use the sum function. Okay. And now I can drag this to here. Okay, so far so good. Current number of sales who have reached their goal. So based on this, I'll be able to say that, correct? Based on this, I'll be able to say that. But eventually, this is the, let's say, the first question that we have to solve. Okay, below dollar. Okay, this also I will. Okay, so let's say I'll give you a hint that we have to use a formula or a, let's say, a conditional based condition that we have to use. Such way I will be able to tell that whether I can use this or not, whether I can define it with respect to that or not. That we have to use something called as an if statement. Okay, I got an answer. If total greater than 34,000, yes. Okay, so basically you are just trying to use this statement. I'll just increase this over here and explain this. So this if function or if statement is asking for 3 parameters to be passed. Okay, first and foremost is the logical test. Okay, first and foremost is the logical test. Okay, please note that can I specify the value or should I specify the cell name? If I specify the value, it will not be dynamic, it will not be relative, so that I can just drag it so that it could be used everywhere. No, I cannot use that. Okay, that is the reason here I will specify the cell instead of anything. Okay, I will specify F5. What is the condition? That for one particular salesperson to check whether its goal is met or not, I have to check whether it is greater than 34,000 or not. So I will add again one more question. Should I specify the value or should I specify the cell name? This is an important. Okay, everybody says value. Can I not specify cell name? I can actually. Please note this. I will select this. But I'll also tell you the problem. Okay, as of now, listen. So I have specified the value. The next thing what I'll be doing is, if the value is true, I will say goal is met. Okay, or I'll just specify yes. Okay, if the value is false, I will specify no. Okay, as per as the whole scenario, 36,245 is greater than 34,000. No issues. The value should be yes. Okay, but when I drag this to the entire thing, I will get outputs. But please check that this is wrong. This is okay, this is correct. Or yeah, this is wrong, right? This cannot be the state. When you see, right, when I double click over here, this is referring to some empty cell. This is referring to some random cell. This is referring to some different cell. Why exactly is the reason behind, what exactly is the reason behind this? It is nothing but my relative reference. I cannot give my relative reference because it will assume the same for the next adjacent cells also. What is the answer to solve that? We have to use the absolute reference. So we have to use the absolute reference. Okay, how do I do that? This thing, I just have to make this as a constant. I don't want it to be moved. So I will just click on F4. This way I have making sure that this will be always constant. Now when I drag this, I will get the right output. Okay, we could put the cell value as well. Let me show you. So basically the question is asking me to check whether the individual salesperson was able to achieve its goal or not. So the goal for individual was for making sure that the overall sales reached 34,000. For that, I used something called as if function, where I used this condition, which is to check whether this value is greater than this value by making this as an absolute reference, so that this will not move up and down. Okay, and what if the value is true? I will just give it as yes, and if no, I'll just specify. I'll do the same thing, drag it down to the entire thing. I'll be able to do that. Yes. Okay, now the bonus state. So what is the bonus criteria? That not with respect to the entire month sales, but every salesperson has to deliver the constant sales throughout the weeks, which is at least 8,000, which is at least 8,000. Okay, let's say equal to then. Okay, if cell name is greater than 8 or not, that is there. But can we directly specify that? No, right? Cannot directly specify that. How many conditions are there? First and foremost condition is it has to surpass this. Okay, it has to surpass this value that we have got over here. Correct? First of all, the goal should be met without any issues. The goal should be met because the bonus is only used for those people who have solved both the goal as well as the weekly requirement. Correct? So now I have to formulate a condition where I have also got yes over here, and also I can see that the overall weekly sales for an individual should be greater than 8,000. Okay, that's the whole point. Okay, so for that, what I can use? Okay, let me show you the way in which we can do. Is everybody aware of something called as an AND operator? If both the conditions are true, I will get the value true. Correct? Same thing we have to do. But here there are 5 conditions. So what I'll do, please note, I will use this AND function. Let me show you that. I will check for the first logical that this H5 should be yes. Okay. The second condition is week 1 should be greater than 8,000. Second thing, week 2 or C5 should be greater than 8,000. Similarly, week 3 greater than 8,000 and week 4, which is this, greater than 8,000. Okay, and now what I'll do, I'll click on OK. Okay, I'll copy this, I'll paste it over here. Okay, but this will not work. Let me show you. I'll copy this entire formula. I'll use. Okay, but again, we have to prove not whether that is true or not. What is the overall condition? Okay, that we have to do. Can I use this AND in an if statement? Definitely I can do that, right? I can use an if condition, which is over here. Okay, and in that I can specify an AND operator in which I have to, let me go to that AND formula. I just have to go to this AND and specify it like this. And what was the condition over here? All those 5 things. First of all, this should be equal to yes, yeah, next thing, all these things should be greater than 8,000. C5 should be greater than 8,000. D5 should be greater than 8,000. And also E5 should be greater than 8,000. Okay, let me check this again. I need to prove that this one H1, 2, 3, 4, 5. H5 equal to yes. Okay. And now with this, let me go back to my if statement. And here, okay, what is the issue over here? Let me go there. It's not double equal to single equal to. Okay, and now I'll specify if it is true, I will specify bonus. If not, I will specify no bonus. Let's click on OK. Okay, as per as the criteria, please have a look that was the goal met? Yes, it was met, and everywhere starting from first week to the end week, I can see that everywhere it is greater than 8,000, and that is the reason why I'm getting bonus. And when I drag this down, I'm getting an appropriate results in all the places. Let's check for this bonus. I'm having yes over here, and everywhere I'm having greater than 8,000. Let's say for no, here it is yes, but these 2 weeks he failed to move towards 8,000 rupees. And function is a conditional statement that is checking for 5 conditions, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All of this, if it is, if and only if it is true, then only I will be able to check whether the condition is giving me true value, then only I'll be able to print this bonus. Okay, let me show you one more logic. Instead of, yeah, definitely there should be an and, okay, because we are satisfying multiple conditions, correct? So this is the whole logic. You can build any one of the logic, anything you can bring, this one. So I had 5 conditions, everyone should satisfy that, or I would also use a condition where I am checking for all these values, whether the minimum of that different values, if it is greater than 8,000, that logic also I can include. You have to have a proper mindset in which you are capable enough to build that logic. Okay, so this is not mandatory. Okay, this thing what we have built here, this is totally up to you. You can build any logic what you want, but the whole thing is, if they are one by all these people are having a greater than 8,000, and also if at all their goal is matched, then I have to give them bonus, and if not, no bonus. This is the main criteria that I have to build. That is the logic. And here what the logic I have used is simple. So the next thing is we have something for this value, correct? Current number of sales people who have reached their goal. What exactly should be the value? Just by looking into the data, we can specify directly, but let's say I'll use a function called as count if. Similar to if, we also have count if. Okay, in which what I'll specify all these things wherever I am having yes. Simple. I'll write those in. Okay, wherever I'm having yes, YESSS. Let's move on to the next topic, which is nothing but our Vlookup. Okay, very, very important and a bit tricky to understand. Okay, so let me tell you about some more additional things about Excel. Okay, some add-on functionalities about Excel. Okay, so I have this, right? This is a simple list. Can I call this as a list? Yes, because it has a proper headers to different things. What if I want to freeze? Okay, let's say the values are, let's say this big values. Okay, go to something which is quite, yeah, this one. Okay, let's say these are my headers. Okay, these are my headers, and I'll also color them. Okay, please note that when I'm scrolling down, isn't it hard for me to check what exactly this value is referring to? I have to go back. I have to check what exactly that is, and then I have to see. Correct. Let's say what exactly this stands for. I have to go back, check, and then see. It is a hectic task. So what I can do, I will try to freeze the headers. Okay. I will try to freeze the headers. How can I do that? Okay. I have to select the row that I have to freeze. Okay. I will go to view, and there is an option for freeze panes. Okay. So I have to freeze the top row. And now I'll be able to keep that particular row stagnant and accordingly evaluate everything one by one. Now there is something called as grouping of data. So we have a set of columns. Okay. If I want to hide anything, what I'll do, I'll click on right click and I'll say hide. Okay. If I want to view that, I'll double click. Okay. Right click, I'll click on unhide. This way I'll be able to, let's say, group, hide or view that particular data. But if I want to find out the overall consolidated report, it will not make any sense if I hide the data. Okay. If I want to show somebody one segment of report, I will just hide that particular segment for that instance, not for all the time. So we have something called as grouping. So please note, go to data, and finally there is one option for group. Okay. I'll select this column, this column, this column, and this column. I will group this. Yeah, this is what I was saying. So if I want to not have a look into this A, I'll just filter it out. I'll be able to see the accurate data. I'll be able to do that. So this way, I'll be able to easily distinguish what exactly I need. If I want this, I'll add this. If I don't want, I'll not add this. Okay. This way, the grouping is also done in an appropriate way. I'll not have to worry about what exactly are the things that has to be taken care. Okay. Similarly, I can do this for multiple columns as such as like this. Add this data, I'll be able to ungroup it as well. Okay, let's go back, remove all this. Make sure this is non-formatted. Okay, and before moving ahead with anything, let me show you one last thing, which is book 1, 2, 3. I'll say day 1, day 2, day 3. The number of books sold in day 1 for book 1 is, let's say, 100, 150, 175. Okay. For book 2 is, let's say, 50, 75, 100. And the data, or let's say the sale for the book 3 in the day 1 is 125, 150s, and 175. Okay. Now what I'm showing you is something called as name ranges. Okay. Have we discussed name ranges? No, right? So let's do that. So if at all I am trying to create any formula, okay, let's say simple things such as, let's say the sum of these many things. Okay, the sum of these many things. What now I want you to understand is, same thing is, see, everywhere I have referenced this entire thing from B2 to B4. What I can call this? This is nothing but my cell range. Okay. Now what I want you to understand is, if at all I want to select a particular number of cells, if I change the name of that, let's say book to underscore day. Okay, so this range of cells is considered something called as a name range. What I used to do before, if I want to calculate, let's say even here, equal to sum of, I used to drag this entire thing and specify that. Okay, but now what I'll do is I will just specify B2 underscore D2 and I will close. How we can use this? I can just name a sequence of cells to a particular value and use that particular value in terms of that. What is the advantages is, even if I go into some different list, okay, I can directly, let's say sum of, let's say B2, I will still be able to see that. Okay, without any problems. That entire thing will be stored in something called as data. Okay, that entire thing will be stored in something called as data. That is what exactly we are here referring to. So let me remove this. Let me go back to the data which I have. Yeah, this was the data, right? So what if I want to change? Let's say there are two more values. I'll remove this. Day 4. I have 200 over here. I have, let's say 150 over here. And also 200 over here. If I specify equal to sum of B2, this will give me a wrong input because this have not been included. Okay, now the point is, how do I edit that? How do I edit a particular name range then? So what I'll do, I'll go to formulas. I can see something called as name manager over here. I can see something called as name manager over here. I'll click on that and you can see that everything is what all I have, everything is there. So I'll double click on this. It says that in sheet 1 between C2 to C4, I can do this. What I'll do, I'll add C5 over here. C5 over here. Now, please note, now I can use sum of B2 to D2. Please note that automatically I have also included the next column as well. Yes, clear with this? What exactly are the name ranges? If we add another value, it's gonna be automatically added. No, name ranges does not work with that. You have to go to that particular name range manager. You have to add the next data and accordingly you will be able to use it. Let's move on to the next topic, which is something called as a Vlookup and HLookup, which are nothing but lookup functions. Okay, so before explaining what exactly is a Vlookup, let me just tell you the question what we'll be solving to understand Vlookup. Okay, let me just discuss that and then we'll talk about this, what exactly is a Vlookup. So please note that I have this list. I have a set of database of a particular employees, starting with employee ID, last name, first name, department, email, phone extension, location, hiring date, as well as their pay rate. I have this random dump data, what I have. And now based on this, let's say the clients or somebody who is expecting something out of these employee IDs. Okay, what they have asked is, I want the information of these employee IDs. They are not asking for the entire information. They are only asking What is the first name, last name, depth, and also pay rate. These are the things what they are asking. Okay, let's understand without any lookup functions, what will be the best way in which you will try to solve as of now in all these things what you have learned. Become a hectic task, copying the ID, pasting it, searching it, then copying the data, then coming back to this particular sheet, pasting it again, going to the next employee ID, copying it, pasting it, searching the name, searching the ID, filtering the data. Then again, there is nothing like you have to get in all the information, only specific information they have asked. This creates a proper issue that it is not easy for us to copy, paste, search, again copy, paste, come back to the sheet, paste it over here, go to the next ID, copy, paste, search. Again, it is a very, very hectic task. Correct? By the normal terms or the manual things, I'll be very, very time consuming. It will be a very, very time consuming process for me to do this. Okay. Now let's talk about something called as a VLOOKUP. Okay. So the answer is a VLOOKUP is a function or an argument that or a tool that we use to extract a subset of information based on a particular condition. Okay, I repeat, stating that a lookup, okay, are nothing but if somebody asks a subset of information in the entire data, we tend to use these lookup functions to extract that data. Okay, they give whatever the data has been asked. Based on that, they extract the data and also they just provide us accurately. Okay, so we understood the difficulties, we understood the solution, but we did not understand how do we do that. That's the question, and that is what we'll be looking into. Okay, so please note, I'll be using something called as a VLOOKUP function. I'll select this. I'll go to formula. Please note that it has 4 arguments. It has 4 arguments. I will just explain all these 4 arguments one by one. Okay, so the first thing is, what is the lookup value? Meaning, what exactly you are searching for? What is the on basis of which you are trying to fetch the value? Correct. What exactly is the value that you are referring to that you have to search in that list? So the answer is, what exactly is the value? It's not the name, it's the employee ID. Okay, what is the basis on which you are searching it? It is your employee ID, correct? So I will select this particular data, which is B3. One question: should I make this as a constant or not? Should I specify relatability or not? The answer is both. Okay, we have to make sure that the column is absolute and the row is relative. Okay, we have to make sure that the column is absolute and the row is relative. Why? Because as we are moving into the next adjacent cells, it should not give me any error or an adjacency report. No, I have to keep the column constant, not the row. Okay, so this will work. What is the table or the array? The second parameter, which is table array. Okay, so basically what exactly this is? This is nothing but the entire data based on which I have to search and fetch the data. What will this be? It will be the entire data from the main master sheet. Okay, how will I select this? I'll select this. I'll go to my master sheet. What I'll select? I will select the entire data. I will select the entire data. Okay, I'll come back. Okay, I'll come back. I'll go on to the third argument. Okay, but again, this is again not a mandatory step, but since I have the entire data, let's fix this. Let's make it as an absolute value by selecting F4. By selecting F4. Okay. Next, the third argument is something called as column index number. Which column is exactly you are referring to in the main data? Which is the column that you are actually referring to in the main column? So what I'll do, I will go to this master sheet. Which column am I referring to? What is the name of the column that I'm actually interested in? Is it my first name or the last name? It is my first name, correct? So what should I specify? Instead of specifying the cell, right, I'll specify the number. So 1, 2, 3. I will specify 3 over here. I will specify 3 over here. Okay. So the first parameter is nothing but your value that you are actually referring to. The second parameter is the entire data from which you are fetching the data and extracting the data. And the third is which is the column that you're actually interested in. And finally, there is something called as a range lookup that is nothing but just telling you whether you have to have an appropriate match or an exact match. Okay, whether you want an appropriate match or an exact match. Always I keep this as, okay, appropriate results can be specified based on the names of the column. So I'll click on OK. I'll click on OK. Okay, let's confirm first. So 1054, let's move here. 1054 first name is Howard. Okay, let's try to drag the same thing to the entire records. Okay, let's confirm for, let's say 1284. I'll go to this sheet. 1284, the name is Frank. Let's see here, and the name is 1284 Frank. So this way I was able to justify what exactly is the appropriate answer for individual segment. One question to all of you. If I specify this, or if I select this, if I drag this, will I get an appropriate result? The answer is no. The reason is simple. Please note that everywhere, okay, everywhere you have kept one thing constant, which is from where you have to look. Okay, from where you have to look. Since you have specified it has third column, it will only search for that particular column. Okay, where is this last name actually present here? Is this present in my second column? Simple thing, what I'll do, I will just drag this over here. I'll do one change. Please note, in this particular data, I will just, instead of 3, I will specify as 2, click on enter and drag this now. If you want to confirm, let's confirm with 1368. Last name is Wu. I'll go here, check for 1368. The last name is Wu. How we cannot drag the same formula to all the columns, but only with a simple change, a single change, I will be able to do the adjacent columns also without any problems. Let's say what is the depth? How do I do? I'll go for depth 1, 2, 3, 4. And what is the pay rate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What I'll do? I'll specify. Let's drag 2 things over here. Here I'll specify as 4. Yeah. Drag entire thing. Yeah. And finally here I'll specify as 9. Drag the entire. Okay. So a VLOOKUP is a segmentary function based on which we will try to extract the subset information based on a specific criteria. Okay, that is how we will be able to use a VLOOKUP function.
Here is a quick quiz question for you guys. Which of the following is not a valid data type in Excel? And your options are text, date and time, currency, and image. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, if I show you this function, range lookup value, what exactly it tells you? See, a range lookup is a logical value to find the closest match in the first column or the employee ID column. I will have to specify true, meaning I will not search for the exact match, which is 1054. Even if I have something close enough to 1054, I will be able to fetch that. That is what exactly is what my range lookup. Since I don't want that, I will go for false, which says that I want an exact match, which is over here. Got it? Perfect. Okay, let's move on to very similar concept, which is my H lookup. Okay, V stands for vertical, H stands for horizontal. Okay, there are very rare scenarios in which there is an option for you to also have a scenario where you also need to look horizontally as well. Okay, that is what we'll be doing over here. Okay, let me explain this. So here I have already got a value with respect to value where this is the master inventory. So what I want, warehouse 1 inventory, which is XP, which is XP 200, which is over here. This value I want. Similarly, for warehouse 2, I want some value, and similarly for warehouse 3, I want this 115 value. How exactly I can do? Please have a look. Okay, so if you want to see same thing, it also have 4 arguments. Okay, if you want the same arguments. Okay, what is the lookup value that I actually am referring to, on basis of which we have to extract the data? Yeah, what is that data? Is it not my XP 200 or my B3 cell? So I'll specify B3. No, this is what I want. On basis of which, on basis of this only, I'm extracting that data. Okay, and since it is stagnant into one phase, which I want it to be constant throughout that particular data or column, I will keep this as absolute. Okay, I will not keep this as relative. Okay, and the second parameter, same thing, the database from which we are looking. So I'll select this, I'll go to master inventory. What exactly I have to search for? This entire thing, that is from my A2 to G2 to A5 to G5. Okay, again, let's make this as absolute. Okay, 2 parameters clear. One is my this one. One is my HP 200. The second parameter is nothing but your master inventories entire. Okay, how to make absolute value F4? By making it F4. See, I'll select this, I'll click on F4, it will be absolute. Okay, let me show you one second. By selecting this and clicking F4. Here with this, and what exactly is the row index that you have to search for? Yeah, what exactly is the row index that you have to search for? Is it 2 or 3? We show you master inventory 1, 2, 3. 3, right? This. And finally, same thing. I'll keep this as false. I'll click on OK, and I'm getting the value. And let me drag this down. Again, here, what is the change that I have to do? So now there was one question that we had seen in both VLOOKUP as well as in HLOOKUP, that we used to change this every time, correct? We used to either change the column number or we used to either change the row number. Okay, there was nothing any such as in which we were able to try to formulate a similar situation for the entire observations. Correct? What am I referring here is, first, to except for this column, I did change 3 to here to 3. Here I changed it to 2. Here I changed it to 4, and here I changed it to 9. Okay, so the reason why I did this, because VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP is not capable of doing that dynamicity in terms of calculation. Okay, that we cannot use here. Okay, for that we have something called as index and match function. Okay, we have something called as index and match function. Okay, to just give you a hint, I will say that index will return you the value of that particular cell. Okay, and match will give you the cell reference. Okay, based on this, you can implement certain scenario based situations which can be avoided in terms of VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Okay, so likewise, just refer these two functions called as index and match function, that will give you a idea about these scenarios, how to overcome these scenarios. Okay, in what real life examples would VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP would come into use? Let's say you are having a particular database in which there are, let's say, 50 columns. Okay, out of which one among those columns refers to the individual entity of that particular element. Okay, so let's say in a project or in a problem statement or in a case study, you are asked to fetch the details of the specific records and find the sum inference out of those. Instead of you looking into the entire, let's say, 5,000 records, you just have to provide a single VLOOKUP function to fetch the data and accordingly use inferential charts, or let's say inferential statistics terms, such that you will get inference out of those elements. So mostly we use VLOOKUP. Most of the cases we use VLOOKUP. Okay, even to fetch or automate with respect to the data from one sheet to another, we generally opt for VLOOKUP, where we will automate the response from one sheet to another sheet as per as the backup scenarios are concerned. So now let's move on to the next topic, which is something called as a macro. Okay, see, the need of macro was very important in terms of its usage. Okay, let's say you are working as a manager. Okay, so every week you have to let's say manage the entire team's attendance. Simple. There can the people can give you a direct report, okay, as something like this. Correct. This is a very raw report, I would say, that has the data, okay, but it is not at all in a right way. Okay, it will help me out for nothing. Okay, so I have to formulate the data, format the data, add headers to the data, make sure that the entire data is giving me some or the other output, making the entire data much more visible, all these things. Okay, so basically the same thing, if I do every week, I will not be able to justify it in a right way. Okay, the entire thing, if I do the same thing again and again and again, it is wasting my time, because though it is probably the same thing, same number of people will be there, 90%, if at all we have add-on joining that we can add directly. But apart from that, everything will be done automatically. Correct, everything is pretty much the same, the formatting, the color, the indentation, and also the cell size, all the overall actions, everything more or less it will be the same itself. But don't you think it is very hard for manager to create the same report again and again and again with the same attribute, with the same colorization, all these things? Correct? This is a hectic task. So a macro is one such way in which Excel will help you to automate stuff. Okay, so what will it do is, it will try to copy or record the sequence of steps that you are formulating on a daily basis or a sequence basis, or for a particular instance of time. Okay, that way it will try to recognize it one by one, it will try to understand it one by one, and just by a click you will be able to formulate the entire changes in a second. Okay, so let's visualize this so that we all can understand everything in a better way. Okay, so first and foremost, everybody will not have this developer option. Okay, this developer options you will not have. So how do we get this is, go to any one of this, right click, there is an option for customize the option ribbons. Select this, there will be an option for developer. Select that developer, click on OK, and you will be able to see that developer option over here. Okay, you will be able to see that developer option over here. Next thing is something with respect to which you have to record a sequence of steps that you will be using again and again and again. Okay, now the question is, how do we record it? How do we record it? Okay, so please note, go to developer. Okay, we have a set of options in terms of macros. Okay, in terms of macros. In terms of macros. So there is an option for recording a macro. So basically I am trying to record a particular sequence of steps. So I'll select this, I'll click on this. Okay, I will write the name of the macro as, let's say, table format. Yeah, I will write it as table format. Okay, now there it is asking also to give a particular shortcut key for the execution. So let me give us something called as P, or let's say O, control plus O. So whenever I execute this, control plus O, this thing will get executed. Okay, so store this macro in always this workbook. Okay, you can also store it in the entire new book or your personal workbook, but referencing in this book will always be better. So in description, I can write anything. Let's say trying to format a particular data. Okay, something like this. But before this, what I want you to understand is, let me copy the entire thing. Let me paste it over here. Okay, let me come back. Yeah, now let me go to developer, click on record macro. Yeah, and now I will give the name as format I'll write it as table format. Control plus O, and the description was formatting the data. Formatting the data. Okay, so as soon as I click on OK, please note that I am recording right now. Okay, I am recording right now. First and foremost, what I'll do, I will click on an additional cell. Okay, to give the headers. All this is being recorded. What I'll write, I'll click on EMP ID. I will write in the next cell, calling it as first, or let's say a name. Okay, here I'll write it as department. Yeah, here I'll write it as, let's say, email. Yeah, or let's say last name. Okay, next thing I'll write here as let's say height or something. Okay, here I'll write it as location. Next thing I'll write it as DOB, and next thing I'll write it as, let's say, salary. Okay, so next thing what I'll do, I will change the entire font. I'll go to home. I'll do, let's say, a few changes in the font. Let's say this. I'll change this color to black. Yeah. Next thing what I'll do, I will add formatting to this particular column. What I'll do, Control Shift down. I'll go to data, or let's say home. I'll go to rupees. Okay. Similarly, I will change this formatting to something with respect to date. Let's say I'll keep it as short date. It's not changed. So I'll go to more formats. I'll go to something which has, yeah, this. This is fine. I'll select this. And now what I'll do, I will just fit this entire thing. Okay, so far so good. Everything clear? Okay. Yeah. Let me also, okay, I did one mistake, but anyway, I want it to be done. So now what I'll do, I'll go to my developer and I will click on stop recording. But there were some mistakes. Let's try to cover those mistakes. Okay, let's try to cover those mistakes. Now what I want you to do is, let's try to edit a particular macro. Okay, right now we have created a macro, but we have done some mistakes. Okay, what mistakes? I think this B should have been capital. It would have made more sense. And here I have not given any name for this particular column itself. Okay, for this what I'll do, I'll go to this developer and now I'll click on this Visual Basics for Application tab. This will create a new tab itself. See, this is different. This is different. Okay. And here under this, we have something called as modules. Okay. We have something called as modules. Okay. And double click on this module. You will see what all you have done in that particular macro over here. Okay. See, first and foremost, selection insert of that particular, meaning you have created one row, then you have renamed everything. Okay. See, D1, E1, F1, G1, everything is there. Which one is the one which is we have not done? A1 we have done. B1 we did not give any name. So let's open this. Let's try to add that. A1 we have given. B1 we did not give any name. So let me just click on enter. I will select this entire thing, copy, paste it over here. B1. And here I will give the name as something called as first underscore name and last underscore name. Okay, this is C1 itself. So B1 active cell formula, perfect. So I have done that change. Next thing what I want is, let's say everything is done. Here I have made that color association. Okay, I have given a color over here. I have given a font over here. I think, yeah, this is with respect to the formatting, and everything is auto fit. Okay, if you want, yeah, there was this change also. I will change this to DOB. Okay, now let's click on run. Okay, I have saved this. Okay, now let me just come back to this. I think everything is saved. I'll go back. And now please note that C1 and E1 both mentioned in last name. No. It's not. If you want to show me, if you want to see that, this is C1. Okay, this is different. RY to CN, that's different. Okay, but please note that what all changes I made, it's all appearing over here. Okay, but it got executed, which I did not want. Let me remove this. Okay, now we have this, right? This is an unformatted sheet. Forget about this. This got executed over here, but this is an unformatted sheet, correct? Okay, now if I select this cell, what was the shortcut for me to run a macro? It was Control plus. Let's enter Control plus. Did you see? Everything happened automatically. Yeah, everything happened automatically. Yeah, because I wanted you to see how exactly. Yeah, currency sign is wrong. Let's do that change. Let's go to our here. Let's see what exactly was wrong there. Here the formatting is somewhere done wrong. Okay, so either you can re-record that entire thing or remove this. This will Yeah, let's come back. Let's Control C, add it to another sheet. Let's execute this. I think it is saved. Let's come back to this particular sheet. And now Control plus. Everything was done. And also this currency, I think you just have to re-record it so that it will get understand in a better way. All of you understood how exactly we can use macro? We can use it to automate big stuff, very huge stuff, where we are asked to perform a lot of different information with respect to a lot of different criterias. We are asked to formulate the entire spectrum of multiple data. All those things we can do. All those things we can. Okay, so that is all about macro that you need to know. But it's not only that, it also has a bit on VBA concepts as well that you have to, if you are actually in, let's trying to understand the whole back end of that code behind macros, then you have to understand a bit of VBA as well.
If I say descriptive statistics, in the word descriptive only the meaning is there. Descriptive means it will be describing your data. When I say describing your data, then what does that mean? Okay, let us start with the basics. Okay, with the very basic. Let me just tell you what is the statistics. It is just the branch of mathematics. Okay, it is a branch of mathematics, and it deals with multiple things. It's a very long process, you can say. Okay, it's a very long process. And in the process of statistics, what comes under the very first thing is data collection. Then we have analysis, or you can say cleaning. Okay, we have cleaning of data. Then we have data interpretation, collection, analysis, interpretation. And the most important thing, after doing all these things, you will be presenting it. So presenting is why presenting is very much important, because whatever analysis, whatever cleaning, whatever interpretation you have done or you have got, if you're not able to present it in a better way to your management, to your higher level officials, then it is of no use, isn't it? So I'm not saying that these all processes are not important as such, but presenting has his own importance. But if you talk about the importance on the basis of decision making, or on the scale of decision impact, then analysis comes on very first. Okay, so analysis should be done in a much better way. So analysis should be done on a in such a way that whatever decision, whatever inference, whatever insight you are getting is going to be correct for whole data. Okay, that is the thing. So let me just share my screen so that you can get a better idea with the PPT. So we have statistics. Statistics is the branch of mathematics which deals with the collection, analyzing, and interpreting the large amount of data. So it is just not about a single process. It involves multiple processes like collection. Okay, we have analysis, as you can see in this graphs as well. Okay, and then we have interpretation. Interpretation means understanding whatever analysis we have done, whether it is correct or not. And then in interpretation only we have presentation. Okay, my question is how to present your data to officials. Every digital marketer should have these skills, like visualization skill. How you can visualize your data or your insight, whatever you have got from the data, how you can visualize it. Okay, what is visualization? Okay, so we have multiple types of visualization. I will be teaching you all those things, and what type of visualization we can use for different type of data, because there are numerical data, there are some decimal data, there are some categorical data. So we will be going through each type of data, and also we need to see some different types of relationship between the data. So for each and every type of data and every type of relationship, we have different types of visualization tools or visualization graphs. So we'll be deploying or employing all those things in today's session to know all those things. Okay. So moving to the next slide. Why is statistics important? This is the big question, isn't it? What is the application of statistics? Why we are studying statistics in our digital marketing? So statistics allows us to derive knowledge from huge amount of data set. If you're having a big amount of data set, then how you can find out the important insights, information, and what else? That is the most important part, decision. How you can take the decision. Just for finding out a feasible decision, a feasible insight, a feasible information about your whole data set, we do the statistics or the analysis part. Now, where is statistics used? The most important thing, where is statistics used? As far as digital marketing field is concerned, it has that much importance, obviously, but statistics are used in various fields like medical research, in stock market, in sales projection, and in weather forecasting. Not and, it does not ends here. There are n number of applications, there are n number of fields or factors where this usage of statistics is there. Okay, the application of the statistics is there, weather forecasting is there, sales projection. So see, all these forecasting, whether it is medical, whether it is stock market, whether it is sales, whether it is weather forecasting, everywhere you can think of what there is data. So now data becomes an important point, guys. Okay, so your data should be there and there should be enough amount of data to make a decision, whether it is about medical research, whether it is about stock, sales, or weather forecasting, whatever it is. So now when we talk about data, your data should have different features, like it should be clean, it should be complete, it should be concise and concrete. So all these features your data should have. And if it is not like that, then we will have to do that. Okay, now talking about sampling. I hope you guys have already gone through these topics, but how we do sampling, let us see that. When we talk about sampling, see, first of all, what you will get huge amount of data. Okay. I taught you this thing in the hypothesis formulation session as well, how we do sampling and what is sampling. So we have this large data. Okay. Now we cannot apply all the analysis, all that rigorous data analysis and data interpretation techniques on this huge amount of data. So what we do is we find a subset of this. We find a small part of this whole data set out, and this small data set should have each type of data inside it. So this should have each type of data inside this. So this is called sampling. Taking out a sample out of a population. Okay. Taking out a sample out of a population, making sure that your sample should have each type of data inside your sample. Now let me give you an example. Let's suppose your data is having data between your population is having data between 1 to 100. So this whole data set is called population. This is population. Okay, and this is called your sample. And the process of taking out sample from a population is called sampling. But why we do that, I told you, and how we do that is the most important thing. Because if you are not taking a proper representative of population as a sample, then obviously whatever analysis what you will do on population will not give you that much good result that you want. That will not yield good results or good decisions. Okay, that is the thing, guys. If you're talking about statistics, then population means your whole data set, and sample means a subset of that population, making sure that it is a proper representative. It is a proper representative of your population. It's not a generic term I'm using. It's a statistical term. Okay. Moving ahead, we have This is the sampling I told you, the process, sample versus population I told you. So you can infer from this graph as well. So population is the entire data set on which you will, like entire data, which you will get. Like let's suppose what is the number of impressions, number of clicks, number of conversion. So that will come, that will be containing all like all the data. The population should be having all the data. But as of I told you, like we cannot apply all those analysis, so because that will become a very rigorous task, a very big task it will become. That will become a very rigorous task. So just to avoid that, we take a sample, we apply all the analysis on this sample. We try to find out whatever the data whatever the result we are getting from this sample, we will apply this result to the whole population. Okay, we will apply that whole population, all these things to the population to get the better insights. Okay, whatever the data, whatever insight, whatever information we are getting from this sample, we will be applying this to the whole population. This is basically the idea behind sampling. Okay, so now random sampling, or I can tell you like sampling is of multiple types. Okay, the very first one is this random sampling. So what happens in a random sampling is, it is the process of selecting a subset. Like obviously it is a process of selecting a small set from your population, making sure that every data point is equally likely to be included in the sample. Okay, if you have a population like this, having data from 1 to 100, so your sample will also make sure that it is having each type of data. Means there should be a data between the range of 1 to 10, then 10 to 20, then let's suppose 20 to 30, 30 to 40. Means between each range you will be having a data inside your sample. That will be only good. That will be only a good sample, because that will be a proper representative of your population. Got it? So random sampling will make sure when it is taking out a sample out of a population, it will make sure that each type of data or every type of data will be included in a sample. Okay, when we are making a sample, it will make sure these things. Okay, the second type is stratified sampling. So in stratified sampling, what happens is, it is done where your population is very big. Your population is very big. Like let's suppose it is having the age and like age, it is having data of age and gender, let's suppose, of let's suppose 3 lakh patients. Okay, age and gender. Now we need to find a sample out of this. So what we will do, we will apply stratified sampling. Now what does it does? It will divide the age and gender into different classes or different groups. Like what? Like this. Like age will start from 18, like this, 18 to 25, then 25 to 32, then 32 to 39, then 39 to 47, like this. Now in each group you will find some patients. You will find some patients in each group as well. So now this is the half part of stratified sampling. And now again on these all data, what will happen? The random sampling will happen. Okay. So when the sample will be collected here, each type of data from this group will be coming in this sample. Each type of data from this group will be coming in this sample. Same here, same here. So that is why I'm saying that the stratified sampling is done on a huge amount of data set, on a very big population. Where your population is very big. Now let's talk about central tendencies. So we have 3 M's: mean, median, mode. So central tendency, as the name only suggests you, it will tend, or it will tell you about the middle or the center of the distribution where your data lies. It will tell you about the middle or the central location where your data lies. Okay, Vishal. So if I talk about mean over here, what does mean tells us? Mean tells us the average. Average of what? Average of all data points. So it gives us the pretty much clear idea about what is the regular occurrence, or what is the maximum occurrence of any number. Like the formula is sum of all observation upon number of observation. So it will tell you about how your data set or how your data is performing. Like if I say Virat Kohli averages 48 in test match, then what I mean to say here, like if Virat Kohli plays, then it is obvious, or it is more clear that he makes at least 48 runs in a test. That is the average. So mean, I told you already, that is just the average of data. And how we find that? Just dividing the sum of all numbers upon total numbers. If I say about mean, the formula of mean is represented as like this: mu equals to summation of n upon n. This will add all the value of n, then it will divide by the number of observations. So it is displayed by mu. Don't take sigma. So mode means, if I say that the gender of a population is given like this: male, female, male, female, 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 male, male, female, male. Mode will be telling you about the most frequently occurring incidence, or most frequently occurring number, or most frequently occurring event. So what is the most frequently occurring event over here? M1, second, third, fourth, fifth, means M has come 5 times. 5 is the frequency of M. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And for F, it is 7. So what is the mode here? Mode is F, because F is the most frequent one. Okay. I'll tell you what are the application of these all things. We're talking about median. So median will tell you about the middle of the data.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
When we say middle of the data, let's suppose the data is like this. So 19 is the median. Okay. Why? Because this is at the right center of the whole list. Before moving ahead, a very important question: what is the prerequisite for finding median? If I write this again like this: 25, 21, 19, 17, 15, 13. The result remains same, or there is one more: 31. But I have one very good question. I just was coming to this only. So let me give you idea about that as well. So let us take that as 4, 6, 8, 10. Now here we cannot decide the median, no? So what we'll do is, we will have a formula, that is n by 2 plus 1th term. So what is the number of n here? 4. 4 by 2 plus 1. So 4 by 2, what we'll get? 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4. So 2 plus 1, third term. And what is the third term? Third term is 8. So 8 is the median. And if it is odd, then obviously it is n by 2. Like if it is 10 divided by 2, we'll get 5th. So 5th element will be the median. Yes. So now let's start with the hands-on part. Okay. I have data of age, salary, and year of experience of employees. Okay. I have data of employees. So today I'll be applying all my descriptive statistics. You have to do it with me only. So we'll be applying the descriptive statistics on this data to find out important insights, and also the usage, or you can say real life, also the real life usage of all the concept. So before moving ahead, I'd like to tell you all what are the things which we have in descriptive statistics. So I'll take a text over here. So we have central tendency, okay, that is mean, median, mode. Then we have range. We have IQR, that is called inter quartile range. Then we have percentile. We have quantile. We have skewness. We have kurtosis. Then we have minimum value, means like it will be the so we have standard deviation and we have standard variance. Okay, all these things we are going to calculate now by using Excel, and you will amaze to see how we can find all these things by just a single click. So everyone have to follow me, everyone have to do it with me. What you have to do is you have to open Google Sheets in your system. Okay, or if you have Excel, then it's fine. But I don't have Excel in this laptop as it is not accessible, but I don't know why. So I'll be using Google Sheets. So I insist you also use Google Sheets only. So just to avoid the miscommunication or misconception. Okay, everyone now okay with this thing? So now just see my screen. Okay, this is the guide how you have to do this all statistics in Microsoft Excel. Okay, we will be going through all these things. Moving to descriptive statistics part. I already told you that it will tell you about the summary of the distribution of data, other factors such as central tendency, measure of spread of data, how the data is distributed, what is the measure or what is the range of data, what is the minimum value of the data, what is the maximum value of the data. So all these things you will get to know from the descriptive statistics. Now, how to do the same thing in the Excel. So just go to data, navigate to data analysis. We'll select descriptive statistics from the menu, enter the columns to be analyzed and output format, check the output and summary statistics for the data. So these all steps I'll help you to do. So see, now this is the detailed thing. So this PPT has been made using Microsoft Excel, but I don't have a Microsoft Excel, so I'll help you with Google Sheets, how we have to do this in the Google Sheet. So these are the steps, okay? We'll select descriptive statistics from menu. In descriptive statistics, we'll enter the columns, the column name and output format. Okay, we'll check the output for the summary statistics for the data. Then we will select, like to see the visualization also, we'll select the histogram. We'll select the input range and a bin range from the sheet. Okay, because you know histogram will be giving you some bins like this. So what are these? These are the bins. So what type of beans you want, or how many number of beans you want? Like let's suppose if you want to visualize age. So let's suppose one bin will be for age group of 18 to 25. One bin will be for 26 to, let's suppose 32, then 33 to, let's suppose 39. So like this only the bins will be made. Now it totally depends upon the number of people falling in this range. What will be the count or the frequency of people falling in that range? So that will be that will tell you about the height, like that you will be getting to know by the height of the this height of the bin. Okay, so that is the thing. This is how it will represent. It will be getting represented in front of you. So see, 35 is getting 4 times the frequency. 30 is occurring 3 times. It is for Excel or Sheets. It is for Excel, but I'll tell you for Sheets as well. So Jai, no need to worry about that. This is how the histogram will get plotted. Then I'll tell you about correlation as well. How to find the correlation and how to find the covariance. All these things we will discuss. What is correlation, what is covariance, each and everything. So just you will get an option here, extensions. Click here, extensions, click on add-ons. click on add-ons, then you will click on get add-ons. When you will click on get add-ons, it will take 5 to 10 seconds to open. This type of interface will open. After this, you have to search your Excel miner. Don't give a space. Excel miner. See this one. Excel miner analysis tool pack. Click on this. The very first one. See, I have already installed. So it is giving option to uninstall, but for you all, it will come like install. For you all guys, it will come like a install. Here it will say install. So now you will get here an option to start. Click on start. When you will click on start, you will get these all. So what we have to do now, everyone have to look very carefully. Then we have to select all this. Just select it and double click here. Just select all the data, these 3 columns, all data till here, and double click in this input range. It will automatically select this range from A1 row column to C23 row column. Okay. Group by will be column only. So we do have no labels, age, salary, and year of experience is label. So we'll use a tick here. Yes, because there are labels in the first row. Okay. Then output range, where you want the output. Okay, the output range. So let us select this one. So you have selected this, just click on this E and double click here. So it has taken E4 as the output range. Then summary statistics we want the confidence level for mean. We want the largest value, smallest value. So what you have to do guys, first of all, just select all these 3 columns and all the rows till 9. Okay, selected. Now come into your input range, just double click here. Okay, it has taken the input range automatically. Group by columns, it is already set. Labels in first row, just put a tick here. Output range means where you want to see all the descriptive statistics values. So just click on any cell where you want, like I want here in this cell. So what I'll do is I'll click here, then I will just come here and double click. So E2. Okay, it has automatically taken the output range and all these options will be ticked. Done till here, just click on OK. So see, now we can see what we can see, all the descriptive statistics values for salary and year of experience and age. Okay, so this is that much easy. You are doing it for, I guess, first time, so it is looking hard for you, but it is very easy to do. Mean of age, mean of salary, and mean of year of experience. So as we can say that all employees mean year of experience is 4.2, means 4 year 2 month. Okay, salaries average is 40,000, 4 lakh. I hope this salary is annual salary, isn't it? The package in LPA. So the mean salary is 4 lakh 11, that is 1,136.3636. Age is 44.95. So if I'm saying that the average age of all employees is 44.9, means very much close to 45, then what type of people do we have? So we do have experienced people in our team. So salary and year of experience is very easy to interpret, that this is the average salary we are giving to all our employees, and this is the average year of experience we do have. Okay, now talking about mean in a very general way, what is the application of mean in digital marketing? Okay, so the very first thing is click-through rate. So the mean CTR, the mean or the average of CTR, the click-through rate for a particular campaign can be calculated by taking the total number of clicks on an ad and then dividing it by the total number of impressions. How we can do that? We can do that by like the mean of CTR equals to, by taking the total number of clicks, so total click upon total number of impressions. Total number of impression. I know my writing is very bad. but I think I'm making it clear to you all. The second example or the second application of mean I can give you on the basis of this digital marketing, like example. So we have the third, second option, second example as a conversion rate. Okay, now how conversion rate is important or what? So the mean of the conversion rate for a particular landing page, you know about landing page. The conversion rate for a landing page can be calculated by taking the total number of conversions and dividing it by total number of visitors to that page. This will give you the average conversion rate. Now average order value, AOV. So the mean or the average order value for a particular e-commerce store. So this is calculated in an e-commerce industry. It can be calculated by taking the total revenue generated and dividing it by the total number of orders. If you divide the total revenue generated by total number of orders, this will help the marketers to understand the average amount spent by customer in a single transaction. So this will give a better idea of spending score, how much its visitors, Sonam. Okay, this can help marketers and so okay. So this will be helping the marketers to understand the average amount spent by the customer in a single transaction. So from that, the e-commerce store or that e-commerce company can get a better idea of the spending score. What is the monetary value a particular customer is spending on a particular product? Now talking about median. So median, median will give you the mid value. Okay, the very mid value, the very last, like the value which is at very center, at the right center of the data. So what is the usage of that in digital marketing? Because that is the biggest question in your mind. Because you guys don't know what is mean, what is median, what is mode. You know that, but how we can use that? What is the application of these all terms? So for that only, I have some certain examples I'm telling you. So mean is what I told is just which represent the middle value of a data set. So in digital marketing, the median can be used to analyze various metrics like ad spend. So the median ad spend for a particular campaign, let's suppose, it can be used to understand the typical amount spent on on ads. So this can especially useful when dealing with a data set that includes extreme values, such as very high or low ad spend. Okay, the second example is page load time. Okay, the median page load time for a particular website or for a particular web page can be used to understand what? Understand the typical time or typical amount of time it takes for that website to load. So this can be especially useful when dealing with a data set that includes outliers. Then third, as this introduced or told by her what is her name, Sonam, session duration. So the median session duration for a particular website can be used to understand the typical amount of time visitors spend on the website. Okay, the median session duration will tell you about the time spent. So this was for median, how median can be used, or the value of median can be used to interpret, or the value of median, what does it shows to you? What is the application of median? So mode, I already told you, mode is the most frequently occurring event. So 58 means there are multiple people whose age is for 58. There are multiple people whose salary is 60,000, 6 lakh, 6 LPA, and year of experience 2 means there are multiple employees whose year of experience is 2 years. Now talking about a standard deviation and a standard variance. So first of all, let me clear you that standard deviation, or basically this is standard variance. Standard variance is the square of standard deviation. Okay. So whatever the value of standard deviation will be there, if you will square this, you will get standard variance. So if a standard deviation is 2, standard variance will be 4. If it is 8, it will be 64, like that. So what does a standard deviation or a standard variance tells us. That's the most important point, isn't it? What does that means basically? What is the application of that? So let us see that as well. Let us take example of ad performance. Okay, what is the performance of my ad? So the standard deviation of ad performance metrics such as click-through rate or conversion rate can help the digital marketers to understand how much the performance of their ads varies from the average. First of all, what is standard deviation? That is the deviation of each data point from your mean, from your average. So if you're like going through the ad performance, then how it varies from the average. It will help the marketers to understand how much the performance of their ads varies from the average. Okay, so this can help them identify which ads are consistently performing well or poorly, because this will tell the marketers about the consistency, whether it is a well performer or a poor performer. Talking about website traffic. So the standard deviation of website traffic can help the marketers to understand how much their website traffic varies over time. Like what is the amount, what is the duration of time in which this deviation is high, or when it is the peak time, like prime time is 9 p.m. for news channel. 9 p.m. is the time where multiple or more number of people visits the news channels or see the news channel. Okay, so by this, website traffic, news traffic, ad traffic, all this can be measured by standard deviation. And again, if you will square this, you will get the sample variance. Do you know about customer acquisition cost? So the standard deviation of customer acquisition cost can help us, the digital marketers, to understand how much their customer acquisition cost varies for different campaign. So this can help us identify which acquisition channel are consistently more or less expensive, and from that we can make some data driven decision to optimize their marketing budget. Okay, we can talk about sales revenue as well. So the standard deviation of sales revenue for a particular e-commerce store can help the digital marketers to understand how much their revenue varies over time. Like what is the time in a month, or what is the time in a year in which the revenue is on peak, or what is the time in which the revenue is very low. Okay, so from these all things we can make some informed decisions to improve on our negative impacts. That is kurtosis, skewness, and range. First of all, I'll like to explain range, maximum and minimum. So that's very easy. Range is what? Range is this. If I explain you range, so range is maximum value minus minimum value of a particular column. So this is the range. So range will tell you the this whole distance between this max and min. That will tell you about that. Okay. Max means the maximum value, and min means the minimum value. So 60 minus 28, we got 32. Then here 7,79,000 minus 1,21,000, we got 6,58,000. Here 9 minus 1, we got 8. Means I hope now the range and minimum maximum is clear to you all. So now let's talk about the skewness, kurtosis. Okay. So when we talk about the distribution of data, so as we have seen here, the data of this age, let's suppose, it varies from 28 years to 60 years. Means it will be between 28 years to 60 years. Okay, that is the variation of data. So there will be multiple employees coming in this range. Now, what is skewness here? What does this skewness means? That is the most important thing, no? So let us talk about skewness now. So skewness is a measure of symmetry of a distribution. Okay, I told you that distribution data is data of age or age data is distributed in the range of 28 years to 60 years. So skewness will give us a measure of symmetry of distribution. So in digital marketing, skewness can be used to analyze metrics such as session duration or time on page to understand how much time a particular potential customer deviate from a normal distribution. Like let's suppose my mean time for like the mean duration of website, like how much like means main duration of session is, let's suppose 10 minutes, but I saw a user who spent 12 or 15 minutes on a particular web page on a particular website. So that is the skewness, the difference from your mean. Okay, so a positive skewness will indicate that distribution is skewed to the right with more values on the positive side, while a negative skewness indicates the distribution is skewed to the left with more values on the right side of the mean. So this can be helpful in identifying the, I'll give you example. So with more values on the right side, and this will help in identifying whether users are spending more or less time on a website, or if an ad campaign is targeting the right audience or not. So let me just draw a distribution plot over here. So if you have gone through this normal distribution, it looks like this. Now, let's suppose this is my mean. And mean is, let's suppose 10 minutes, I told now. 10 minutes is the mean duration for my website. But somehow I found out multiple people are there whose duration is like between 12 to 15 minutes. So as per kurtosis, it will look like this. This is right skewness. This is your mean. Okay, this is your mean. As you can see, multiple data points are located this side. So skewness will tell you about how much data points are there which are more than your mean, which are more than your mean in case of right skewness. And in case of left skewness, it will tell you about like this. It will show, it will get display like this. So if it is your mean, then most amount of data will be lying on in this. So this is right, this is left, or you can say negative. This is right, this is called positive as well. This is negative and this is positive. So what does this tells? This tells that there are multiple data points which are less than your mean, and there are multiple data points which are more than our mean in the case of right skewness. Okay, so it will tell us about, you can say, the performance of our ad campaign, performance of our social media campaign, or performance of our click, like it will tell us about what is the click per cost, is it good or not. So all these parameters will get clear with this. Talking about kurtosis now. So kurtosis is a measure of peakedness or flatness of distribution. Okay, so if I can show you this, and this, there are three peaks. So kurtosis means the peakedness, this height between your x-axis, or the distance between your x-axis and y-axis. That means that. So what it is saying, if your data set is having maximum value, so that will give you the peak. Obviously, if the max value is more and more and more, this will go high and high and high, isn't it? So kurtosis means that only, not much more than that. So I told you that is a measure of peakness or flatness of a distribution. So in digital marketing, kurtosis can be used to analyze metrics such as ad impressions, clicks, or conversions to understand how much they deviate from a normal distribution. If I say this is a normal distribution, okay, and this is going up than that, so there is the deviation now from a normal distribution, because a high kurtosis indicates a distribution is more peaked. So this is a high kurtosis. And if I draw a one more here like this, so this is a low kurtosis, because the peakness is low here, less, and here it is more. Okay, so it means that if it is a high ketosis, that means flatness. This is the flatness. This is the peakness. So this can be helpful in identifying whether an ad campaign is performing consistent or not. Because consistency is the key in digital marketing. Your ad, your any campaign should be consistent. So this is correlation. So first of all, I'll tell you what is correlation. So correlation tells, or it is just a measure of how two variables are correlated with each other, or what is the measure of dependency or independency of two variables with each other. Let me just draw here a correlation plot. If I have already given you example of correlation, isn't it, between, let's suppose this is my number of hours a student is learning, and this is the marks he is getting, or I've just taken wrong end. So let us take this as a number of, again, this is my marks, and this is my number of hours. So if I will increase my number of hours, then the marks will also increase. So what type of correlation is there between number of hours and marks secured? So if by increasing one attribute, other attribute also increases, that is called a positive correlation. Okay, then comes the second type of correlation, that is a negative correlation. So if increasing one attribute results in decrease of second attribute, it means that there is a negative correlation. Like time and speed. Okay, like time and speed. If I will increase my speed, time taken to reach a distance will decrease, isn't it? Getting my point? If I will increase my speed, obviously the time taken to reach a particular distance will decrease. So that is the relationship between of a negative correlation. Zero, and there is the third one, that is called zero correlation. Zero correlation means if I'm increasing one attribute or multiple attributes and there is no change in the other attributes, then that is a zero correlation. So navigate to correlation in the data analysis drop-down list, select the input variable array, analyze the output to understand correlation, create inference from the same. So let's find the correlation between salary and year of experience. Okay, let us see. Let us see salaries increasing with year of experience or not. So again, going into extensions, click on a start. You will get here correlation, input range, salary, and year of experience. So only two columns will select now. This one, just put over here, group by column, level in first row. Let us take the output here. Okay, I just click on OK. The correlation between your salary and your experience is, it is very less. It's only 0.15%. So if I say that if a person's experience is 15 years, then he will get 100% increase in his salary. That is mean by this 0.159, or it is like more close to 0.16. Like 16% hike is there if the year of experience increases by 1. Okay, if my salary today is, let's suppose 1,000, then after 1 year it will become how much? Let us take 100. So it will, after 1 year it will become 116. Second year will become 132. That is the correlation between your year of experience and salary. So that like this only you can find the correlation between your age and salary. Okay, so that is how you can find the correlation. Now moving to the covariance part. So as we have talked about correlation has given us whether they are positively correlated, negatively correlated, or like there is zero correlation. But covariance will give you a statistical measure. It will give you that count, variability of two variables, how two variables vary. So when we talk about a positive covariance, then it indicates that the two variables are positively related, meaning that as one variable increases, the other variable also tends to increase. But it will give you the count also, how much it will increase, the magnitude. So covariance is often used in data analysis to understand the relationship between two variables to identify the potential pattern in the data. It can be used to calculate other statistical measures such as correlation coefficient. Okay, so covariance is much more similar to correlation, but the only difference is that it will tell you about the how it varies. Okay, how it varies, how the relationship between two variables varies. It will give you the perfect measure. Like if I increase this by this much, then how much percent in change I will see in the second variable. So this is how we can do the covariance. Now let's do the covariance as well. Okay, so let us do the covariance now. So for covariance, let's find the covariance between age and year of experience. So for that, I have to take this here, labels in first row. Let's take the output here. Okay, so see, so the basic difference between correlation and covariance is the value of correlation will be between the range of -1 to +1. Okay, and for covariance, it will be from 0 to like in minus infinity to plus infinity. Okay, so it tells you about the extent. So between the age and year experience, 9.22 means it is 9 times correlated to age and year experience. Age and year experience, we have calculated what? We had to calculate between year experience and salary. No, let us do again. So see, so covariance, I already told you that it will tell you how it varies. So see, with the age, salary varies with 8,49,603. As the age increases, it varies like this. It is for whole age group between 2 to 9. No, so age was something more than this. So covariance is telling us that if the age increases, the salary also increases by this much factor. So as I explained you the covariance part, this is a positive covariance. This tells that if we are in didn't get the interpretation. Okay, I'm telling you the interpretation. If the age increases over here, we are getting a positive covariance. No, we are getting 8,49,603 salary. So this is the relation between these two values. So if the age is increasing, the salary is also increasing as per the age. So that totally means that if with the experience, the salary also increases. That is what you can interpret from this data. That is the whole interpretation you can get from this data.
So let's understand what VLOOKUP is first of all. Well, VLOOKUP is a function which looks for value in the leftmost of the column and then returns a value in the same row from another column. Now, this is the definition in terms of what exactly VLOOKUP is, but then more than that, let me explain this in a simple terms for you. Imagine you as an individual want to pick up something from somewhere. You probably want to go to your friend's house, and from your friend's house you want to pick up certain games which you like to play, like a PlayStation game or a computer game.
Here is a quick quiz question for you guys. What does the average function do in Excel? And your options are: calculates the average of a range of cells, calculates the sum of a range of cells, calculates the number of cells that meet a condition, or returns the maximum value in a range of cells. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or you want to go to your friend's house or a shop and you want to pick up books which you read often. So when you're picking up stuff, both in terms of books or games, you will look at common things, right? Common things would probably be like books, the genre of books such as fiction or scientific or just comic, anything like that. And even in terms of games, is it action oriented and all that. So you're basically not doing nothing but a lookup, right? So you go to that particular place, you figure out what is that you want to, and you pick those up. You are looking up something of your particular preference. And when you're doing so, the first thing which you're actually doing in your mind is you're referring to what is that you want to pick up. I mean, you're looking at something common. In terms of books, you probably are thinking from a comics or from fictions, etc. And in terms of games, you're probably looking at something like action games, which is your common value which you want to refer to and then pick up the respective object. VLOOKUP also similarly works on the same concept. In VLOOKUP, you have a certain syntax which you need to follow, and the most important things in the syntax is that there has to be a common lookup value between the two places where you want to pick up stuff. Now, putting this in Excel terms, imagine you have two databases. One database, you have an employee list. Let's take the HR maintains the employee list. The employee IDs are created and they are given a unique reference as employee numbers. Similarly, there's another database where employee numbers have been are there, and there are a lot of other information such as when he's joined, what is the date of joining, which department, which floor does the particular person work, which building, cubicle number, and so on and so forth. So there are two different databases. Now, if you want to look up some information from the bigger database, which houses all the information, what is the common information or common situation between both these databases? If your answer is the employee ID, that is absolutely right. So the unique or your reference or such in terms of the games, or which we're talking about in terms of action, or in terms of books, which we are talking about in terms of fiction or comic, there is a unique reference here, which is the employee ID, and you use the employee ID, use some basic syntax, and then you pick up what you want out of the two databases. So that is how a VLOOKUP function is used. Lookup function in summary is nothing but you use a certain syntax to pick up the values you want from a particular database. So that's how VLOOKUP works. Yeah. So let's get to understand in detail. So let me go to the demo now and teach you how to use VLOOKUP. All right. I have some exercise prepared for you to do. But even before we go ahead and practice this exercise, let's first look at the syntax and then understand how you use the syntax. What are the different types of syntax parameters which you need to understand, and then accordingly we will go ahead and try that out in this exercise. So for getting into the syntax, instead of me typing it, let me use the insert function and pick up the syntax for you. So I'm going to the insert function. I'm going to use lookup as a search criteria, and as soon as I click on go, I have a lot of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, just lookup, match index, and so on and so forth. For now, we are just going to look at VLOOKUP. So here it is, VLOOKUP selected, looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns the value of the same row. That's the definition we saw. Let's click OK and understand what are the parameters or arguments of this particular function. So we have lookup value, right? So lookup value, like the way I was talking about, it is the unique set of value between the two tables, which has to be common. The table array is nothing but the complete list of table or the data where it is. Column index number is the number, the column number which you will return back to the formula. According to the column number, that particular value in that column will be returned to you as an answer. Range lookup, it is basically, there are three types of range lookup. It is 0, 1, plus 1 or a minus 1. To explain this, I can just do so using an integer concept. If you recollect integer, which we learned in our school days, in integer you have your negative line, which is -1, and then you go to 0, and then you have your positive one, right? So that's your integer line. I'm not able to plot a line here, but then if I have to consider this as a line, so you have -1, 0, and +1. Now let's take 100 as a number. So when you're looking up a particular value, and in the last argument, which is your range lookup, if you give 0 as your range, so basically what it does is the search criteria is going to be an exact match, which means it is going to search 100 is equal to 100. It will not search any parameters below that particular number or above that particular number. It's going to be an exact match and nothing else. So it's just going to search whether it is 100 is equal to 100. It will not pull up data such as 99 or 101, etc. But if we use -1, such as what we know in integer, it's one number lesser than 100. So in this case, what will happen is, if I use -1 here, it is going to pull up values. When it is going to throw up the answer, it will throw up values which are closer than 100 but lesser. So it will throw up values such as 99, 98, etc. because you're telling -1. So it's okay for me to not get the exact match, but little lesser than that also is okay. Similarly, now that you have understood -1, I'm sure you'll be able to relate as what is +1. So +1 is nothing but similar to 99. In this case, it will pick up values higher than 100 and might go on to 101, 102, etc. That's how. But then as much as possible, or most of the time, we generally use 0, which is an exact match. So that is the parameters or arguments of the VLOOKUP function. So lookup value, the value which has to be unique between both the tables, which you're going to use. Table array, the value where the table, the complete table where the value is housing. Column index number is the number which you would give to Excel, telling that, okay, this is the data I want out of that particular column. And range lookup, which you understood by the integer concept, we are only going to use 0 as a range lookup. Okay, so let's try that out. So here I have a small exercise. So let me explain the two tables to you and then we can work it out. So I have a table. I was explaining the employee concept, right? So I have a table over here. I have the list of employee IDs. Employee IDs, please note that they are unique. They cannot be duplicate. And that's why that's a common reference I'm taking. So it's important for you to remember in VLOOKUP that when you're looking up data against two tables, you need to pick up something unique, okay, which is not, like, say, duplicated. I can take name also, but then we understand, right? There might be multiple Anands and multiple Kirans, so not necessarily these data is unique, and hence it's important you pick up something which has unique values. In this case, employee numbers would be helpful. The next table, I also have the employee numbers. So I am going to use a lookup function and pick up the corresponding name, address, and phone numbers using the employee number. So that is what we are going to do out here. So how do I do that? Let's go ahead and insert a VLOOKUP. I can go ahead and type it. Since we are doing it for the first time, let's use the VLOOKUP syntax from the insert function. So there I go, insert VLOOKUP, my recently used functions. Okay, so I have my lookup value. So for this, I click on my red button. My employee number is my unique value. So that's my lookup value. All right. Table array. So where is that you want me to search this employee number? So I need to search this in the table array. So my table array is nothing but this complete table. You could actually start selecting from the header, or you could actually just select the data. My suggestion is that you always try to select the data rather than header, because here also your unique value will start comparing with the data, not exactly to the header. So in this case, it's a table array. So we are going to select the complete table because that's what it will understand. So it will understand that employee number needs to be looked out into this particular table. Okay. Column index number. I told you column index number is the number which I provide to Excel, which has to return me a value. In this case, my column index number, I'll just put 2 and see what it does, and then we can understand it better. Range lookup is 0. Okay. Here also I'm entering the value. So once again, my syntax VLOOKUP, lookup value, which I selected, table array, the complete table array, column index number, the data from which the column data which needs to be picked out that I'm entering. The range lookup is going to be 0 and click OK. So what it did, if you see the result, it is basically searched E005 in this particular table, and then on searching E005 it found Deepa in the second column. That's where number 2 column is what I've given, and then it has returned that particular value in the name column. For just to understand this better, I'm just going to remove 2, which is my column index number, and type in 3, and you can see. So what it's basically done is picked up the values in the third column. So remember, I selected my table array starting this particular table, right? So I'm just marking this in color for you to understand. So this is the first column, this is the second column, and this is the third column. So now the third column is HAL, and that's what it's picked up. If I do this as fourth, any guesses what it will pick up? It would pick up the phone number, which is in the fourth column. Simple. Let's try that again, but this time using an insert function. Equal to VLOOKUP is my syntax. Note how as soon as I type in the formula and open the bracket, it starts giving me the hint for the syntax. So lookup value, like the way we understood using the insert function, lookup value is nothing but the value which is common and unique between the two tables. So I'm selecting that. Note there's a comma next to that, so I use a comma. Table array, which I'm going to select. So I've selected the complete table array. You can see it by the dotted lines. Column index number is what I am going to return, which let it be 2 for now. Range lookup, it's similarly showing me as a true or false. Exact match, approximate match. Approximate match is when I was talking about plus or minus 1. Exact match is just 0. Okay, so what is that we are going to use here? Exact match, right. 0, close the bracket and enter. So E008, it searched and returned me the value in the second column, which is Kiran. Okay, so let me copy this down. Simple, right? There is a problem. So E006, E007, here it is column 4, so let me just change it to 2 actually. And I use the autofill handler. Okay, E006 Raj is working, but then E001 is not working. NA is an error, and why is it throwing an error? Any idea, anything which you can think about? Well, if you have told referencing, that is absolutely right. So I'll show you what exactly happened by clicking on F2. So here you can see my VLOOKUP lookup value is searching on E005, and it is searching A4 to D11. That's where the data is being searched, which is represented by my green color table. But since I'm not using referencing, it is basically relative. As my position moves down, the relative reference also moves down. That is why the last value, when I come down to here and I click F2, though my E001 is relative, look at where my table has come. It's come down because it has also moved down basis the relative reference over here. So recollecting what you learned in your relative reference chapter, what is that you need to do here? You need to make this particular table an absolute reference. So for that, A4 to D11, select them. What do you do? Click on F4. So you see I'm blocking $A, $4 $D, $11, which is basically blocking the complete table. And there we go. Let me do that again. Is it working fine? Absolutely. E002 is Kiran and E002 is Kiran. Yeah. So let me do that again for your benefit. Address is what I'm finding, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Where do I search the lookup value? In this particular table. If the value matches, E005 matches with E005, what do I want to return? I wanted to return address. So what is the column number of address? So if I have to count, it would be 1, 2, and 3. So 3 is the column address column, and my range lookup is always 0. So close bracket, and I complete the syntax and enter. Last thing, don't forget your reference. Select the right table where you need to make it absolute. Click on F4 and make it absolute, and there you go. I have the complete details. Just a small check to see if it's working. E002 is Jayanagar. E002 is Jayanagar. Yeah. Once again, last time with me. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array. So now we want phone number. So can you tell me what should be the column index number? If your answer is 3, it is wrong. Your answer should be 4. So first column, second column, third column, the phone is in the fourth column. So I put 4 and range lookup 0, close brackets, enter. Use my absolute referencing. And there you go. Okay. So simple VLOOKUP. How do you do it and how do you use the formula? I will go ahead and explain some drawbacks of VLOOKUP shortly. But before that, what I want you to do is practice this exercise. I'll give you a couple of minutes to practice, and I'll give a 5 seconds pause as usual for you to pause the video and practice and come back, and then I'll take you through the drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and then we'll proceed to do more exercise and then HLOOKUP. All right, so your 5 seconds pause starts now. All right, so hope you got time to practice. Now I want to showcase some common mistakes which we do in VLOOKUP, which you need to be very careful about. Now, the syntax is pretty simple. I'm sure you understood while you were practicing, but then a couple of mistakes which we do, and then we will keep wondering why is the formula not working. So to start with, I will remove the data and redo the exercise. So first thing, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, now table array, if I do not start the table array with the same employee number, and if I start it or miss it and start using the table array from name and go ahead and complete my VLOOKUP, it will not work. It will throw me a NA, which is nothing but an error. So the reason is, first of all, your VLOOKUP, you're referring to the employee number, and you're not giving anywhere a reference where Excel is searching the employee number. Because in this particular formula, when I selected A16, I selected B4 to D11. So I've missed the first column. So it is unable to select E005. It is unable to search E005 out here, and that is why it's throwing up that particular error. Another drawback of VLOOKUP, which is overcome by index and match, which you'll learn in the next chapter, is your unique value has to start in the first column. For example, if your employee number is somewhere here, which I'll show you, your VLOOKUP will not work. That's the drawback. It has to be in the first column, which means your lookup value and your table array should has your unique value at the first column. So let's understand that better. So the first one was that you need to select the table array correctly. You should not miss any of the data, and if you miss the data, the result would be incorrect. So what I'm going to do now is just interchange the positions of this particular data. Okay, so I was showing you the drawback of VLOOKUP. So in this case, my employee number is in the first column, but my employee number, which is my unique reference, is not in the first column. So unless Excel understands that E005 is out here, it will not be able to relate to it. Okay, so let's see if VLOOKUP is going to work. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma. I've selected the table array, so it has selected the complete table array. Remember, the employee number, which is my unique reference value, is in the second column and not the first. I'll give the 2 as my column index number. Range lookup would be 0, close brackets, enter. There you go. Again, it is throwing up an error because it's not understanding the same thing. I can overcome this by actually starting my selection from the name, which is with my second column. But the drawback is we look up, and now I've selected the unique reference correctly. So I've selected the table array, but I can't select the first because my reference starts. I can't extend this out here. If I extend it, it will be wrong. So my selection would start only from here. Column index number, let me just put it as 2, and range lookup 0. There you go, it's working. So E005 is referring to HL, but if I want the employee number, or in this case actually the name, which is in the first column, I can't even put 1 because my table array is starting over here. So basically this particular data misses out. So yes, I have to do some manual changes, cut this, paste to the end, and thereby getting my table completed, and which will help me in getting all the information which I want. So that is one of the major drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and which you need to be very careful and aware of, because it will cause you serious problems when you're working with huge amount of data, and you'll be wondering as why Excel is not throwing up the right answer even though the formula is absolutely correct. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, before showing you the other thing, let me get my table back to its original format. So I start with the unique reference, which is my employee number, and the rest of the details. Okay, so VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array. Now, very important is the absolute right usage of commas. Here, if I do not tell Excel that my first argument, the lookup value, is completed, Excel again will not understand it. The comma basically signifies that my first argument is completed. I am moving on to my second argument. You can see the second argument highlighted, right? So if I select the table array and put a comma, my second argument is completed and moves on to the third argument. Yeah, so just in case if I don't put a comma and I move on to my column index number, which is 0, and then I put a comma and go to the range lookup, which again is 0, and close the brackets, there you go, it shows a value error, which means either there is no value or there is some problem with your formula. That's why it's not showing in right. So it is imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely right. So VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array, comma, column index number, comma, range lookup, close brackets, and only when you follow the syntax completely, you'll be able to use VLOOKUP successfully. It is very easy for me to tell this, but I know it is going to be difficult. We will be missing out here and there. I have been doing VLOOKUP for quite some time, and that's why I know this by heart. But as you are learning this for the first time, or you'll be practicing it going forward, my suggestion and my request to you is you need to use the right syntax, understand the limitations of the formula, and keep practicing till you get this, and then it'll help you. Yeah. So coming back, column index number 2 and range lookup 0. Yeah. I already spoke about the referencing, right? So that's another reason where issues cannot happen. We generally tend to forget the reference, and we try to use this formula across, or we also try to use autofill handler, and we see that the values do not match. So again, using reference, right syntax, and the limitations of VLOOKUP, which you need to be completely aware of time and again, and then it will be very easy for you to learn VLOOKUP. Okay, with me till now? So let's quickly finish off this exercise once again. So equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I'm searching the lookup value in the table, and if it matches, give me column number 2, range lookup is 0, and I use absolute reference, copy the formula, paste it, then again VLOOKUP, lookup value, column index 3, 0, F4, paste it in the last one, phone number, VLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, column index. Oh, there you go. I would have forgotten the formula. Yep, 0, F2, F4, and I'm done with my first exercise. If you were wondering if there is one single formula which I can drop in out here and drag the autofill handler down and towards my right, and that solves the problem instead of entering all the 3, yes, there is. Not a formula, but there is a method. You need to use referencing, which you learned in your previous chapter, and try to use referencing with some numbers and then get that done. I will teach you that a little later, but just let's get familiarized with it. Yeah, so good with the first exercise. Moving on to a few more exercises. I have a couple of more exercises on VLOOKUP which you need to try it by yourself. Okay, so the next exercise is very simple, not pretty much complicated. So I have a list of items, the sales of those items for a week. I have the total sales. What I want you to find is the price of these items, and the price of these items are provided in this particular table which is out here. So burger cost is 0.85, or pizza is 1.75, and pizzas are here. So these are the total sales. So you get the price here using VLOOKUP and then find the total income. So that's the exercise. Yeah. So again, a 5-second pause for you to go ahead and try it, and then we'll come back and do this exercise for you. Okay, your time starts now. All right, are you able to do it? Hopefully. If not, let's try it out. So what you need to find out is the price. The price is available in this particular table. So how do I go about getting the price out here? So equal to VLOOKUP. Remember all the limitations we spoke about. Your lookup value, the first unique between both. So what is unique? The items are unique, and so I can use the items to find the price. So my lookup value, it starts in the first column, and here also it's in the first column. So that's the first criteria. Table array, I select the complete table array. And what is my column index number? Since I've selected from here, it's not 1, 2, 3. it is just 1 and 2. So what I want back, I want the price as my return value. So column index number would be 2, which is 1, 2, that's where the price is. And my range lookup always 0. Yeah. So is Lasang 1.95? Yes, it is Lasang 1.95. If I use autofill handler, it will not work because the reference is incorrect. So I go back and let the items move down, but my table array where the price is be constant. So I select B28 to C37, F4, enter 1.95 and use the autofill handler. Now all the price items are available. So let's confirm. Pizza is 1.75. Is it 1.75? Yes, it is. So how do I find my total income? Very simple. Total sales into price. Here I could use the autofill handler. Simple. Excuse me. There we go. So I used the VLOOKUP, the syntax rightly, used my table array, picked the price from there, and then I calculated the total incomes for this particular weeks. Okay. A couple of more exercise. So similar to the price, this exercise for you is to find out the payments to be done for each of the instructor. Here is the activity and the weekly salary for that particular activity is out here. So here it is in your second column. Your instructor is in the first column. Okay. Yeah. So here is your activity and the weekly salary is out here. Activity is here. How do you use it? So do you want to give it a shot? Go ahead. I'll give a 5-second pause, and then if you're not able to solve it, you can come back and watch the video to learn how to do it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay. So two things. One, either you could modify activity, cut this and paste it out here, or let this be here. Because what is important is it needs to search football and search it out in this particular table. Not necessarily you're using any instructor here, right? You're not using this as your any details in your syntax. Just to ensure that you use one preferred method, I was asking you to put the activity front, but then the most important thing is it has to start comparing activity to activity, which should be in the first column. So we will leave the activity where it is. We will not move it there. Just note how I use the formula. So here it's VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, so lookup value is what I've selected. I don't select anything else out here. Similar to the other formulas. In the table array, very important, my activity, which is my lookup value, the same list starts in the beginning. And the weekly salary is the next. If I have more values, I can actually select it, but then I really don't want, I just want the weekly salary. So I've used my lookup value, I've used the table array. What should be my column index number? Is it 3? If you have told 3, it's wrong. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. It is my table array, which is just 1 and 2 columns. So the 1 I have activities, the weekly salary I have 2, so it's 2. Range lookup is always 0, and I close the brackets. Enter. Let me use referencing. F4, enter. There you go. So is swimming 220? Swimming is 220. Football 165. football is 165. So total payment is nothing but payment to each instructor into the number of weeks. Okay, autofill handler once again, and there you go. I've got my total payment. So here I did nothing, just that to ensure that the orientation or the way the formula looks at the value, I used it appropriately. Look up value of activity in the table array, and I got the rest of the result. Simple. Okay, so I'm sure with this you're pretty familiar with the VLOOKUP exercise. One last VLOOKUP exercise and then we will move on to HLOOKUP. Nothing different or major in HLOOKUP, just that we will be using the same concept but using it horizontally. So before we go ahead and explore VLOOKUP, let's go to the last exercise on VLOOKUP, which is similar to what we did using text to columns. So I'll just remove these numbers. There is the reason because I've put that particular number out there. So what you need to find out is the department, the extension numbers, and their email addresses. So employee IDs are not there. I just have employee names. So using employee names, I want to find out employee IDs, department, extension numbers, and email. Okay, so let's start. VLOOKUP, open brackets. So what's my lookup value? It's going to be the name. So that's my lookup value. Where do I search that? In the table array. So it's going to use name and search it over here. If it matches, it will throw up the return value. So here my column index number is what? I need the employee ID, which is in my second column. So, and my range lookup, 0, enter, and there you go. I use it. Okay. But then what I actually want to do is, I don't want to keep putting multiple formulas. So again, I have to go for department, put in the multiple formulas. Again, I have to go to extension numbers, put in the VLOOKUP, again for email. So is it possible if I just put one formula, drag it down and drag it across, and it works? At this point of time, it's not, because it's Vivek Oak probably is showing rightly. But then if I use just one particular formula and drag it down, I want it to work absolutely right. Can you try it out? Can you think about it? You might see that the formula is working fine. Let me see. No, it's not. You can see that the table is moved, right? So look at this. See where the table is referencing. I want one table which finds out and gives me the right amount of numbers or values back. Yeah, so can you try it out, please? Just what I want is one simple formula which you will put, and that should take care of the need of the complete table. Okay, so your time starts now. Please try. All right, so I'm sure it would have been a little difficult for you to figure it out, but then let me make it a little simple for you by going back to my first VLOOKUP exercise and trying that out. So here we are going to use the same one, VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array, and column index 2 and range lookup. So here it's going to give me the name, right? So when I copy this down, it doesn't work because of my reference, but when I push this across, it still doesn't work because of my reference. What I wanted is one simple formula. When I drag it across, has to work perfectly. So for that, first thing what I need to do is fix the reference problem. Okay, so let me fix the reference problem. F4. So here we go. I have fixed the particular reference, but when I come to address and phone, it doesn't, because when I actually use the VLOOKUP and fix the reference out here, so E005 is checking for E005, and since my return value is 2, it is returning deeper. But when it is checking again for address in this particular cell, what it has to change is 3, because E005 3 is HAL, so which has to be 3. So if I put this as 3, it will work out fine. Okay, and I need to change from B to A16 and it will work out fine. Yeah, so that's not happening, so that's the reason the formula is incorrect. So how do I do that? Again, if you recollect if you recollect referencing, we can use what we learned in referencing. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to block the column A, something which we learned in reference, right? So how do I do that? Click once, you have $A$16, which blocks the complete cell. I don't want that. I click once again, I got A$16, which is just blocks the 16th row, and the column A is free, but my need over here is to block the row A. So once again, so here I have the block, complete column is blocked and 16th row is free. So now with just doing that, blocking A and using absolute reference for the table, let me see if it fixes. Okay, looks like it's working, but it is always going to throw me the reference of 2, which is nothing but the column 2 name. So how do I solve that problem? For that, the clever solution, which you would have got a hint, is I have to use some numbers over here. So I am going to put in some numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, which basically indicates the column numbers. And instead of me giving a manual reference to the column numbers, I'm going to give a cell reference to the same thing. So for example, here I will give a cell reference 2. So basically for this particular cell, it will just pick up completely 2. Sorry, here it has picked up 2, which is B2, which you can see here. But then what's happened out here is it has picked up B3, which is name. That is the reason the value is incorrect. So for that, again, I use reference. What should I do? Should I block B or 2? It is in 2, which is column 2, and B should be free because B can go to C, which is my third address, and fourth phone. So again, I use reference F4, F4, and that's good enough. My second row is blocked, and let me see now. There you go, it's working perfectly fine, and perfectly fine for address and phone numbers. So in summary, what I did now is I used referencing and a combination of VLOOKUP. So I used my basic VLOOKUP function, and then I used referencing. My first reference in my lookup value was I blocked the column so that my column remains same and the row 16 is free. So $A blocks the column, 16 is free, and as I go down to the other cells, it becomes 17, 18, 19, and 20. And my table array is an absolute reference, so I have not changed anything, just blocked it completely. And instead of me giving the column index number of 2, 3, and 4 basis my name, address, and phone number, which needs to be retrieved, I cleverly used numbers over here and gave the cell reference inside the formula to these references, to the numbers, and then used again mixed reference out here. I blocked the row because it's all housed in the row 2, and let B, column B, free, because when I move the formula from the pair to here it is B, but when I come here it moves to C, and when I come here it moves to D. So that has to move with it, and hence I used reference again, and with a combination of reference I was able to just put one simple formula and get the answer. Yeah, complicated, right? Not simple as my earlier problems, but then again, the essence of it is practice. The more you practice, the more you learn. So going on to our VLOOKUP exercise, and let's use this VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I look it up in the table. Column index number for now, I will just give this, which I've not put anything, and range lookup is 0. So the first thing I'll do is add numbers here, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it's working, but then let me change it. So here it would be my column, which would be blocked, $A. Fine. And then when I come to the table, I block the complete table, which is F4. And when I come to the number selection, I block the row and not the column. It should be $1. So using this, I was able to get this, and oops, not working. Oh, the formula of A is not there. Okay, let me just do it again. F4, F4, F4. Okay. There we go. So you need to understand the syntax, use the right reference to get the answer. Okay. Familiar with VLOOKUP, familiar with the VLOOKUP syntax. Using a reference is a little complicated. It will take you some time to get a hang of it. But then if you're not comfortable with the reference, and you could practice using multiple VLOOKUPs. I mean, what I mean is you use VLOOKUPs in every columns to get your desired results. If not, if you're able to master the reference and understand the logic, then you could use VLOOKUP and reference to get your desired outcome. Okay, so let's quickly look at the last thing, which is nothing but HLOOKUP. Now, HLOOKUP is not used frequently because generally all the data is available horizontally, not vertically. So hence HLOOKUP is used seldomly, but then I'll teach you the same. It's very simple, similar to VLOOKUP. The formula, the syntax is absolutely the same, just that you will be using it horizontally and not vertically. So here I have the employee numbers horizontally placed. Here also I have the employee numbers horizontally placed, the data, name, address, and phone number horizontally placed. And that's what you need to use of HLOOKUP and get the details. So how do I do that? Similar to VLOOKUP, you start off with HLOOKUP, open brackets. Now your lookup value is the employee ID, and your table array is horizontal. Your row index number, it's no longer column index number, it's a row index number. So this is row 1, row 2, so your name is in row 2, it's 2. And range lookup, always remember, most of the time, I would not say always, is 0. There you go. Your referencing stays the same, no changes. Simple. Same concept of VLOOKUP, just that you'll be using H or horizontal lookup. Yep. Again, you could practice all that which we learned in VLOOKUP using HLOOKUP, but like the way I can tell from experience, you generally get the data in a column or a vertical format and not really in a horizontal format. So the more you learn to use VLOOKUP, that should be sufficient. There might be some cases where you use HLOOKUP, and that is where you could remember this formula and try it. Let's complete the address and phone number and close the VLOOKUP chapter. So HLOOKUP, open brackets, what's my lookup value? Where am I looking up the value? And this time my column number, sorry, not my column, my row number is what? 3, and range lookup 0, and I paste it, there I get. Last one, HLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, I select the complete data, row index number with 4, range lookup 0, enter, and I could use absolute to ensure that my formula doesn't run out if there is any problem. Do that. Yeah. So that's HLOOKUP for you. So quickly an introduction to index function. Here you can see the syntax or the arguments for the index function. You have index open brackets array, you have a row number which you need to enter, and a column number which you need to enter, and close brackets. When you use this particular array in Excel, it basically gives you the value or the reference value which you've given in row and column number back as a array, back to this particular function. So for example, I would say select a table. I would give row number 1, column number 1. So whatever is the value on that row number and column number, that would be returned back when I use index function. So that's index function. We will anyway demo that, but I'm just giving you the theoretical details about index. Okay, so now that we understand index returns a value, what exactly does a row match function do? So match function is similar to index. So here I've explained that with an example. So match function also opens up with brackets, and then we give the value which we want, and then we give the table reference and the match type, which we learned in VLOOKUP as 0, -1 and 1. So in this situation, I have explained this with an example. So here the formula equal to match 25 in the table range, which is A1 to A3, and the return or lookup value is 0, will return the position of the number 2, which in this case would be 2. So my table basically had A1 to A3, where A1 is 5, 25 is in the second row, 38 is in the third row, all are in column 1, so that's why it's A1 and A3. When I use the match equal to match 25, A1 to A3 is what I've selected the complete table, and the range lookup or the return, which is exact match, it basically returns the position of the number 25, which is in the second row. So that is match. So index, we learned that it returns a value. Match, we know that it returns the position. Now using this too, how is that I could use it as a lookup function? That is what we are going to learn in chapter 12. So let's get into the demo and understand this in detail. Okay, so before I go ahead and do this, I just want to quickly go back to the VLOOKUP function. Yeah, so this is the exercise we worked on VLOOKUP, and as quick recap on using VLOOKUP, our formula was VLOOKUP open brackets lookup value, look it up in the table array. Column index number is the column number where you want the return value to be picked up from. In this case, the name is in column number 2. Range lookup is always 0, which is our exact match, and close bracket. So this is what we learned from VLOOKUP. I'm not getting into the details of referencing, etc., which was clearly explained in VLOOKUP. So the problem or the limitations which we mentioned in VLOOKUP, which is very important, and that's the reason we are into index and match now, is because say if the employee number was not in the first column or doesn't start with that, and we had the name has my reference in the first column, and then I had the exact reference, that is the unique values between the both in a different column, I'll not be able to apply. I'll just show that again, equal to VLOOKUP open brackets lookup value, and unless I start the function or the formula with the lookup value, it will not work, which I'm demonstrating now by selecting this particular table. Column index 2, or let me say 1 in this case, and range lookup. Excel doesn't understand that A005 is in the second column and not in the first. And there is no way by which we can get this unless I cut this and paste it in the first column and then subsequently arrange my data, which is still okay if I'm working with a small table. But then when you're using a lookup functions, you're basically working with a huge amount of data, and sorting the data according to your requirement and spoiling the table format for your requirement might be cumbersome. So that's where index and match comes to our rescue. Okay, so Now I'm getting into index and match, and let's understand how to use index and match function as a lookup. So I'm using the same exercise which we did in VLOOKUP so that you can familiarize, and you already worked on it, so it's easier for you to associate and learn out of it. So but even before we go ahead and start applying the index and match, so let's exactly understand what we learned in theory as what index does and what match function does. So I've named these here just for a reference. Color this. Okay, so there you go, index and match. So first I'll apply the index formula for this particular table, and let's understand what it is. Equal to index, open brackets, array. I'm selecting the array, and I'm giving the row number and the column number. That is the second reference. I'm not currently looking at the second formula of index, reference, row number, column number, area number. We're not getting into that. Currently I'm looking at the syntax: index, array, row number, column number. So array I've already selected, so let me put a comma. That's done. Let me just expand this so that the formula comes. Okay, I'll do that. Row number, I'll just put 1 for now, and column number 1. So what do you think is going to be the result? Simple logic. Row number 1, so this is my table which is highlighted in blue, and row number is 1 and column number is 1. So what should be the result? If your answer is E001, that is absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. So index, array, row number, column number returns me the value which is available in row number and column number. If I change the row number to 2 and retain the column number as 1, what would be my return value? E002 is the right answer. If I change this to...
Here is a quiz question for you guys. What is the keyboard shortcut to select an entire column in Excel? And your options are Control Shift Space, Control Space, Alt Space, and Shift Space. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
3. What should be the answer? It's row number 2 and column number 3. So it is row number 2, column number 3. So row number 2, column number 3 is Jayanagar. Yep. So this you understood, right? So basically what index does is, according to the position which you supply, you are basically giving information to Excel again that in this particular table, this row number, this column number gave me that value in return. So that's what index is going to do. Okay, so we have a fair idea of index now. What does match do then? So why are we using match then? This itself is good enough, right? So every time we keep giving index, row, and give the column and row number, we can get the value out. So why we really require match? Now, to answer that question, it is simple, right? So we are referencing something, and then according to that reference, we want to pick up the value. So for example, here I'm referencing E005. And when I search E005 out here, then I understand that it is Deepa, HAL, or this phone number which I want, and then only. But index, if I give it, I basically give the complete table, and then I give the details, but how will I know what am I referencing? So I don't have that answer. So that's where we use match. Match is when I actually tell Excel that you start referencing this, you understand the position of what I'm referencing, and then basis that particular position, you return me that value. Okay, so to put it in action, equal to match. So there are 3 arguments: my lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Okay, lookup value is what is that I'm searching, where am I searching, and my match type, as we learned, is -1, 0, and +1. So for now, it will be match type exact match, which is 0. So lookup value, what is that I'm looking, where am I looking, and match type. So lookup value is 001. Okay, lookup array. Now, unlike what we selected in the table array. So we completed the complete table. In the lookup array, we are only going to select the table or the cells where the value is there, which means E001 to E008. I really do not have to select the complete thing, and even if I select, it will throw up an error. So please note this. This is a very important point, that your lookup value is the value you want to look up, and your lookup array is where the value is available, that the complete column where it is available. So in this case, my lookup value would be this particular column. So I'm looking at A4 in A4 to E11, or rather E001, searching E001 in the employee number column, which is out here. Match type, as I told, it's 0, so it can clearly understand the integer concept which I explained in VLOOKUP. Exact match, less than, greater than. 0, close brackets. Yeah. Okay, so what it did, here it gave me the position of that particular value. So I gave A4, which was nothing but E001, and then I asked it to be looked out in A4 to A11. So it understood, and then it gave me the position of it. Now let's take, I give my lookup value as, let's take A10. So can you guess what can be the position of that? You know the blue one highlighted, right? Okay, so A4 to 11, so this would be my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 7 should be the right answer. There it is. 7 is the right answer. Once again, if I give A7, 4, perfect. Okay, so that is what index and match does. So index returns the value basis the row and column, and match basically gives the position of that particular value which you're looking for. Now, how do I put both of this to use as a lookup function? That's what we are going to see in my next exercise. Just give me 1 second. Let me copy this to down so that you can refer to it. Okay. Okay. So similar to our VLOOKUP exercise, I have the employee numbers. I have the employee numbers out here, and I have to find the name, address, and phone number. Okay, so now we are going to use just the simple one, then we will get into the complex versions. Equal to index, open brackets. So here I'm using index function to start with. So my array, what is that we did in the first time when we applied index? We looked at the array. So my array is nothing but the complete data where the values are available. I've got the array. So index array, I selected the complete details. Now row number. Now this is the number I need to give, right? So I can give column number and row number. So row number, if I want to look up E005, I need to go and search E005, which is in my row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth row. So this is what I had to give manually. But instead of this, match also does the same thing for me, right? It gives me the value of the, it gives the position of that particular reference. So instead of me giving it manually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a match function. Match, open brackets. So here I don't have to use an equal sign because anyway it's within the formula. Similar to VLOOKUP how we referenced, we are not going to give here equal to. So I give the array. In my next argument, which was my row number, I put in the match function. Match, open bracket. So as soon as I do that, the match arguments open up. What's my lookup value? I'm looking up E005. So where am I looking it up? In my lookup array. So note again, I'm not selecting the complete table. So I'm searching E005 to get its relative position, and I have to only select the positions or the particular column where the value is there. And then match type is 0. I almost completed my match function, so I close that. Now I go back to my index, so you can see the formula giving you hints that index is done, array is done. You're done with row number. What is that you want to do? I need to hit a comma, and my last argument, the column number. So the column number, as we learnt in VLOOKUP, it is the details or the value which I need back. So what I need out here, I need the name. So in my table blue, which I've selected, which column is the name in? So 1, 2, the column number is 2. There you go. I get my result. So what I did, just to reiterate, I'll do it again. Index, I selected the array. Then in the row number or the argument row number, I use the match function. And once I finished my row number so that I can retrieve the position of E005, I am manually returning the column number, which is here. And then I closed it. Important things for you to make a note of. Number 1, please understand the syntax absolutely right. Your commas, your opening brackets, closing brackets, all have to be absolutely right for the formula to work. I know you might do mistakes at the beginning, but then you can keep following the clues which are provided. So you have comma, array, comma, row number, comma, then you have column number, close, and accordingly when you place a formula in the row number, you start following the match syntax, you'll be able to do it. Yeah, we'll try it once again and then we could work on the complex ones. So index, I select the array, that's my first argument, so I'm done with it. In the row number, I enter the match. Lookup value, where do I look up the value? Match type is 0, and I'm done with my match function. I finish it off with a comma, move to the next argument, which is column number. The column number which I want to return is 2, and I close. Okay, so with this basic, I'm going to paste the formula down to see the results. The same problem. The same problem is because we have to use the referencing. So now you're getting into complex versions. We have to use all that we learned in the previous chapters. We have to use the referencing. We're using multiple formulas over here. So what is the right reference over here? So if you notice, your employee number stays, your table stays. But when you come down, your employee number stays, but your table is moved down. There are two tables or two values which are moved out. One is the blue one is the purple one. So both of them have to be made as an absolute reference. Again, I did show to you in VLOOKUP how you could use mixed referencing to put one formula, drag it across and get that done. You could do that, but before we get there, let's solve this particular problem first. So I come back. So first absolute reference would be my A4 to do 11, F4, and then my next absolute reference would be A4 to A11. Yeah, F4 is what I used. So now let me try this. There you go, working perfectly fine. So let's try that out for address. Equal to index, open brackets, I select the complete array. In the row number, I'm using match. My lookup value is employee number, which is unique. I search that employee number in this particular table or the list. And my match type is 0, close brackets. And this time the address is in column 1, 2, 3. So 3, close brackets, enter. Use my referencing. Make this an absolute reference. Make this an absolute reference. Enter. Autofill handler, right? I get my results. Yeah? Okay. Now for you to do the phone number, please. I will just leave the video on with the formula over here for you to refer. Give you a 5-second pause for you to review this. So here you go. Your time starts now. Review it and try getting the phone number using index and match. Okay, so were you able to get the phone number? If not, the formula is this: index, open brackets, you select the array again, your row number is nothing but your match formula, open brackets, your lookup value, search the lookup value, match type is 0, and now what should be the column number for phone? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, sorry, I forgot the reference. FO, FO, and FO. Yep, there we go. So you would be asking that this is the same thing we did in VLOOKUP, right? So why is this such a big problem? I can use VLOOKUP itself. Of course you can use, provided the employee number or which the unique value starts from the left. Now look at the beauty of index and match. I'm just going to remove all this and change my employee number to the last. Or let me not do that, I'll put it in the middle. So my employee number is in the middle of the table, not at the beginning. So how do I use index and match now? If in this case, if I would have used VLOOKUP, it wouldn't have been of any benefit for me. VLOOKUP has this drawback that your matching, or the way it looks up, is the lookup value has to be in the first. So for that you have to modify your spreadsheet, your tables, and get that done. But in index you really don't have to do that. Important thing out here is you need to ensure you give the right syntax, you reference the right values, and by doing so your index and match can be used to look up values exactly. So let's look at how I do that. So again, same thing, index, open brackets, my array remains the same, there's no change in that. In my row number, I use match. So here are the changes. My lookup value can be anywhere. So even if it was here, I would have selected the lookup value. My lookup array becomes the first one. So that's the difference. So my lookup value I can pick up from anywhere, even if my lookup value was here, which I'll do it in the next example and show you. I'll pick it up here and I search that lookup value in that particular column only. Match type 0. And if I want name, which is now in the first column, I just put 1 and enter. There you go. It works and everything else remains the same. Don't forget your references. And it works out. Okay, some normal formatting issues. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show this. That's what I was mentioning, that my lookup value can be anywhere in the sheet, including here. And I'm just making my lookup value to this end. Similarly, I'm also shifting this lookup value to some, let's take location. I'll change this to location. So India. Okay, so I have my employee number in my E column, not anywhere else. Yeah, notice because my old reference was employee number was here, it's all giving me NA. So let me re-enter the formula, equal to index, open brackets, array remains the same. So it's the complete list of table. The reason you need to select that complete list is because using match, you can actually get any value out of this particular table. If you restrict your array for, say, only these three, then your reference or the return values can be only within this particular table. Hence, it's advisable to use the complete data as an array. So in my match, again, my lookup value, so I'm not taking this lookup value, I'm taking out here. And Where do I search this? I search it out here. My step is 0, and let's take I want location now. So which is my location? It's 1, 2, 3. 3, close brackets, enter. There you go. So anywhere my lookup value can be there, just because I'm using a combination of index which returns the value, match which gives me the position, easy for me to use this together and get the required details. F4, sorry, another thing which I have to do, referencing, enter, and there you go. Okay, let's look up address and phone as well, equal to index, open brackets, selected the complete array. In the row I use match, open brackets, my lookup value out here, looking it out here, and match type 0, and address. So where is my address? It's 1, 2, 2, close brackets, and use FO, reference it right. There we go. The last thing, phone number equal to index, again array, row number match, lookup value, where do I look it up, comma, 0, close brackets, and the phone number is in 1, 2, 3, 4. Completed the referencing and able to complete. So that's how you use combination of index and match and use it as a lookup function. Okay, again, just to repeat important things, ensure that your syntax is absolutely right, you use the right usage of commas, open brackets, close, and understand the logic rather than by hatting the formula, because the more you understand the logic, the easier it becomes for you to use it. Okay, so what I want you to do now is similar to what we did in Vlookup function. I have my next exercise, the same exercise which we did for Vlookup. I have the list of items, the price out here. So I want you to find the price using index for these particular items and then the total income. So let's do this exercise. I'll give you a minute, another 5 seconds for you to pause, and then you can try, and then I will do it by myself. Okay, so your 5 seconds starts now. All right, hope you were able to figure that out. If you weren't, then the formula is equal to index, open brackets. So what would be my array? In this case, the array, which means the data which I'm getting out from, is here. So I'm going to select the complete table. So instead of the row number, I'm going to use match. What am I matching? My lookup value is items. Where am I matching those items? Out here. And it's always exact lookup. If it matches, what is that I want to return? 1, 2, the price. So to price, enter, and there I go. I have the complete price which is returned. F4, basic reference, F4, and I get my price details. Okay, how do you get the total income? Simple, 1.95 into your total sales. That's my total income. So we tried the same exercise using VLOOKUP, and now we did it using index. The next one is for you, payment to each instructor. Here we have done using VLOOKUP. Let's do this using index now. Again, a 5 seconds pause for you to try this out by yourself, and then I'll do it for you. Okay, so how do I do this? Equal to index, open brackets. Again, array is where I need to select the complete table, the details from which I need to get the information back. So the complete table, row number, I'll use the match. Open brackets, my lookup value is activity, which is here. Where do I look it up? Out here. Match type is 0. And what is that I need to return back is the weekly salary, which is in column number 2. Close brackets, enter. Completed my difference, got the complete payment to each instruction and total payments. And total payment. Okay. Yeah, so that's index and match. So it is little complicated, but it's important for you to get the logic right, because unless you get the logic, you will not be able to get it right. So it's important that you follow the set of instructions right from the start, how I thought what index is, understand index, understand match, and then how do you use it together, putting the right syntax in place, using the right arguments, and get the results out. Okay, so this was index and match, but then we are not done here. I want you to go back to the last thing which we did in VLOOKUP. Using one single formula, apply the one single formula, and when you drag that formula across, I want the results to be displayed instead of putting multiple rows, putting the formulas in multiple columns. Okay, let's do that. I'll just get this back to the normal form so that you know it's easier, we don't get confused. I don't use the location IDs. I move the name and address to the second column and the employee number to here. So that's my original table. Okay, and let me actually use my original table as well out here and remove the extras. So what I want you to do is, I want you to apply one index and match, which is index, select the table, match, open brackets, employee number, to that of here, exact match, and one formula when you apply. And when you drag this across down here to here, it should work perfectly. Okay, so let's give it a shot. Yeah. Are you able to do it? Okay, if not, this is the explanation. So your formula still says the same. You select the array, comma, in the row number it's match. In the lookup value, you look up your particular value which you want to search, and the array, and match type is 0. In the column number, here it is column 2, so that's why I return it to 2, close brackets, enter. So what I'm doing now is, first the basic thing, F4 and F4, but when I drag this down, across, I'm able to get this in the first one but not in this. So let's understand why is this happening first so that we could apply the right referencing. So here, as you can see, it is matching A001, it's matching in the right table, and also it is retained in the right array table in the match function. But when I come down here, your A001 is now moved to Anand, which is not the case. That's not what it is. And look at the purple. Purple stays fine, so it's here. So first thing is it's A001 which is changing positions. So if I come down, your A001 is no longer here, but it's starting to reference into address. So first we need to fix the problem of employee number. So for that, what I do is my match A16, same thing as what we did in VLOOKUP. I use reference, I use mixed reference and block the column, which is $A16, so that remains constant. So if I do that and now copy paste the formula, okay, let me copy that across the cells, it's working fine. So I have solved that problem. But the reason every time the name is returned is because my column number, or the return value, right, the column number is 2. So it is always reading the column number 2, which is the name, and returning the same value again and again, which I need to change. So how I did this in VLOOKUP was I referenced this column number to numbers out here. So first let me add the numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4. So instead of me giving the numbers manually, what I did is I removed the 2 and give a reference to that numbers. But then I can't just get away with that, because if I just get away with that and copy the formula down, it will not work because the reference of that number again is changing basis your position. So what I need to do is again use reference. So in this case, what is that I'll block? As per what you learned in VLOOKUP, we will block the row. Absolutely right. F4, F4 and $2. So the row is blocked. And there you go. I got my complete answer. So I used index, I used match, and I used reference, and a small little trick of adding some numbers and referencing those numbers. By using this, I was able to use one formula and get the desired results. Okay, the last thing, could you just try the same for this particular exercise, please, which we did here. I just want to do this a little different, so I'm going to put employee numbers over here. So I want you to track names, departments, extension numbers and emails by referencing the employee numbers. Okay, so your time starts now. Go ahead and do that. Okay, so here I will not be able to use one single formula because the data is in between. So for that, first let me use an index here, open brackets. So array is the table where the complete data is available. Select that, match, open brackets. What is that I'm matching? The employee numbers. So let me select the employee numbers first. Okay, my formula is actually there, so I'm going down B21. And where is my employee numbers? Out here, comma, match type is always 0. What is that I want? I want the name, which is in my name column, which is column 1, so I'll reference that particular number here. Close brackets, enter. Okay, so let me get my references right. So first one is an absolute reference. Here again is an absolute reference. B21 is a row reference, sorry, column reference. That's what we learned in the previous exercise. Here it is a row reference. So I'm done here. So I copy that, paste it down, works fine. Copy that and paste it across, and it perfectly works. So notice here it's giving up a 0 because there is no value. So that is one thing which you can observe. Another thing is For example, my reference. Okay, so let me just get out of formula first. So here I have 200548, right? So if there is no number of 2548 over here, it will show as an NA. That means this particular value itself is not there. So you need to be wary of those errors as well. 548. Yeah. Okay, so understood index and match. Now, just to give a little bit more details on the countif function. Now, countif function is used when you have a criteria in a table and you want to measure that particular criteria, how many times it is repeated in a table. So, for example, you have a table maintained for your inventory, and the inventory basically has the list of all the products in your stores. So you want to see how many products or how many number of products are there for, say, a TV or a fridge. So you just use a countif and put the product name, and you will see the number of products that is there in that inventory. So that's how countif use. Operators are more like, some small functions which help you with the functions. Here
is a quick quiz question for you guys. Which of the following is not a valid chart type in Excel? And your options are line chart, bar chart, pie chart, and cube chart. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
3 types of operators. Today we are going to learn and, or, nor operators. Most importantly, I'll be taking you all through and or operators. If functions, so it is basically using a condition, how you'll be able to use that condition to give inputs when the condition is true or false. Nested if function is more about using multiple if functions, and how do you use multiple if functions to validate true or false, and how do you get the output. Okay, this is more easier for you once you work on it. So let's immediately get into an exercise and understand how this works. Okay, so I am moving to my spreadsheet for the demo. Here you go. So I have a small table which I've created. These problems will help us in understanding the if functions better. Even before I go ahead and explain if function, I want to showcase some simple logical analytics way of Excel representing data. Okay, so let's go to a new spreadsheet. In a new spreadsheet, I have a value which is 2 and another value which is 3. So what if I compare these two cells? What will happen? We understand that these two cells are not equal, right? So they are not two numbers in both the cells. One has 2, one has 3. So of course the value is false. So does Excel also do it similarly? Let's try that. So I'm just going to use a simple equal to. Is cell E4 equal to cell F4? Okay, so what it's basically doing is it is throwing up a false value, which means that these two are not equal. Now what if these were true, which means both the cell had 2? What it is doing? So here Excel is comparing the condition, which is this cell value is equal to here, and throwing up a true value. So every time if it is true, if the value matches, it is throwing up a true value, and if it is not matching, which I showed you here, is throwing up a false value. The if function also works on this similar principle. To explain that further, let's understand the syntax of if function. So to go there to apply if function, I'm just going to go to insert. I'm going to select or type in if, click go, so that I get the if functions. I have different types of logical test value functions. One of them is if. We have also something which we learned as text, index, and VLOOKUP. So right now we're going to look into if. So the syntax of if function is if logical test, what will happen if the value is true, and what will happen if the value is false. That's all is the syntax and arguments which we need to give. So what exactly it does, it checks for the condition, and if the condition meets, it throws up a value if it's true, If the condition does not meet, it will throw up a value which is false. Yeah, so that's what a function does. Now, to represent this in that example of true or false, which I explained, if it2 is equal to 2, then the condition is true, so it will throw up the value if true. Since 2 was not equal to 3, the logical test is false, so it will throw up the value false. Okay, so that's the basic analytical thing in if. It's a logical test. If it's true, it throws up a value. If it's false, it throws up a value. Okay, so with that information provided, I want you to look into this particular table. So here what I've done is I've created, let's take it's a school for the first exercise, and these are the grades of the students. Okay, so if this guy has got a grade of A, that means he passes or moves on to the next class, which means I can represent that by S. And if it is not A grade, he doesn't pass that particular year and he fails, so it should be no. So this, if I have to use it manually with my manual calculation, I would come here and see, oh, Nancy, her grade is A, so actually A means that she clears the exam, so let me type in yes. Andrew is B, so he is, the condition which I've set is if it's only A he passes, if it's B he doesn't, so it would be no. So that is what I would have done manually. But how can I do that? Using a if function is what we're learning. Okay, so do that. Let's first go ahead and apply the syntax and the formula. For now, I'm going to use the fx to do it first time, and then I will type it manually. Okay, so I have if, click go, I click on OK. So the first thing it's asking me is the logical test. So there are 3 arguments. So one is the logical test, the next one is value if true, value if false. So the logical test, it checks whether the condition is met and returns the value true or false accordingly. Okay, so I'm just going to give the logical test now. So what's the logical test which we're talking about? That person or his grade has to be A. That's the logical test. So how will I define that? If A, which is what, is nothing but B4, because A is housed in the cell B4. If B4 is equal to A. Okay, now notice things. If B4, the value where it is housing, equal to is my condition, and A I've given in quotes, because Excel need to understand that A is outside the Excel syntax and codings, right? So that's why I have given it in quotes. So that's my logical test. If B4 is equal to A, if the value is true, what I want to do is it has to come as yes. If the value is false, it is no. Okay, so that is what it does. So I've given my logical test, what has to be done if value is true, what it has to do when value is false. Now let's click OK and see what the result is. Okay, so what is it doing? It's checking whether this particular condition is met. If it is met, it is throwing the answer yes, because that's what I wanted to return. Please note important things here, similar to VLOOKUP and all that. It's very, very important that the syntax is absolutely right. The arguments, the way we write these codes are absolutely right. Because here it's B4 is equal to A, separated by a comma is my logical test, and then is my value if true, what it has to be do, separated by a comma, and what it has to be doing if the value is false. Okay, if I don't give the syntax in if, similar to the true and false exercise which we saw, if I just leave it with the logical test, it will throw an error. And let's take, I finish my logical test and I don't enter value if true or false, it will give me 0. Okay, so understand all these errors, why it occurs, and so that you could manage and replicate the errors to get your results. Yeah, so in this case, again, I want to show you one more thing is, if I just make it and give it value if true, which was yes, comma, and I don't give value if false, it will go through. But what if the value is false? Say if it was not grade A and it was grade B, it will give 0. That means there's something missing. Yep. So the best thing is have everything there, all the arguments filled, which should give you the desired results. Okay. So let me enter this manually and give you an understanding of how we do it. Equal to, if we start our formula with an equal to if sign, open brackets, logical test value. So logical test value is nothing but this particular cell. If it is A, which is in quotes because it is outside Excel's understanding, what should be done if the value is true? If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay, that's how I type in. So value if true, I'm done. So now what I need to do is close the brackets, which will complete the syntax, and enter. Okay, is it meeting our criteria? Let me just copy this formula all across. So let's review it. Nancy's grade is A, so yes, she passes or moves on to the next class. Andrew's grade is B and he doesn't move on, and so on. You see, everything is working fine. So instead of me doing it manually, I understood the function, I understood the criteria, I created a logical test, and I told or inputted Excel to give me what I want to get the results out. Okay. I would give you 5 seconds for you to practice this before we move on to complex versions of if functions. Alright, so now I hope you are able to practice the simple if function. Again, the main thing I'm sure you would have noticed is if you do not type the formula appropriately and correctly, it will not yield you the desired results. So it is imperative that you ensure that you follow the syntax, the clues which Excel provides, and accordingly get the desired results. Okay, let's move on to another exercise in the same table, but I'm complicating it a little bit more. So what is this exercise? So now we are not at a school, but we are probably, okay, let's take the school example itself. From the school, the teachers have decided that A is pretty difficult. I mean, it's very mean of us to just pass the students who have got an A grade. Let's lower that to say A and B grade, and then C does not make the cut, but anyone who's got an A or B makes the cut. So that's the criteria which has been defined. Okay, so that's your logical test. I almost spilled my logical test out. So if the criteria is A or B, then it is an yes, or if it is not, if it is something outside A or B, it is a no. So what I want you to do is think about how you could apply if function now when there are two criteria. Yeah, so do you use multiple if functions, or is there anything else which you can think about for you to get this done? Just once again I'll repeat, we have two criteria. If the grade is either A or B, the student makes the cut. If the grade is anything other than A and B, he doesn't make the cut. So that's your criteria. A couple of seconds pause for you to think, practice, and then come back and see the video for the answer. Okay, go ahead. Were you able to get that? No? Difficult? Probably tried multiple if functions? Okay. There are ways to do it by using multiple if functions, but I'll teach you the easiest and simplest of the way. It is by not just using if function. We spoke about something in the agenda today, which is using operators. So I'm going to introduce you to operators. There are two operators, OR and are two operators. Now let's understand what these operators are first. Let's just check if it is built in. Okay, there you go. I have an OR. Okay, so there is this operator OR which I'm looking at. So it is basically OR open bracket, and you can enter multiple logical values, right? That's what it's showing here. That's the syntax which I was trying to show you. So I have OR open brackets, I have logical 1, logical 2, and so on. So what it does is it checks whether any of the arguments are true. So all the logical values, it's going to check whether it is true, and returns true or false. Accordingly, it returns false only if all arguments are false. Okay, which means if one of the logical value meets, it will return a true, and only if both the logical test, it will return as false. Okay, now it probably is confusing, but let's try and explain this in a better way using some common things which we see in life. Yeah. Let's take two name of people. Maybe I will take probably Adam, Eve, and Ryan and Smith. Okay, so these are my pupils. Now what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to create some criterias. So one, I'm going to make them age. I'm just going to write down their age and their nationality. Okay, and I want to show the results. What's going to happen if I use the OR operator and I use the AND operator. Okay, so this is the problem I'm going to create out of this. So I have four people. I have the age, the nationality. I'm going to do some problems using OR and AND operator. What I'm trying to find out using AND operator is, can they vote? Is what I'm trying to find out. Okay, so we all know that we can vote in India if your age is more than 18 and your nationality is Indian, isn't it? So let's make Eve 16 but Indian. Okay, don't mind the spellings, just a test. So, and Ryan, I can make him 23 Indian, and Smith also 19 and an Indian. Okay, so these are my conditions. So I have Adam, who's 23 years, but he's not from India, he's from America or USA, and let me just put it in USA. And then I have Eve, who's 16, as an Indian, Ryan, who's 23 and an Indian, and Smith, who's 19 and Indian. So according to us, we know that these Ryan and Smith can vote, but then let's understand what OR using OR and AND operator does. Okay, so the way I do that is simple: OR equal to OR my logical test condition. If logical test value, which is that particular cell, is greater than 18, and my second one is if logical test value is equal to Indian. Okay, so I used greater than symbol out here to check whether this particular number is greater than or lesser than 18. Here I used whether it is equal to Indian. Okay, so this is the text function, so that's why I'm putting it in quotes, so that it checks if USA is exactly equal to India, and shows me the result. So I have got the result here. Let me copy this across and see. Don't get an inference yet. Let's just check. And now I'm going to use AND operator equal to AND. Again, I'm going to use the same if logical test is greater than 18 and logical test equal to Indian. Open brackets. Okay, so look at our answers. So when I use an OR operator, though the condition here, I'm just going to mark it. Okay, so here these two conditions are marked in red because they don't meet, and they are here. So if you see, when you're using an OR operator, though here one of the condition is not met, is still throwing a true value. So basically it is telling that it can, Adam can oat, and Eve can oat, and Ryan can oat, and Smith. But when I look at AND operator, if these both the conditions are not met, it's throwing a false value. Okay, only if both the conditions are met, it is throwing a true value. So for example, if I'll change this to 16, it is immediately changing it to false because both the conditions are not meeting, and only when both the conditions meet, it's throwing up a true value. So according to that, the definition of AND operator is, if both the condition meets, that's when the value is true. Here, if one condition is met, any one of the conditions in the OR operator meets, it's still okay. So if I explain that and put this into our if function, can you tell me what operator I need to use to get that? So here I have two conditions. I have A or B should be yes, and anything outside that should be no. Okay, so I have two conditions which has to be met, and if it is anything outside A and B, it is no. Can you tell me what operator should we use? Still confused? Let's use both the operators and look at the results, okay? So that it gives us more clarity and you can use the right operator. So the way you use it is if open brackets and, so look at the way I'm defining the syntax, if open brackets and logical value, if b4 is equal to A and b4 equal to B, I'm closing the operator. I'm done with my logical test. Yes and no. Used AND here, so let me just replace that. I'm just going to use it again, equal to if OR operator is equal to A and equal to B. I'm completing my logical test, that's why I close the brackets. Value if true, yes, and value if false, close bracket. Okay, so I've used AND operator and OR operator. So with this inference, can you tell me what has to be used in this situation? Okay, the absolute right answer is OR operator, because what we want is if the grade is either A or B, it has to be yes. If anything but A or B, it is to be no. So when you use the AND operator, it has to match both the conditions. That means this has to be A and B, then only it's going to throw up a true value according to this condition. So that is why when you're using AND operator, it has to meet all the condition. When OR operator, it has to meet just one condition. So by using OR operator in this particular situation, I was able to solve this problem. So the right answer is yes, it is using OR operator and solve that. So once again, how do I do that? How do I write the code? It is basically equal to if open brackets. So now I'm writing logical test, right? So since there are two conditions here, I'm going to use the OR operator to define the logic. OR, and what is the syntax of OR operator, which I showed you? It's again open brackets, give the logical test. I could give multiple logical tests. So here I'm just going to give 2. Select the logical test is equal to A and logical test equal to B, close brackets. If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay. go. It's going to be just a replication of this particular condition. I'm just going to paste the formula so that it doesn't change anything. I did that by using space special. Okay, simple? Not simple, right? A little complicated. And as I've been telling in all the other chapters, you need to practice to get a hang of it. Do not worry if you do not get it in the first instance. Everyone gets that only after some time of practice. But what's important is to understand the logic. What does an AND operator do? What does an OR operator do? And when do you use AND or OR operator to get the results out? Okay, so here again, S and OR is my input. I can change it the way it is. So for example, I can change S to promoted. Okay, and not promoted. There you go. So that's the input I'm giving. So going back to our if function, what does it do? According to the logical test, if the value is true, it's what it has to do. So it sends out this particular comment as promoted. If the value is false, what it does is not promoted. So that's the input which I have given. All right. So a couple of seconds more for you to practice this. While you practice, and once you practice, then we move on to the next exercise similar to the one which we did. Okay. So 5 seconds starts now. Okay. Hopefully you're able to try and practice that exercise and you're able to get the formula right. And moving on to the next one, I'm just going to change the context of this particular exercise a little different. Let's take this as a mathematical sum and we will use that sum to solve a problem. So what I have here is, let's take these guys are no longer in the school, they work for a company. And as much as you are aware, or if you're not aware, even similar to how you're being graded in the school or in colleges, even in companies you are graded at the end of the year. So basis your grade, whether you get an A or B or C, you get bonus. Okay, so I have the list of employees, then I have their respective grades, then I have their salaries. Now, similar to what we did on promoted, not promoted, what I want to do is, once these guys, so we are going to do two things. First, I want you to find bonus for the employees only when they get a grade of A, similar to this exercise. I'm just going to use this condition. I want you to calculate bonus 10% of their salary. Okay, that's what I want you to calculate. So I want you to calculate in two ways. One, when for the people first time, like how we say they got promoted only when they got an A grade. So for those people, I want you to calculate the bonus. And then I want you also to go ahead and use an operator and calculate the bonus for people who got a rating of A or grade of A and B, which is 10% of the salary. And for C, you need to mention no bonus. All right. It's extremely similar to what we did over here. Just that, remember I told you there is value if true, value if false is your input which you give to Excel. So similarly, instead of you giving promoted yes or no, you need to add something over there which will calculate the bonus. That's all you need to do. So can you give it a shot, please? All right. Okay, so hope you got some time to pause the video and try to solve the problem. I'll solve the first one, and if you can, then you could pause it after the first one and try the second one out. Similar to what we did in the first exercise, equal to if, open bracket, what's my logical test? B16 is equal to A. Here is what I was telling. What should I do if the value is true? I told you need to calculate the bonus of the salary. So instead of me giving as no, yes, or promoted, what I will do is I'll put a formula over here, which is nothing but equal to salary, or rather, I'm sorry, I should not put equal to C16 into 10%. So simple bonus calculation, which is 1500 into 100, so into 10 divided by 100. That's what 10% means. Okay. If it is false, what is it I need to do? No bonus. So logical test, value if true, value if it's false. So both the one I got. Yeah. And I can do that for the rest of the cells. So this is nothing but autofill handler, and I was able to do it. So this guy has got a B, that's why he's got no bonus. He's got an A, that's why 1800 and 1200, so on and so forth. Okay, now that you understood how to do it for this, can you try it for the second condition using an operator? If A or B, then give the bonus. If not, no. Okay, so probably you tried. If not, this is the answer. So similar to that, I will use the OR operator. My logical test value is A equal to A, and comma is equal to B. Only two logic is enough. If value is true, similar to what we did over here, it's C16 into 10%. And if it's false, no bonus. Close brackets. Yep. So what I did here in the logical test, I've used the same one, but please note the use of commas and open brackets and close brackets. That has to be absolutely right for you to get the formula correctly. If not, it will become a problem. Then instead of me giving value if true, I've used a formula, and if without that, when the value is not true, I've given no bonus. So that's how I've solved this particular problem. Okay, I think you should be getting comfortable now with if functions. So let me just complicate it a little bit more for you. Okay, so here I have a sales statistics for you. I have 5 salesmen, and I have listed down their sales for the particular month. So Andrew at 5,700, Stephen 3,005, Michael at 1,500, Robert 4,200, and John 3,900. Now, according to me, they fall into these 3 categories. So anyone who's done a sale of less than 2,500 falls into poor category. Anyone who's done a sales of greater than 500 falls into good category, and someone who's between 2,500 and 5,000 is an average sales. So what shall we do? How do you use if function and get this done? Okay, did you try? Very difficult? Thought through? No? I'm sure it would have been a little difficult for you. Let me explain and help you out over here. Okay, so even before we solve this, let's understand mentally how we will do it. So if I have to do this mentally, the way I would have been doing it is, I know that there are 3 conditions over here. So I have 1 condition, I have 2 conditions, I have 3 conditions. Or probably I can break it down into 1, 2, 3 conditions, and this is the 4th condition. But the easiest way by which my mind recognizes this is that 1 is less than 2,500, 1 is greater than 5,000, anything between this is average, right? So I'm going to use the same logic, but I'm going to use 2 if functions to get this done, because I have 3 conditions, right? So one if condition has only 1 logical test, not more than that. So how is that I'm going to use it? You can see this as an example. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the lesser one. So equal to, if my logical test, what is my first condition? Less than 2,500, which I have mentioned. This time I'm not going to put quotes because 2,500 is the numbers which Excel will recognize. If I put this in quotes, it will think it's a text. So what is if its value is true? If it's true, it is poor, right? So I will mention poor here. Okay. So value if false. So when it's false, it either has to be between 2,500 to 5,000, or it can be greater than 5,000, right? So if I put 2,500 and 5,000, then I have to use again two conditions, because I can't put or make Excel understand 2,500 and 5,000. So what I'll do is I'll go to the higher condition, and between this and this is nothing but average, which means instead of value if false, I'm going to use another if function. If again logical test would be 5,000 greater than 5,000, and what if the condition is true? It is good. And if it's false, if it false, it will either be true. So it is met two conditions. So one is going to check if it is less than 2,500. If it meets, it will show poor. If it doesn't meet, it will start calculating, oh, is it greater than 5,000? It will tell no. And if it is not this, then the only thing it has to be is average. So I'm going to mention average. Okay, so I've closed this if function bracket. I have another if function over here which I need to close. So I've closed all the if function, and there you go. My formula works out here. So I've used two if functions, and that's how I'm able to manage this. Okay, so this is nothing but nested if function, which means using multiple if functions within the if function to solve the problem. Okay, the limitation is up to 7 if functions, and I think the latest version of if functions can house up to 21 nested if functions. But I'm sure if you start using more than 10, you'll get too confused. So you can use up to 7. So everywhere where you can have a value if true or false, you could put another if function and make that a nested if function to get your results. All right, but then like the way I mentioned earlier, your logical test, your values, and the way you write the formula, the exact commas, open brackets, close brackets, all has to be absolutely right for you to get it done. Only when you get that done, will you be able to get it right. Okay. All right, so hope you were able to understand the three aspects of if function which I taught you. One is a simple if function, which you use just one parameters. One you use and or operators, usage of and or operators. And the third one was using nested if functions, where you're able to use multiple if functions within if to get the desired results. Okay. Moving on to the last part of the if functions is COUNTIF. Now in this table, I want, like the way I was explaining what COUNTIF is, I have a table just with numbers. So what I want you to do, or what I am trying to get out here, is I want to see how many times 3 is repeated in this. So in this case, I just want to see equal to COUNTIF, open brackets, select the table. That's how COUNTIF is. It doesn't start with if, it is COUNTIF, give the range, and the criteria is 3. Okay, so what it does is it counts if in this particular table, in this particular range, how many times 3 is there. I can change my criteria. Probably I want to see how many times 7 is, and it will throw up that error. Yeah, and sorry, not the error, it will throw up that number. And even if tomorrow the number of 7 changes in the cell, it is dynamic, it will keep changing the number accordingly. You can see that numbers is changing, right? So that's how things work. So COUNTIF, simple, equal to COUNTIF, open brackets, select the range, and the criteria, whatever the criteria is. Now I'm going to give 0 and close. Okay, so can you just do a similar exercise? Find the number of values which are greater than 5. So right now we found a number of times the number 2 was available. So what I want you to try is the number of times or the numbers which are greater than 5 in this particular table. Okay, so your 5-second pause starts now. Please do try it. Okay, so if you're not able to solve it, this is the answer. Count if, open brackets, the range remains the same, comma, criteria, I told find the numbers which are greater than 5. So you need to give greater than 5, but this will not work. Guess why? Any thoughts? It contains an error. The reason it contains an error is it greater than is an internal operator. So you need to use it within quotes to get your desired results. Yeah, because what you're trying to do is you're using an operator like you use greater than in the if functions, right? So similar to that, you're using an operator and you need to make Excel understand that. Hence the reason I mentioned to find numbers greater than 5 so that you understand when to use operators or when not. So in this case, when I give it as greater than 5 within quotes, it is working perfectly fine. Okay, so that explains if functions. I will again have a complete different exercise on if functions, which we'll do in a little later on a different exercise chapter. But then till we get there, what I want you to do is practice these exercises as much as possible for you to get a hang of if functions, and then you'll be able to learn it.
So what is VBA? So VBA stands for Visual Basic for Applications. It is a programming language created by Microsoft Office to automate operations in applications that support it, like Excel, MS Access, Word. So we have so many Microsoft products. So we can use VBA in all those applications which are done by Microsoft. So VBA is a powerful language that enable you to control Excel in countless ways. And VBA is a object-oriented programming language. So object-oriented programming means everything you do in the program is an object. For example, if you take Excel, in Excel the workbook which you work on is an object, and each and every sheet in that workbook is again an object. So this is how the concept of object-oriented programming works. VBA can also be used to manipulate other Microsoft applications in Access, Word, PowerPoint, and Outlook. No additional installation is required for VBA. If you have Excel on your computer, then you have VBA on your computer. So VBA is basically a programming language which is used to automate tasks in Microsoft applications. So basically we use it mostly in Excel for report automation and all that stuff. What is a macro? So a macro is a sequence of VBA commands to run a task automatically instead of manually doing it. So macro, what is a macro? So macro is nothing but steps of code that you write in VBA programming language in order to automate the task. And what macros can do for you? Macros help us to do the repetitive tasks and recurring tasks in less time with accuracy. So when we write the macros, we can automate the tasks that we are doing in Excel or MS Access. And what happens because of doing the automation is the time taken for doing the reports will reduce a lot, and again the accuracy will be more, because when you start doing a report which take hours together, there is always a chance that you might commit a error. So when you automate tasks, if you run the macro 100 times also, it will run the same set of steps without any monotony. So along with time saving, we will get accuracy. We will get accurate results with macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor. So Visual Basic Editor I have already explained in the demo class, but I want to just take you through again this Visual Basic Editor. So Visual Basic Editor is nothing but it's a development environment which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. Let me quickly show you that one. Okay, so when you are in Excel, you need to press Alt F11 to go to the Visual Basic Editor. So this is the Visual Basic Editor which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. And this is the on the left hand side you have the Project Explorer, and if you want to write the code, let's say I select this workbook, and then you have on the right side you have the code window. So as I go through the classes, I'll explain you more in detail what are the options we have in VBE. So we have all these menus: file, edit, view, insert. So I'll take you through in detail in the coming classes regarding the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, and one more thing I just want to mention here is the developer tab in Excel. So here if you see you have the developer tab. Okay, in 2003 version we don't have the developer tab. From 2007 we have this developer tab. However, by default we don't get this developer tab. If you don't have the developer tab, I'll show you where you can add this. So we need to go to Excel options, and here you have under popular you have show developer tab in ribbon. If this is unchecked for you, you need to check this option, click on OK, then you will get this developer tab. So this developer tab is very useful for us when we are doing the macros, because if we go to the developer tab, we have the Visual Basic icon. If you click on the Visual Basic icon, it will again take you to Visual Basic Editor, same as Alt F11. And then you have macros. This gives you the dialog box with the existing macros. Currently I didn't have any macros in this workbook, so it's not showing up anything. And then you have all these record macro, all these macro related functionalities. So this developer tab is very useful. So we can add this from Excel options using macro recorder. So this is the most important thing, because we can record our macros. Every time you don't need to write the code, some of the things you can record. So how we can record the macros? So the easiest way to create a macro is to record your worksheet actions using a valuable tool called macro recorder. All you need to do is to turn on the macro recorder, perform the actions that comprise the task you want to automate, and then turn off the macro recorder when your work is finished. While a macro recorder is on, every action you do, like selecting a cell, selecting a number, formatting a range, everything gets recorded, and it is represented in the form of a VBA code. So if you see here, you have an option called record macro. So this is a really powerful tool, because even if you don't know the VBA coding, you can record the set of actions, and that will be shown in the form of a VBA code. So most of the times around 25 to 30% of the automation work can be done using the record macro option. However, record macro have its fallbacks. Okay, so I'll just show you some of the programs using the record macro option. Then we will see how it's actually working and what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages, few disadvantages we have in this option. So for that, let me just open the base data.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, you would have already done text to columns manually. So I will show you how we can record a macro for this, and next time we can use the macro to do this task. I'll open a new Excel sheet. Okay, as I already mentioned in my demo classes, if you want to save the macro and if you want to run the macros, the format of the file should be Excel SM. It should be a macro enabled workbook. Macros cannot be run on a normal Excel file. So let me just save this file. Alt F8, save. I will save this as macro macros 1, and I'll save this as Excel SM, which is macro enabled workbook. Now this is the file where I am going to record the macro. So let me just use the data here. Okay, now I have the data. So here we have the data, everything is separated by a semicolon. Now what is your requirement is you want to get each individual user in individual columns, and you know how to do it. You can use a text to columns option. But let's see how we can record a macro for it and do this task with a macro. So for record macro, it's very simple. You just need to click on record macro, and the macro name, if you want to change it to some other name, you can say, let's say you want to change it to, we can just keep it as macro 1 here. And then you have shortcut key. Shortcut key is nothing but if you want to run the macro using a shortcut key, you can assign the shortcut key here. However, make sure that you are not using any of the existing shortcuts. For example, if you say, see here, Control C. So Control C is the default shortcut for copying an object in Excel. So it shouldn't be overwritten. So we should make sure that we are using a shortcut key that is not already used for the Excel default codes. So it's always better to take a combination of Control Shift. That would be good, because with Control all other alphabets are already used for the default keywords, I guess. So let's say I use Control Shift, I just press the Shift, and again I just use L. So Control Shift L. So Control Shift L is the shortcut key I am assigning to this macro in order to run this macro. Store in this workbook is nothing but I am just storing the macro within this macro 1 Excel SM workbook itself. Description, let's say this is text to columns macro. It's not a mandatory thing. It's better if you give it, because tomorrow if you want to know what is this macro for, you can just refer to the description. So I'll say OK. So now the record macro option, now if you see, it's showing as stop recording. That means currently the recording is on, and whatever actions we do on the sheet, everything gets recorded in the form of VBA code. So we need to be very careful. We are doing only the required action. Even if you scroll the mouse, even if you do some other action, even that will get recorded. So you need to make sure that you are only doing the set of steps that are required. So first I need to select A1 where I have the data, and then I go to data, text to columns, and then you want to use the option delimited since you are using a character. So delimited, click on next, and then here you want to delimit based on the semicolon, and then click on next, and then finish. This is how you do manually. So our work is done and we recorded it. So I just want to stop the recording. I'll go to developer tab, stop recording. So now we have done the work. Okay, so let's see how it got recorded since we recorded it. So you want to go to the Visual Basic Editor, or you can press Alt F11. So if you see, now under the Project Explorer window, you have VBA project macro1.xlsm. This is the workbook we are using. And if you see here, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook, these are the default objects. Sheet 1 is for the sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and this workbook is the workbook object. Along with this, if you see, you have something got created here, what is called as modules. Okay, let's see what is this module now. If you go into the module, you have module 1. Click on module 1. So if you see here, macro 1 is nothing but the macro you have recorded, and this is the description you have given, and the keyboard shortcut you have given is Control Shift L, and this is the code that got recorded for the text to columns action what we have done now. So if you see the code here, it is very long. This is one of the disadvantages with recording macro. It records as it is. If we write a code for this, we can write it in 1 or 2 lines. But since we recorded the macro, we got the code this long. Okay, for now, just forget about the disadvantages and the advantages. Let's see how whether this code is working or not. So this is where this code is now. Let's go to our Excel again. I'll just delete this data. Okay, so let's copy the base data again into this macro template. So this is the base data. Okay, so previously, see, now if you see, you have entire thing in one column with the semicolon separator. So previously we have done the action with we have done the action manually. Now anyhow we have the recorded macro. Let's see whether it's working or not. So how to run the macro? So we can run the macro by clicking on macros, and the macro which we have created is macro 1, right? And you can click on run. This is one way of running the macro. And other way of running the macro is directly you can run it from the Visual Basic Editor. So you have the module. I'll just minimize this. So this is the macro 1, and you can click on the run option here. This is the second option. So from view macros, you can select the macro and run it, and from Visual Basic Editor you can select the macro and you can run it. And the third one is we have assigned a shortcut key. So what is the shortcut key that we assigned for this? It's Control Shift L. So let me press Control Shift L on my laptop. So Control Shift and then I press Control Shift L. See, as soon as I just press Control Shift L, it has done the task for me. So whatever macro is recorded, it's working. So let me just run it again. Let me just clear off the entire data. Okay, let me copy the base data again. Okay, so now let me run the macro using the other option. Okay, so now you see you have all the data in A1. You don't have any data in other things. You have all the data in A1. So macros. So macro 1 is the macro which I created just now, and then click on run. See, now the text to columns has worked. Now we have done this action with using a macro, and we have not written any code manually. We just use the record option, and we got the VBA code, and we are using the macro. So very simple. This is just recording the macro, and most of the time you can use the record macro option for 20 to 30% of your work. What are the disadvantages of using the macro recorder? I'll just show you. First thing, when you use a record option, the code will be too long because it will exactly convert the action into the VBA code. And second, and the most important thing, when you record a macro, it will work only for that specific range. So what I mean to say is, for example, if you have 10 rows and 10 columns and you recorded a macro for that, it will work only for that 10 rows and 10 columns. For example, tomorrow you have 11th row and 12th row and you run the macro, and you will not get the desired output. So even if you have additional columns, if you have additional rows, you will not get the desired output, and if there is a difference in the format also, you will not get the desired result. So in a real world, in a real-time scenario, this will not be possible, because you cannot say the report should have only 10 lines every time, because sometimes you might get a report with 100 lines of data. So your macro should be dynamic. So whatever the range, whatever the number of rows, whatever the count, and what are the fields you have, the macro should be able to dynamically count the range, and it should do the action irrespective of the number of rows and the kind of data. So for that we need to learn the further concepts of VBA, and we need to learn how we need to write the code in VBA, so that the macro will be dynamic. Okay, so these are the main things to keep in mind. I'll show you a few other programs as well using macro recorder. And then assignment of shortcut key to a macro, which I already showed, and then assigning a macro to a command button. So this is the same macro now we have. Let's see how we can assign this to a command button. Command button is nothing but it's a button which you can click. So you, instead of running it using a shortcut key or directly from the macros tab, you want to click on a button and you want this macro to run. So let's see how you can do that. Let me just clear this data. I'll again copy the data. Okay, so now I want a button here, like say some run macro. So if I click on that run macro, I want the output. So in that case, here on the developer tab you have something called insert. If you click on insert, you have form controls. So you can use these controls. Now in the first one you have button form control. Click on the button form control, and then you are getting this plus sign. You can draw this command button wherever you want. So I'll just draw the button. Just cancel this. Okay, if I want to change the name, I can just click. So I'll say run macro. So this is the command button which I have created now. So I want to assign the macro to this command button. So I'll just click on it and then right click. You have something here called assign macro. Okay, and the macro you want to assign is macro 1. Okay, so now we have the macro assigned to this command button. Okay, so when I click on this command button, it runs the macro 1 macro. So now this is the data which we have. So let's see whether it works or not. Run macro. So as soon as I click on run macro, it did the same action. It just run the macro 1, which is for text to columns. So now I'll show you one more program how to record the macros. I'll just delete this data. I'll just delete this for the time being. Okay, so let's see one more program. Okay, let's see the sorting. So you would have done sorting manually. Let's see how we do the sorting using the record macro option. So let's say this is the data we have, and our requirement here is we want the item column at the start, not the date. We want item column at the start, and then we want to sort the data using the item. So let's say this is our requirement, and I will use this macro template. I'll create one more macro here. So let me just copy the base data from here. Okay, so now I want to record the macro. So make sure whenever you are recording the macro, you are not doing the additional scrolling and everything, because whatever action you do, everything gets captured in the form of a VBA code and it will increase the code. Okay, so let's start. I'll click on record macro. So this one is coming as macro 2. I just want to keep it as macro 2. And if you want, you can give a shortcut key for this. Let's say I'll say Control Shift and then I'll say M, Control Shift M, and this is for sorting. Okay, so now it's showing stop recording. That means recording is already started. So what I want to do is I want column B item that I want in column A. So I'll select column B. I'll do Control X cut, and then I want it here. So I'll select this. Just right click, insert cut cells. So now I have the item in column A. After that, I want to do the sorting based on column A. So I just selected Control Shift right arrow, Control Shift down arrow. So I selected the entire range, and then I would want to do the sorting, and I want to sort based on items values from A to Z. Okay, so this is the action I have done and I have recorded it. Now I want to stop the macro. I just stop recording. So let's go to the Visual Basic Editor and see how we got the coding for this. So if I see here again under module 1, now I have macro 2 and I haven't given and this is for sorting. This is the description I have given, and keyboard shortcut is Control Shift M. So this is the code I have got for it. Don't worry about the code for now. Later, once we get into the next classes and we see how we do the coding and all, then you will come to know all this. But for now, just record it and just run it. So this is the code I have got. Okay, so now I want to test this macro, so I'll just delete this data. Again, I'll just copy the raw data here. Okay, see now the raw data, you have date in the first column and then item you have here. So now I want to run the macro. So I can run this macro using the shortcut key Control Shift M, or else I can go to Visual Basic Editor and from there I can run the macro, or I can click on macros here to get the list of macros. See, we have macro 1 which I have already done for text 2 columns, and macro 2 is the macro which I have done for sorting. So macro 2 I select. If I select, it's showing the description as well. If I select macro 1, it's showing text 2 column. So it is very easy for you to know which macro you are running. Anyhow, you can give the macro, or you can change this macro name, whatever name you want, you can always give for the macro. So macro 2, this is for sorting. I just want to run it now. Click on run. See, now you have the item in column A and it's sorted as per the alphabetical order. So you got F first, fridge, and then you got the laptop. So this is how we can record the macros for simple tasks. However, when you are doing a real-time report automation, then the record macro option would not suffice, because as I told you, the macro whichever you do, it should be dynamic. It should calculate every time how many rows you have, how many columns you have, what kind of data you have, and then it need to run the code accordingly. And you have decision making, and sometimes you need to repeat the task, you need the loops. So all these concepts you get in VBA programming. So these are the things, these are the topics that I want to show you for today. Let me just take you through a quick recap on what we have learned today. So what is VBA? So VBA is a programming language developed by Microsoft to automate the tasks that you do in the application supported by Microsoft. So not only in Excel, even if you can use VBA in MS Access, Outlook, and MS Word as well. So what is a macro? So a macro is nothing but a code or a set of steps written in the VBA programming language in order to automate the task. What macros can do for you? We have already discussed. We can automate the repetitive tasks using the macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor, I want to show a few more things in Visual Basic Editor. Alt F11 is the shortcut key, or under the developer tab you have the Visual Basic Editor. So how you get this developer tab? You go to ribbon and then Excel options, you have developer tab. If you just switch it off, the developer tab is not here. If you want it back, Excel options, show developer tab. Okay, and then under the developer tab you have your all the icons related to macros. So you have Visual Basic Editor, and then you have macros, record macro. So let's go to Visual Basic Editor. Okay, one thing here is the module, which is new to you, because whenever we open Visual Basic Editor, you will have the project with the name of the workbook, and then these are the default options: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. This workbook, these are the default options which you use when you want to write a event. Event is nothing but basically whenever you want any change to trigger an action, then you write in the default objects. For example, if you want a macro to run when you open a workbook, then you write it under the workbook object using the open event. So there are so many events like sheet active, sheet before double click. So whenever you want any macro to run based upon an event, then you use this workbook Excel objects. So if you want, like for example, sheet, let's see what we have in sheet. Sheet activate, sheet double click, sheet right click. So whenever you want to run a macro based on any other action, then you use these events. So but however, if you want to run a macro manually, then you need to use the modules. So where you get these modules? Insert, you have your modules here. However, when you are recording a macro, it automatically creates a module and gives the code under the module. You don't need to manually insert a module. But whenever you are writing the VBA code manually, you need to insert a module. Let's say insert a module. Now it added one more module, module 2, and then you need to write the procedure or the VBA code in this module. So whenever you want the macro code to run automatically based on a action, then you use the events. Events are nothing but they're using the existing Excel objects, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook. And whenever you want to run the macro whenever you want to run the macro manually, then you use the module. Okay, so this is one more thing, and we have many other options in Visual Basic Editor, like how you do the checks and all. This I will explain you in the later classes. So for now, this is enough, the project explorer and the code windows.
So coming to the first Excel interview question, it's always going to be something like this. They're going to ask you to tell something you know about MS Excel. And there are various ways you can go on to answer this, but the most simplistic and the most expected answer where they check your depth of understanding is something like this. So MS Excel is an amazing tool which is primarily used for data analytics and to perform data validation across a spectrum of data. It has spreadsheets, it has a lot of workbooks, and an amazingly put together user interface which helps a student or a professional go through the same and understand and churn through data very easily. So the second thing you need to know is that data sets form a very vital ingredient in the world of data science today. And most of these data sets are accessible, are generated and stored via a spreadsheet in the MS Excel format. So coming to question number 2, it's going to be, what are spreadsheets or workbooks in MS Excel? Well, spreadsheets actually are a very organized form of presentation where data is stored in rows and columns, and the data stored in these rows and columns can be manipulated as per the user's requirement. But then They are mostly manipulated mathematically if they are numbers, like performing arithmetic operations, mathematical functions, statistical techniques, and much more. Coming to question number 3. What are the single blocks in the spreadsheet called as? Well, a single block in the spreadsheet is actually called as a cell, or in fact, they're called as a cell block as well. Let me quickly jump to Excel where we can check this out. For example, you can see all the single entities that are present here. Well, each of these are known as cells. And whatever you're seeing right now is just one sheet of the particular book. Well, a book can have more than one sheet, and eventually we're going to get into that. But to create a new sheet, make sure to click the new sheet option and you can have any number of sheets that you desire. And again, each of these sheets will have the blank rows and columns where you can work with at any time of your choice. Coming to the question again. So I hope we're clear with cells. Question number 4 on the top interview list is, can we add notes to a cell in MS Excel? If yes, can you show us how? Well, yes, notes can be added to a particular row or a particular column, or in fact a particular cell as well. So basically, comments are added when there is more than one person accessing or noting something down, or it just might be one person as well. It just increases the readability and it makes sure that you can collaborate with others easily and they can understand via the notes that you've put. Putting a note is very simple in Excel, so let's check it out. So here I have a simple cell which says notes example. It can have anything for that matter, and I just have picked up this for the sake of the question. Alright, so to add a note to this, it's very simple. All you have to do is right click and click on insert comment, and you can put in any comment such as we are learning MS Excel questions, right? And after that, pretty much you can click anywhere else and the note is stored. To access the note again, all you have to do is hover your mouse across that particular thing and you can see a tiny red tab at the end of it, right on the top right part of the cell here. Well, this particular thing denotes that there has been a comment made and by who it's made as well. So admin, pretty much that's the name of the machine that I'm working on right now, and that's the access which I have. And pretty much it will tell you what the comment is. We are learning MS Excel questions. So it is as simple as that. Coming back to the next question. Question number 5 asks, can each cell be identified and used individually, independently? Well, yes, cells have something called as cell addresses, which basically help them to be used uniquely at any point of time. Again, let's dive back to Excel. Well, you can see the column names which start from A, they go all the way till V, and pretty much there are lakhs and lakhs of rows as well. So each of these have actually an address through which you can access them. For example, if I place my mouse here at the first point of time, I am addressing it via the column A and the row 1. Hence, this particular cell has an address called as A1, which you can see here. This has to be B1, this is going to be C1 because it's C and it's 1. So what is this going to be? I am hovering my mouse here, right? Can you guys take a guess? It's under C, so it starts with C. It's the 6th row, so it's going to be C6, right? Let's take up another random one somewhere here. Sure. So this one is under L. This one is in the 13th row. So this is going to be L13. I hope you guys got this. Coming back to the presentation. So question number 6. Can comments be added to a cell block if we need it? Guys, we just checked out how we can add notes, right? It is pretty much the exact same thing. Yes, Excel allows comments, right? We just checked how it can be done. And this is done to ensure that there is better visibility, there is higher readability and good collaboration among teams who are working on the same sheet. Coming to question number 7. How can we make use of relative addressing in Excel? Well, relative addressing is primarily used so that you can save a lot of time and eventually perform repetitive tasks very, very quickly, which again saves time, and time saved is time earned in the field of data analytics. So let's check out how we can go on to make sure we can use relative addressing in MS Excel. So let me quickly go on to create a field. So I'm going to name this field as ID. Let me make it center align. All right.
Alright guys, to check out how relative addressing works in Excel, let's take a very simple example. For example, I have a column which says ID and I have 1. For example, let's say I need 2, I need 3, 4, 5, all the way till 10. It's going to be cumbersome to manually do this. So what's the most simple way to do it? Let's use relative addressing. For example, if I want 1 to be added to every single element, I just say equal to A2 plus 1. And what this does is it just took one value, added it to the value which is present here and gave it to us, right? Now the fun part comes. If I just drag and drop this entirely, as you can see, it is going to keep adding 1 to every single element. Again, I can just pick up random elements and I can start doing it as well. As you can see, every time that I am doing it, it's pretty much picking up one number. So if I have to change this, instead of 1, let's add 2 to every element, right? As you can check out, as I changed one particular element, everything else changed because we added 2 here, right? Now if we drag and drop again, everything should change because this time 2 was added instead of 1. And I hope you guys are clear with relative addressing. And this brings us to the next question, which is how can we insert new rows and new columns in MS Excel? Well, again, inserting columns and rows is very easily done and it is hugely advantageous as well. So to do this, let's quickly check out in MS Excel. Alright, so if we have to add a row here, let's say above this, you need to select a cell which has to be below that. For example, if I right click here and I say insert a row, you can actually check where you have to shift the cells. So if I'm adding a row, then the cells gets shifted down. As you could check, all the values which were present are right there. But then we just got another free row where, we can work out, we can put something. For example, here we can type in, double digit numbers. I'm just giving you guys a fairly simple example of how this is done, but then you could go on to do something just like this. Alright, so again, if we have to add a column, again you can select anything, right click, insert, and you can shift everything right. If that's the case, as you can see, the value which was there got shifted right, and now we have an empty spot in this particular row of the same column. And I hope this was clear to you as well. So this brings us to question number 9. Can each of the cells in MS Excel be formatted if it is required? Well, yes. Excel supports a huge amount, a plethora of formatting options when it comes to working with each of the cells. This is done for customization purposes, and this is done to make sure that there is better data visibility overall as well. So again, let me remove everything and we can consider a simple example. So I'm going to call this name. Let's have, for example, age or something. This is just for the example purpose. So name, let me type in my name. It's Anirudh. And again, if we need to do something, all we have to do is click on format cells and then we are here. Let's say we need to change the font to it. Let's say we just need a bold version of it. All I have to do is click on bold and hit OK. And as you can see, it's done. Of course, all of these can be done from the shortcut you see here. But then there are certain things which you cannot access right there. So for example, let's say you want a strike through for some reason and you have a strike through as well. And there are n number of customization options that I've mentioned. So let's take out how we can work with a number. Again, format cells, we have number, there is various types. For example, the numbers can be actually a number place where you can have a decimal to be added to it. If it's a currency, there's dollar amount added. For example, you can have the date, you can have the time, percentage, and so much more. Since I just typed in this, it's showing me the percentage of it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. How can we customize the ribbon tab in MS Excel? Well, the ribbon tab is a godsend in my opinion when we're talking about MS Excel because it is extremely helpful by guiding a lot of users, novice to advanced, to basically give them a variety of options and a lot of tools as well. So let's dive back to MS Excel to check how we can do that. So coming to MS Excel right now, this is what is called as the ribbon tab, the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, and view. So this particular tab is called as a ribbon tab because it gives you everything at a very convenient way. In case if you have to add anything to this ribbon tab which you particularly need or use a lot, all you have to do is right click on it and pretty much you can customize the quick access toolbar here as well. So you have save, undo, pretty much this is the top part of it. To customize the ribbon, all you have to do is come to the customize the ribbon part of it. And you can see, for example, if you want some developer options here, all you have to do is tick the developer options and then hit OK. And now as you can see, you have the developer options here too. And it is as simple as that. Coming to the 11th question. Can you please show us how to freeze panes in MS Excel? Again, freezing panes is a huge boon when you're working with lots of data in multiple rows of the same columns. I'll show you what I mean. Let me quickly open up MS Excel. Again, for example, let me just remove all of these columns. Let me type in ID. Again, okay, so let's have ID, let's have age. And for ID, again, we'll have one. Let's put in that same formula we used that time. All we're gonna do is drag and drop this for, let's say, 100 entries. Right. Even though this looks very simple and Spartan to you, as I'm scrolling down, you cannot see what column name this is, right? For example, we just created this called as ID and we know it. But then when you're working with it, let's say you're entering this in the 100th or the 101st field, and you have to add more than one row of data, then you might not know what this column is, right? So to do this very conveniently, just select the rows and go to view. In view, pretty much all you have to click on is freeze panes. In the freeze panes, you can freeze the top row. See, now the entirety of the top row is frozen. So if I keep scrolling down as well, the first one is always there, as you can see. So you can see, even though I'm almost at the 100th entry, the first row is pretty much there, the ID and the age. This makes it very convenient for all the developers out there to work with it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. Question number 12. How can we protect the workbooks in Excel? Well, Excel spreadsheets can actually be protected with a password. You know, each of the cells, rows, columns, and each of the sheets can also be logged based on the requirement as well. And data protection is actually a very vital tool, and in fact a very widely used tool in MS Excel. So anyway, checking that out. For example, if we have to lock this particular cell, all you have to do is right click on it. Again, you'll have to click on format cells, and here you have the protection tab that you need to click on. In the protection tab, you can either lock the cells and you can hide the cells as well. If I go on to click hide the cells, pretty much as you can check it out, well, these cells cannot be accessed without any privileges. But there is a small catch. If our workbook is unprotected, then in that case, this will not make any sense because anyone can actually access this. So to protect the workbook or protect the sheet, make sure you click on the review bar in the ribbon tab. And here you can actually protect your sheet, protect your workbook and everything else. For example, if you have to protect the workbook, you can give a password. Let me type in a password and you can hit OK. We have to re-enter the password to make sure we entered it correct the first time, because if we lose the password, then it becomes a problem. As soon as we protect the workbook, now this workbook, the entirety of the workbook is actually protected. And if you have to remove the protection, all you have to do is click on it again and it's going to ask to unprotect the workbook. In that case, again, enter the password, hit OK, and your workbook is now unprotected. So coming back to question number 13. Can you please explain about pivot tables in Excel? Yes, pivot tables are one of the most widely used concept in MS Excel as well, because these are the tables which give out comprehensive details about the data present in the sheets. Well, they are used to analyze the trends, patterns, relationships, and all of the other concepts with respect to data analysis in the data fields present in the MS Excel sheet. And at the end of the day, it also helps in creation of dashboards and reports. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the next small concept in the same pivotal concept, which is the pivot charts. What are pivot charts? Well, pivot charts are actually used in accordance with pivot tables to basically visualize them. The visualization ensures that we have nice looking graphs where the data can be visualized and in fact analyzed in a very beautiful manner. The visualization actually adds a lot of weight when it comes to the insight because it makes the graph more readable, more presentable, and more pleasant to look at. And this in turn makes it very easy to interact with the data. Coming to question number 15. How can we format multiple sheets at once in MS Excel? This again is something very important and something very nice that MS Excel provides to us. It is actually very vital to do that because it saves a lot of time and it helps if there is a lot of redundancy as well. So let's check it out. So coming back to MS Excel, if we do have to copy the formatting present from one sheet to all of the other, all I have to do is select the cells that I want to do the changes to and right click on the sheet name and select all sheets. And after this, we can go on to add, for example, if we need a fill color to the columns, as you can see, I just added a fill color. Again, going to sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, as you can see, pretty much all of that has been added with just one single click. Let me just Control Z so we can go back. And now you can see pretty much none of the sheets have been affected, right? So it is as simple as this to add formatting to all the sheets at one single point of time. Anyway, so coming to the next question, how can you protect cells from being copied? Well, as we discussed, protecting cells can actually help in hiding the formulas and ensuring that there is no unauthorized changes to the sheets and that not everyone can see the formulas which are actually present in the working of the sheet. Well, the advantage is because this is needed sometimes where there is some requirement of abstraction and data hiding which is required to ensure that not everyone has the access to a calculation which is being performed. If that's the case, we can go on to protect all the cells just like we saw. Coming to question number 17. Can you implement named ranges in Excel? Yes, named ranges are again another amazing feature which is pretty much given to us by the people at Microsoft, where again it ensures that we have amazing readability and that common tasks can be done very easily and quickly as well. So let us check it out with an example. So here we are in MS Excel. I have a basic ID column with a formula applied to it where we're basically adding 2 to every single number one after the other. To go on to add name ranges in Excel, it's very simple. All you need to do is select all the rows and the columns that you need to go on to add the name ranges and you can put in the name you want. For example, I just name this as IDs. So if I have to go check out the named range of my ID, all I have to do is click here. It says IDs and it selects all the IDs for me. If I have to do it for age, let's say there's 12, let's put in random ages here just for the sake of the example. And if I have to select all the data, all the ages, again I select this and I create a named range and I call it ages. And now as you can check out, there are two named ranges. Or if I select the IDs, all the IDs are selected. If I select the ages, then all the ages are selected. You can choose to either use the column header or not. In case if it's a mathematical operation, you would avoid using the column name. And I hope I'm clear with this. Coming to the next question. Can you please tell us something about the functions in MS Excel? Well, this is going to be a guarantee question in any MS Excel interview because again, functions are the foundation of Microsoft Excel because they are used to perform almost any task, which might be otherwise difficult to actually do manually. There are a lot of functions. There's aggregation functions like, sum, average, maximum of a number range, minimum of a number range, and much more. And in fact, these are the popular ones. And again, make sure to mention that there are many types of function in MS Excel. And after that, pretty much they can find out if you can actually use any one of these functions. So the next question is, can you demonstrate the use of any function in Excel? So make sure that you can use a simple function such as sum or sumif to show a basic operation. Any function can actually be chosen based on how advanced the role is that you're actually applying for. But in this particular case, to keep it to the discretion of all the viewers, let us take a simple example. So if we have to use a sum function, it is pretty simple. So let's say we need the sum of all the IDs that are present here or sum of all the ages as well, right? So to start out with the formula, it always starts with an equal to sign. So let's say equal to and we need to perform the sum operation. So let's say sum, open the parentheses and you can see in fact the syntax right there. It shows you what number you want to basically do a sum of. But then let's say we want the sum of all of this, right? So let's see the address of this cell. It's an A2. So I say A2 and I add a colon. So colon denotes a range of values. From A2, I want all the sum till A11. So if I type this, close the parenthesis and hit enter, I have the value 100. 100 is basically the sum of all the values present from A2 all the way till A11. Again, if we have to do it for each, we start with is equal to sum of everything that starts from C3 all the way till C6. And I close the parentheses, I hit enter. It's 122. It is as simple as this, and it is very vital that you demonstrate this. Coming to the 20th question, can you show us how to find compound interest in MS Excel? Well, this is a very interesting question, and most of the time it is asked because MS Excel has a function called as the FV function or the future value function, which is actually used to calculate compound interest very easily. So let's check it out. Alright, here is a sample sheet that I have created in MS Excel to check out the use of the future value function. So basically the future value function has a lot of parameters that you need to check. So to add it, let us type equal to FV. And here, as soon as I open the brackets, you can see there are multiple options for the future value function, right? There is rate, there is NPER, there is PMT, PV, types, and much more. So basically the rate argument is telling us what is the interest rate for that period. For example, in our case, it's 5%. So NPER is basically telling the number of payment periods. And then we have PMT, which is basically the short form for payment. And this is the payment which is actually made after each period has been crossed, right? So this has to be entered as a negative number because you will be giving money away. And then coming to PV and the type, basically PV and the type are given in square brackets because these are optional arguments. PV is just the present value of your future payments, and type basically says if there is a due at the end of your payment or not. If it's 0, it means it's the end of the period, there's a due, and if it's 1, it means there is a due at the beginning of the period. Basically the default setting here is always 0. Anyway, coming back to here. So basically to find the compound interest, all we need to do is we need to go on to dividing the interest rate with the term in years first. So the interest rate is at C6. So we need to divide C6 by C8 first as the first argument. And then after this, we need to multiply our C7, which is the particular term in years, with respect to our compounding period, because this is how many times the value gets compounded every single year. And after this, as I mentioned, the default value is going to be 0. And we're going to have to give the negative value because that is the amount which is being taken from us. So the present value is $1,000. So I'm going to type in minus C5, which is basically subtracting the present value, which is 1,000. And as soon as I hit enter here, it's going to give us a calculation which is $1,647.01. And as you can check out, this is going to be the compounded value of an investment of $1,000 in 10 years, guys. This is the final future value that you're going to open. And anyway, coming back to the next question, I hope I was clear with the previous one. So the next question is, what are the type of functions that are actually present in MS Excel? Well, again, there are numerous types of functions which are present in MS Excel. Everything from mathematical functions, date and time functions, financial functions, logical functions, database functions, you name it, it is there. But then these are the most popular ones used. And in fact, these days, all the statistical functions are being used for various reasons because this entire world has become a big data problem. And to go on to analyze that and to perform very good analytics on the same, MS Excel is in fact a very good tool. So to quickly demonstrate all the functions that are available, click on the formulas tab and pretty much you can hit more functions here. As you can check out, you have so many formulas that you can go on to use. You can just click on the insert function on the left as well, and you can check out the type of the function. Let's say if you want to check out all the functions, you have absolute functions. You have average functions. You have so many functions. There is financial functions again, which is used for accounting, financial rates to find the nominal part of a number and whatnot. Then you have math functions, and again, to find out trigonometric functions, to convert degrees into radians, to find out the log of a number, to find the modulus of a number, odd numbers, even numbers, and much more. You have statistical functions again to find out the confidence interval, the normalization of the confidence values, and much more. And you have text functions, you have database functions. Guys, I hope you get the point here. There are multiple functions that MS Excel supports, and you can use all of these as per your requirement. Coming to 22nd. Can you explain one example where you have used averages? Well, again, it is actually very simple to go on to do this. Many people actually tend to do this manually, but again, to save a lot of time, you have a function called as the average function, which does exactly this. So, for example, let me create another set of values here. So, let's say I have 1 here. Let us take up the same example is equal to f5 plus 3. As you can see, 1 added with 3 gives us 4. Let's try to drag this down a little, and we have a couple of values here, right? So to find the average of all of these values, let me name this average. I can make this bold. So again, to find the average, as I told you, there is an average function that you can use. Is equal to average is the keyword. And then again, you can give out a couple of numbers out here, a set of numbers, or in fact, a range of numbers. Since we're using a range of numbers, let's work from F5, which is the first number. We have a colon, which denotes the range, all the way till F14. And as soon as I hit this and hit enter, we have 14.5. So 14.5 is average of all of these numbers that you can see. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the 23rd question is, can you talk about formula precedence in MS Excel? Yes, MS Excel follows the BODMAS rule. The BODMAS rule, the B in the BODMAS rule stands for brackets, O stands for order, D stands for division, M stands for multiplication, A stands for addition, and S stands for subtraction. The rule works from left to right, and the precedence is given in such a way. Let me explain with an example, and you should too. So, let us take up 3, 5, and 7 here. Alright, so we can remove all the other values in fact. So I have 3 values on your screen right now, 3, 5, and 7, as you can see here. So let us have a formula which pretty much uses the precedence. So let's say is equal to H5 plus, in the brackets we can have I5 into J5, right? So the value of this, if we manually calculate it, we can understand it is 38. And here the precedence has been followed again. As you can see, when we multiplied the value, pretty much it went on to multiply the value in the bracket first, because B comes first and then it added to the value, right? Because again, if we do it in a different way, we'll get a different answer. For example, let's say we multiply these two values, we get 15, and if we add 15 to 7, we do not get 38. And in fact, if we go on to use the same incorrect rule that I just told you, 5 into 3 plus 7, well, it is correct if we do not make use of the bracket. But since we make use of the bracket, we need to be aware that it is using the BODMAS rule, right? So these two numbers are getting multiplied first, and then this number is getting added to it. Well, if there weren't any brackets, pretty much H5 would have been added with I5, and then it would have been multiplied, which would not give the value of 38. And again, 38 is the correct value out here. This is how a very simple example can be shown on how precedence works. And then coming to the 24th question, the 24th question asks, can we display the current date and in fact even the current time in MS Excel? Well, yes, it is actually possible, and the easiest way to do it is to actually use a function to fetch the current date, and the function is called as the today function. The today function basically returns the current date in the date format in the MS Excel sheet. Well, let's quickly check it out. So let's say I want to print my date here, so all I have to do is equal to today, and I put in the parenthesis because it's a function. I hit enter, and as you can check out. So today's date is the 6th of February 2020 at the time of the recording of this particular video, and hence you can check out it is already formatted to be the date as well. So coming to the 25th question, it is, can you give us an example of how to use percentage in Excel? Guys, we have already checked this out, but then I'm going to give you another example because making use of percentages are extremely vital in the field of data analytics, and in fact in the field of making use of Excel in an advanced way as well. So let's have 10, let's have 50, and let's have 80. Let's consider these to be marks obtained, and next we can have total marks. So let's say these are the marks obtained by some students in the class. This is just for an example, right? So the total marks is going to be 100 for everyone, obviously. And again, all you can do is pretty much drag and drop this, and you can save time instead of manually entering as well. So to find out the value here, again, you don't have to do it manually, is equal to D5 divided by E5. And this is going to give you a value of 0.1. Let me drag and drop the same. And in fact, now you can actually select all these numbers, right click, format cell, the number category, and here you have percentage. Here you can actually choose if you need decimal places or not. Let's say we do not need decimal places. I'll bring it to 0. And if I hit OK, you can check that this person got 10%, this person got 50%, and the other person got as 80%, right? If you change this, the value will actually change. So let's say we have 13 here. As you can see, the value changed automatically. Let's say this person obtained 50.5, but then we'll have 51 because it's being rounded off. But then if you do not need it to round off, you can have the decimal places to be shown. As you can see, 50.5%. So this is a very simple way to go on to use percentages in MS Excel. This brings us to question number 6. Question number 6, what are the various report formats in MS Excel? Well guys, you need to know that there are 3 report formats in MS Excel that you can put out. One is the tabular report, the other is the compact report, and then we have the general report as well. So make sure you answer this question very diligently by taking all the 3 types of the report formats that are existent: compact reports, general reports, and tabular reports. And this brings us to question number 27. Question number 27 asks, how can you explain a VLOOKUP in MS Excel? Well, VLOOKUP is again another very interesting function that is basically present in Excel, which helps to fetch values which are actually placed vertically in the columns. So when you think about the name VLOOKUP, the V in VLOOKUP actually stands for vertical, and VLOOKUP is actually used when there is a lot of data which needs handling, and this again makes life very simple for an Excel developer. Coming to question number 28, what is the main use of macros in MS Excel? Macros, as the name suggests, is basically a simple set of instructions which can be recorded by users. So why do we need to record any instructions? Why can't we do all these instructions every single time? Guys, there might be certain repetitive tasks which need to be done again and again iteratively, and this can get cumbersome, waste a lot of time, and in fact demotivate a human being who's doing the repetitive task. So macros step in here. Macros are used to reduce redundancy on a big scale, and this is actually used primarily to create a set of automated instructions which can run on repeated instructions and in fact on functions as well.
Here is a quick quiz question for you guys. What does the concatenate function do in Excel? And your options are: joins 2 or more strings of text into a single string, calculates the average range of cells, counts the number of cells that meet a certain condition, or returns the maximum value in a range of cells. Please drop your answer in the comment section below.
This brings us to question number 29. Name any 2 or 3 best practices to use always when working with MS Excel. Well, here is how you can answer it. Here are 4 best practices in fact. So if they've asked for 2 or 3, make sure you give 1 extra to show the interviewer that you might know more than 2 or 3. Well, The first one is to create multiple tabs while working. Instead of working on a single sheet, it is always recommended you have multiple sheets that you work with to ensure that there is less error rates and better visibility. And the second thing is to add a table of content when you have a lot of data to ensure that your data is always structured or looks structured at least. And then aggressively commenting makes sure that you or anyone else in the team working on this particular aspect, this particular sheet or this workbook has an idea of what's going on with respect to each particular cell which is important in that particular sheet. And then coming to good visualizations are very important because it is at the end of the day, it is very easy to create a simple graph, but it can be a challenge to create a very good looking table. So having the skills, having the required designing skills to make sure you can make a graph look good is extremely vital. And this brings us to the last question in our top Excel interview series. So the last question is, what is the shortcut to show syntax of functions? Well, the syntax is actually shown in a very convenient way while inserting the function itself as we went through, right? But why is this done? Why does Excel show this to us? Well, it is actually done to ensure that the person uses the correct syntax when inputting the parameters, because it is very easy to input the wrong parameters and have the wrong results. So let me dive back to Excel here. And as you can pretty much check out, let me use a simple function again. So again, coming back to the future value example, as soon as I hit FV and I open the brackets, you can see the parameters which are shown here, so that the user can always look at this while entering the values in case if the person is using the function for the first time. So there's another way to do this. You can click on insert function in the formulas tab, and pretty much you can go on to search for the function here as well. So if we need the FV, we can have to scroll down and click on FV. Again, it tells you what the future value function does as well. So it's basically future value of an investment based on the periodic constant payments and the constant interest rate as well. So if you click OK here, it adds that, and you can add the rate, NPM, PMT. It's in bold because, as I've mentioned, these are the compulsory values, and PV and type are optional numbers. And pretty much it will tell you what each of the columns actually be put as well. For example, this is the interest rate, and this is the total number of payment periods, as I mentioned, and PMT is basically the payment made in every single period, and you can see it is conveniently shown in MS Excel. So just like this, there are multiple ways MS Excel makes life easier, and in fact, working with MS Excel is considered to be a very good advantage for a person looking out to increase his skills in MS Excel, or in fact looking out for a data analyst job and more. So you've reached the end of this section. I wish you all the best for the interviews that you're going to attend, and make sure to revise all of these questions thoroughly.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.